Hogwarts, starting with the Unforgivable Curses at max level. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 176, the task assigned by Professor Snape, to brew Wolfsbane potion? The candlelight in the basement office cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. Glass jars filled with organs from unknown organisms glowed eerily on the shelves. The hem of Professor Snape's black robe swept across the mottled stone floor like an ominous bat's wing. 3 steps away from him, a high-backed oak chair stood alone, the serpentine pattern carved on the back seeming to slowly wriggle in the dim light. "Sit down." Upon seeing Dylan, Professor Snape casually gestured toward the chair, his voice like an echo from the depths of the basement. Dylan walked over and sat down unceremoniously, the leather cushions creaking in protest. "This semester, one of the new professors will require Wolfsbane potion, 1 bottle per month." Professor Snape looked at Dylan with a calm expression. His thin lips barely moved as he spoke, but his voice clearly pierced the damp basement air. "I don't want to brew a potion for him, not even at Dumbledore's request, so..." Dylan blinked. Professor Snape glanced at him. That look clearly said, "Is that even a question?" Professor Snape pursed his lips, his movements gentle yet revealing his usual sternness. "If you were to brew the potion, Dumbledore would owe you a favor. I'll provide the ingredients." "Any questions?" Dylan stroked his chin. Was Professor Snape even pretending? Lupin was a werewolf. He needed Wolfsbane to suppress it. That was normal. But what was abnormal was that Professor Snape actually broke this news to him like that. Even if he didn't say it explicitly, how many new professors were there? Wasn't there only 2 this year? Hagrid, and Lupin. One Dylan knew very well, and the other Dylan didn't. So, didn't this clearly tell him who was going to use the Wolfsbane potion? Professor, you must have promised old Dumbledore that Lupin's identity would remain a secret, right? Is it really okay to just reveal it like that? Dylan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Furthermore, there's a crucial point. Wolfsbane potion is quite complex to make, with a low success rate and considerable difficulty. Furthermore, it was only developed in recent years. It's used to treat werewolf symptoms, primarily to allow a werewolf to maintain sanity during the full moon, alleviate pain, and control their behavior. It prevents them from completely losing their humanity and harming others when transformed into a werewolf. Dylan hadn't learned how to make this potion from Professor Snape before. The ingredients for this potion are also precious. Professor Snape truly trusts him enough to entrust such a task to him. So, could he just pretend that one batch failed, while actually keeping the ingredients? Then, using a second batch, or even a third batch, he could brew a new potion and hand it over to Professor Snape? A middleman profiting from the difference? The potion master. "I'd be happy to help you, Professor," Dylan said sincerely. "But I'm worried that if I don't succeed, the ingredients will be wasted, which would be embarrassing." Professor Snape gave him a quizzical look. After a pause, he said, "Even if you fail, it's not a big deal. There's always a way to deal with it." "How?" Dylan muttered to himself. Should he throw Professor Lupin into the Shrieking Shack? What a great idea. Dylan nodded. "All right, but if you can give me 2 or 3 ingredients a month, I can guarantee you I can brew one every month." Professor Snape narrowed his eyes. "I hope so," Dylan smiled shyly. "By the way, Professor, why don't you want to help the new professor brew this strange potion?" Professor Snape leered coldly at Dylan. But Dylan smiled broadly, unfazed by his gaze. After a brief silence, Professor Snape snorted softly, then added, "Need I ask?" "Of course, it's because I brewed other potions before I knew I was brewing the Wolfsbane potion." Dylan batted his eyelashes. "For example," Professor Snape's face darkened. "For example, the Living Hell potion." Dylan's face suddenly dawned. "I see, although you haven't told me the specific recipe for the Wolfsbane potion yet. Since you mention it, it should be very violent, right?" Professor Snape frowned and corrected him. "It's masculine." "What do you mean by violent? Did you feed all the knowledge I taught you to a werewolf?" Dylan chuckled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's masculine. Essentially, The key to potions' effectiveness lies not on the conventional medicinal properties of the ingredients themselves, but in the mysterious qualities they possess. These qualities are like magical codes hidden deep within the ingredients, waiting for the wizard to decipher and utilize them in some way. Take the mysterious property of transfiguration, for example. It requires the power of feminine energy to activate it. Polyjuice potion is a prime example. This magical potion, capable of temporarily changing one's appearance, requires the herb leech, harvested during a full moon. The moonlight of a full moon carries a feminine quality in magical terms. Harvesting the herb at this specific time imbues it with this feminine energy, providing crucial support for the Polyjuice potion's transformation. Similarly, the animagus potion Dylan had previously concocted is similarly complex. Its creation requires not only the feminine element of the full moon, but also natural phenomena imbued with mystical power, such as a storm. The pupae of the hawk moth, which itself possesses the mysterious qualities of metamorphosis, are also required. Furthermore, the entire process must be shielded from masculine forces, such as sunlight. This is because masculine forces can interfere with the concentration of the feminine energy required for the potion, thereby disrupting its preparation. Apparently, the wolfsbane potion, which inhibits transformation, also adheres to this magical principle. The living hell potion is an extremely potent sleeping potion, capable of causing the drinker to fall into deep sleep or even a state of suspended animation, making them appear to be dead. This utilizes feminine energy. But the wolfsbane potion needed to undo the wolf poison from the werewolf's transformation. This required a positive quality. If one immediately brewed a potion of living hell potion and then immediately switched to brewing the wolfsbane potion, there was a high probability of an accident during the preparation. Such an accident would, at the very least, render the potion ineffective. Worse still, it could cause an imbalance in its effects, ultimately leading to even more serious problems. But, could Professor Snape really brew a potion of vitality and vitality? Dylan, thanks to his constant effort to brew potions, had thoroughly researched the potion's properties. The result was, the property wouldn't linger long at all. It would completely dissipate in less than a week. Faster still, 3 or 4 days would suffice. Only 1 bottle of wolfsbane potion needed to be brewed per month. Could Professor Snape possibly not have the time and energy for that? Dylan didn't believe it. But he stopped teasing Professor Snape. After all, he was Professor Snape's most prized disciple. It means that you have to take good care of your master, even if this title is self-proclaimed and not officially recognized. Although Lupin, as James's good friend, has never directly bullied Professor Snape, the relationship between him and James is enough to make Professor Snape hostile to him. And Dylan is naturally willing to stand by Professor Snape and spade on Lupin together. Of course, when he faces Lupin, he will also stand by Professor Lupin and recognize that he is a kind person. In short, he says one thing to one person and another to another person. This is Dylan's usual style. So, Professor, when will you provide me with the materials? And the formula for the potion? Professor Snape grabbed his wand and pointed it. A small pocket appeared in front of Dylan. The ingredients and the recipe are all here. Take them back and study them carefully when you have time. I don't need you to make a perfect potion, as long as it works, understand? Dylan calmly accepted the bag. Of course. So, Professor, should I brew the potion here, or should I find a place to brew it myself? Dylan continued. As I'm sure you've heard, I've taken all the electives this school year, so I don't have much free time. Just brew it in your dorm. Don't use that stuff all the time, even for class. Professor Snape glanced at Dylan. Dylan kept smiling. How many more glances did this old bat need to give him? I understand, Professor. Dylan finished speaking, and the office fell silent for a moment. After a pause, Professor Snape looked up again. You're not leaving yet, huh? You want me to leave? Okay, I'll leave now. Dylan stood up hurriedly, said goodbye to Professor Snape, and walked out slowly. Go to bed early. Good night. Professor Snape stared at him, his lips twitching. Dylan left Professor Snape's office and walked down the stairs back to Gryffindor Tower. After giving the command, the fat lady opened the door. After greeting him, Dylan entered the Gryffindor common room. The fire in the common room had already dwindled to a dim red ember. It was getting late. Dylan planned to research the wolfsbane potion and brew a bottle today. After all, judging by Professor Snape's attitude, he probably hadn't even given Professor Lupin this month's potion allotment yet. He pulled out a notebook from the pocket Professor Snape had given him. It detailed the ingredients needed for the wolfsbane potion, including the process and steps involved in brewing it. Even unicorn horn powder is needed. Dylan pried open the pocket and peered inside. There were 3 ingredients. Dylan's eyes lit up. That's 3 unicorn horn powders for free. No, I still need 1, which makes 2. Dylan smacked his lips. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I went to the Forbidden Forest to bleed that unicorn. Unicorn blood is the most valuable part of a unicorn. Dylan planned to find some free time to go to the Forbidden Forest and see Hagrid. I wonder if Hagrid will still have time to join him in the woods now that he's a professor at Hogwarts. But, now that Hagrid's a professor, he should get a raise, right? Even though he's only teaching care of magical creatures, that class uses a lot of magical creature-related props and materials. I'll have to ask Hagrid to bring some out for me sometime. Dylan couldn't help but smile. Harry and Ron were chatting nearby, and Ron shuddered at the sight of Dylan's expression. Why does Dylan seem to be smiling sinisterly? Harry also looked over and asked curiously, what is that booklet? I heard from Hermione that Dylan was just called over by Professor Snape. Ron shook his head. I don't know, it looks like some kind of formula. Dylan ignored the 2 of them, and started to set up the crucible with a lot of clanging. Finally, Neville couldn't help but ask, Dylan, are you brewing a potion? Dylan nodded, finishing the preparations before replying, Professor Snape asked me to help him brew some potions, but I have a lot of classes, so I can only do it now. Ron's eyes widened. Huh? Professor Snape actually asked you to brew a potion for him? What potion? Dylan replied casually, no big deal, don't worry, I'll set up the cauldron near the door. It won't bother you. Ron was still dumbfounded. That's a pure gold cauldron, right? My god, how much does a cauldron that big cost? Harry blinked. And there's a pure silver cauldron. Dylan, are all of these yours? Dylan smiled. Yes, they're mine. He had borrowed them specifically from Mr. Borgin. Merlin's socks. Dylan, you're so rich, Ron said with envy. You'll be rich too, Dylan said. He fished out a small table and set it near the door. He cast a silencing charm over the area around the dormitory door before lighting the fire and brewing the wolfsbane potion. He followed the instructions in the pamphlet Professor Snape had given him. Brewing the wolfsbane potion took a long time and was quite tedious. First, he needed to prepare a host of ingredients: aconitum wolfsbane, ground unicorn horn, belladonna essence, agrimony, frankincense, and toadstools. He also needed a pure gold crucible, a gold stirring rod, a silver crucible, a silver stirring rod, gauze, and vellum. Wearing gloves, Dylan chopped the rhizome of aconitum wolfsbane into small pieces. He then mixed it with the ground unicorn horn and poured in the belladonna essence. This step alone required soaking the aconitum wolfsbane in the belladonna essence for an entire bowlful. However, Dylan could also perform some other preliminary preparations before this. With a twist of his wand, the flame beneath the pure gold crucible dimmed slightly. He poured distilled water into the crucible and brought it to a boil. He then added the agrimony. This step would require at least 4 hours of boiling. The more potent the brewed essence, the better. Dylan cast a simple protective spell to prevent anyone passing by from accidentally touching the crucible and burning it. Then, Dylan added the frankincense to the silver crucible. Using a silver stirring rod, he stirred it 5 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise before lighting it. This step also required waiting. Dylan was not in a hurry. He only needed to wait for these preliminary preparations to be completed before moving on to the next step. Dylan placed some bottles and jars on the table. While not all of them contained what he would need, as there were some other herbs, Dylan planned to occasionally brew potions in his dorm. This way, he wouldn't have to constantly wonder what he was doing in his briefcase. And more importantly, he had a busy schedule ahead of him. He didn't need to dig into his briefcase every day just to brew potions, unless he wanted to do some more covert experiments or research, like finding a basilisk and sizzling its blood. Find little Tom to study the dark arts. Or perhaps further refine the formula for the obsidian restoration potion. Cast the spell again. Reinforce the small table. And keep the flame under the crucible releasing energy steadily. Add a few more layers of shields. After all, you're brewing potions in the dormitory, so you have to consider the possibility of the pot exploding. Although the possibility is low, it's still necessary to be prepared. After doing all this, Dylan tidied up casually and lay down on the bed. He could read a little before bed. The crucible was bubbling, but Dylan couldn't hear it at all. When it was time to go to bed, Dylan closed the book and didn't pull the cold rickets out of the pet space. Instead, he hugged his pillow and fell asleep. Harry and the others also covered themselves with quilts, ready for tomorrow's busy classes. Until the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock. Harry's head was groggy, his consciousness still lingering on the edge of dream, but his body had already instinctively driven him to get up. Being woken up in the middle of the night by the urge to urinate is truly unpleasant. Harry groggily made his way to the door, intending to use the bathroom in Gryffindor Tower. However, just as he reached the door, his footing slipped, and he suddenly staggered, lurching sideways. He should have simply held on to the wall. However, there lay Dylan's cauldron and various bottles of herbs. While the crucible was intact when Harry touched it, the bottles above it crashed and shattered. The cap of one bottle flew off, landing right on top of the crucible, and the herbs inside tumbled into the pure gold crucible. The crucible was still boiling, bubbling. The liquid had become thicker. The herbs melted without causing any problems. Despite the fact that nothing unusual had happened, Harry was instantly awake, his green eyes widening behind his glasses as he took in the scene with a look of panic. At that moment, only 2 words crossed his mind. It's over. Was Dylan going to curse him to death? No, Dylan wasn't going to just cast a spell and turn him into a troll. Meanwhile, Dylan woke up almost the moment Harry touched the vials. He had cast a spell on the cauldron, sensing any contact. After waking up, although the room was dim, Dylan had used a spell to block out the light from the cauldron's flames. He still saw Harry, looking panicked, standing before his cauldron. Looking at the mess around him, Dylan understood what had just happened. He threw back the covers, stepped out of bed, and quickly walked over to Harry. Harry shuddered, his legs feeling weak. Dylan, listen to me, I didn't mean to do that. Dylan paused as he tried to steady Harry, his lips twitching. I know you did, huh? No, I didn't. Harry glared and waved his hands, trying to defend himself. Dylan rolled his eyes. Okay, of course I know you didn't mean it, or do it on purpose, Harry nodded, but he still felt that Dylan's words were strange. Okay, go back to bed. Dylan took Harry's hand and carefully helped him to the bed. Harry sat on the bed in a daze, scratching his head and mumbling quietly, I was going to the bathroom. Dylan was stunned, then gave an embarrassed smile. I thought you were already back from the bathroom, so go ahead. Harry quickly stood up, tiptoed to the door, opened it, and walked out. Dylan, meanwhile, walked over to the small table and checked the potion. He hadn't rushed to check the potion because, even though he had only glanced at it, he could still sense its condition. It wasn't a big deal. With a wave of his wand, he cleaned up the mess. Dylan looked at the open bottle of herbs. Hellebore, Dylan blinked. Yeah, let it simmer for a while, it shouldn't be a problem. However, this hellebore is even more bitter than wormwood. Throwing it into the potion would probably make the final wolfsbane potion quite bitter. And it would probably make your mouth numb, even more than just stuffing a handful of Sichuan peppercorns. Well, I didn't do this on purpose. If you have any questions, just ask Professor Lupin to ask Harry. Dylan checked the time. Well, never mind. It's almost time for me to wake up anyway, so I won't go back to sleep. Dylan extinguished the flame of the crucible and began the next step. Chapter 177 Professor Snape, I will watch him drink it with my own eyes. Dylan spent the entire morning preparing the wolfsbane potion. He waited until Ron and the others woke up before brewing the potion Professor Lupin needed for September. For it to be effective, it couldn't be taken on the day of a full moon. That would be completely useless. Instead, it needed to be taken a full week before the full moon to be effective. This was to help Lupin maintain his sanity and resolve, preventing him from being overwhelmed by violent thoughts during his werewolf transformation. Dylan had a lot on his plate after classes started. He had no time to brew potions for Lupin. He'd just have to make do with a bitter and astringent wolfsbane potion Harry had added to it. If someone couldn't brew the potion, what did he want? While Dylan didn't find Lupin particularly hateful, he didn't have a favorable impression of him. He had a close relationship with Harry's father, and although he always expressed apologies towards Professor Snape later, why didn't he intervene when James and the others bullied him? Never mind that he'd tried to dissuade James later, saying it wasn't a good idea, he'd done it. But at least Lupin hadn't done anything to Professor Snape himself. Otherwise, Dylan wouldn't have had the right to hate him. Professor Snape would have taken up arms and engaged Lupin in a brawl, of course, Professor Snape's actions wouldn't necessarily involve a direct fight with Lupin. He could have secretly poisoned him, perhaps with a quick-acting laxative. For example, he could have made Lupin suffer a public diarrheal episode at the start of term dinner. Dylan had no doubt that Professor Snape was capable of such a thing. I'm sure Professor Snape would be pleased to know that little Potter personally concocted a special potion for Lupin. Dylan smacked his lips and glanced at the dry bottom. The tiny traces of wolfsbane potion there reflected an eerie greenish blue glow in the sunlight, like a cursed lake. Dylan cleaned the cauldron. A bitter taste lingered on his fingertips. This potion, as he turned the crystal bottle, the condensed mist on the bottle wall formed fleeting patterns in the morning light. Dylan tutted twice, then tidied up his potion table briefly. He put away the pure gold and silver crucibles. He also pocketed all the more precious materials and took them with him. After breakfast, Dylan came to the cafeteria with Harry and the others. Naturally, he encountered the professors who were eating breakfast at the normal time. Dylan winked at Professor Snape and then went outside to wait for him. He didn't have to wait too long. Professor Snape quickly emerged. His steps were steady, his black robes swirling. He looked a bit like a surging black flame. He was really handsome, the old bat. Professor Snape walked up to Dylan, tilted his head slightly, and looked down at him condescendingly. His eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking about?" Dylan came back to his senses and blinked. Nothing." Professor Snape's eyes narrowed almost to slits. "Are you sure?" Dylan laughed and changed the subject. "This is a potion I spent all night brewing. Professor, would you like to take a look?" Dylan pulled the potion bottle from his bosom and handed it to Professor Snape. Professor Snape shook the bottle gently, observing the color of the solution, and raised his brow slightly. "I smell something bitter." Dylan scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, Professor, this morning Harry bumped into my bottle of herbs while going to the bathroom, and some hellebore fell into the cauldron I was brewing." Professor Snape paused, looking away from the potion and back at Dylan. "Hellebore? How much?" Dylan chuckled. "Not much, just 3 or 5, about 2 or 3 grams. Normally, even adding 0.5 grams would be bitter." Professor Snape gripped the bottle in his bony hands, lowering his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the potion once more. "The scent of hellebore lingers on the soul." Snape's voice drifted in from afar, his fingers unconsciously caressing the crystal vial as he spoke. The liquid rippled with his movements, a faint reflection of the moon emerging. After a closer examination, Professor Snape's thin lips curved slightly beneath his high nose. "I see. It's just a few grams of hellebore. It won't affect the potion's effectiveness. In fact, these herbs also have detoxifying properties." Dylan nodded repeatedly. "You're right, and I thought so too, which is why I didn't waste another ingredient." Professor Snape glanced at Dylan. Seeing the little brat grinning at him, he pursed his lips and said calmly, "Since you can brew it successfully in one go, the remaining 2 ingredients will be used as your quota for October and November. Leave this bottle of potion with me. Before the full moon, I'll find a time to see the new professor take it with my own eyes." "What?" Professor Snape said, turning around and walking away. Dylan was left dumbfounded, reaching out to stop him. "Wait. Professor, don't leave those 2 ingredients." Dylan stood at the door of the auditorium. Many students had already left, witnessing the sad scene. Professor Snape ignored Dylan's pleas to stay. Instead, he dashed off, shaking his black cloak. Dylan was left alone, grieving. "Dylan, what's wrong?" Harry and Ron finished their meal and left the Great Hall. Neville, startled by Dylan's sorrowful expression, hurried over, asking with concern. Dylan shook his head. "No, it's nothing. I'm just a little distressed." "Huh? Chest pain? What's going on?" "Do you want me to ask for leave so you can go see Madame Pomfrey?" Neville asked anxiously. He was worried that the Dementors had affected Dylan, but he didn't dare say it out loud, lest one of them target him too. "No, that's fine." Dylan shook his head again and headed towards the classroom. Neville quickly followed, chasing after Dylan and repeatedly asking questions. After confirming that Dylan was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Our first class today is an elective, and it's divination. I hope it won't be too difficult." After worrying about Dylan, Neville couldn't help but worry about himself. Dylan smiled soothingly. "Don't worry, divination is actually very simple. I think you have some talent for it." Neville blinked. "Really?" "No." Dylan walked forward. "Huh?" The spiral staircase in the North Tower lay like a sleeping python, each step covered in thick dust, leaving a footprint wherever they stepped. When they reached the roof of the North Tower, there was no divination classroom. There was also no way down. Those who had arrived earlier gathered and found a trapdoor in the ceiling. However, there were no steps leading up. Dylan knew that Professor Trelawney hadn't lowered the ladder yet. Neville walked beside him, puzzled. Could this be the classroom? Dylan shook his head and walked under the trapdoor. At that moment, a set of silver ladders suddenly descended from the trapdoor. The classroom is still up there, Dylan said. Then, using a levitation charm, he lifted himself up and flew straight up. Neville paused, then quickly climbed up the ladder. The rest of the students followed suit. Soon, they ascended the stairs to the room where their divination class would take place. Neville stood beside Dylan, staring blankly around. He had never seen such a small classroom before. This didn't look like a normal classroom at all. It was like an alien dimension. The vaulted ceiling was high, crisscrossed with wooden beams. Sunlight filtered through the narrow stained glass windows, blocked by the tightly drawn curtains. Only a sliver of light could penetrate, letting dust particles dance freely in the air. Inside, small round tables were placed, and armchairs covered in floral fabric were scattered around them. The patterns were complex, yet strangely harmonious. There were some round, small cushions scattered around the chairs. In a corner, an old fireplace roared. On a stand, a giant copper teapot stood steady, its body ablaze in the glow of the fire. Puffs of steam occasionally emanated from the spout, making a soft, sizzling sound. The entire classroom was bathed in a hazy, red glow, the heat suffocating. Ron, upon entering, was so hot he wanted to take off his clothes. Seeing Neville looking like he was about to collapse, Dylan took him to the back and sat down against the wall. Harry and the others followed suit, sweeping aside. The air was a bit stale, but leaning against the wall provided some coolness. The only problem was, the walls were lined with old shelves. These shelves were filled with junk. Quills that hadn't been washed in a decade, playing cards with chipped corners and holes, small cups with broken handles, and candles of various colors that had almost burned down. Dylan swept around. Why does it feel like I haven't been to Professor Trelawney's class in a while, and yet this place is so messy again? When he'd been here before, the place had been messy but relatively clean. How had it suddenly become so untidy? Dylan couldn't help himself and pressed his wand against the shelves. Scourgify, the magic drifted through his hands. The cobwebs and dust on the shelves were cleared. As for the items on them, Dylan didn't move. He just needed to avoid getting the dust and cobwebs on himself. As for these dirty things that looked like they'd been there for a long time, who knew if Professor Trelawney could have arranged this? He waved his wand again. Ice crystals appeared around Dylan and Neville. Not only them, but the other students also benefited, feeling the stifling temperature drop significantly. Where's the professor? Feeling a little better, Neville finally had time to look around. Dylan looked into the shadows. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. It was soft, ethereal, and a little muffled. It's a pleasure to see you all in the material world. It's such a pleasure. In the dim corner of the classroom, Professor Trelawney slowly emerged from the shadows, heading towards the glow of the fireplace. She looked rather thin, her eyes prominent beneath her black-framed glasses. Unlike the look Dylan had seen her in before, this time, Professor Trelawney was dressed rather extravagantly. A light cape draped over her shoulders, embellished with tiny metal flakes, rustled and shimmered as she moved. Necklaces and beads adorned her neck, while bracelets and rings tinkled with every movement. She truly looked like a fortune teller. Dylan blinked. It seemed Professor Trelawney took her lessons seriously. At least right now, she looked quite like a gypsy fortune teller. Sitting in candlelight, fiddling with a crystal ball and tarot cards, her glasses chain gleaming like snake scales in the candlelight. As she turned, the crystal balls hanging from the rafters suddenly glowed with an eerie purple halo. In a corner, a dusty prophecy ball suddenly flickered on and off, so fast it might have been an illusion. The skull ornament on the mantelpiece suddenly grinned, letting out a silent laugh. The noise made many students flinch. Pulling up a chair and sitting down, Professor Trelawney smiled. Don't be shy, children. Here you will discover whether you possess the power of sight. Before you do, please take a seat. Professor Trelawney's meticulously prepared entrance ceremony truly impressed many of the young wizards experiencing divination for the first time. I'm glad you're here. Perhaps we've met before, but not often. I don't want to be a constant presence on campus. The noise would pollute my third eye. Since her appearance, Professor Trelawney hadn't glanced at Dylan. Instead, With an exaggerated expression and tone, she spoke in mysterious terms to the other young wizards. You little ones who have chosen divination will learn the most profound knowledge in all the magical arts. But, Professor Trelawney paused, her expression solemn. Her gaze slowly swept over each student, finally lingering for a moment on Dylan. She smiled faintly, then continued. I must be frank up front, if you don't have the innate ability to see the future, I can't teach you anything. Books can only provide very limited help in this field. She raised her hand and gracefully adjusted the shawl from her shoulders. Many wizards are gifted at making noises, concocting strange-smelling potions, and suddenly appearing and disappearing. But when faced with the mists of the future, they have no clue. Children, I must tell you frankly that the ability to see the future belongs only to very few chosen by fate. It won't be acquired through your hard work. Neville sat beside Dylan, looking at him with a hint of envy. You learned divination so early, that's great. Dylan, you're so talented in everything you do. I wish I could be like you. Dylan blinked. Read more books. It's actually helpful in divination. Neville nodded and flipped open the book, seeing the future through the mist on the table. Meanwhile, after the opening remarks, Professor Trelawney began to demonstrate her divination skills. She stood in front of the crowd, spouting predictions. One moment, she warned a student to be extra careful around red-haired men. Another, she warned another student's family to face trouble in the near future. She even predicted that the February school schedule would be disrupted due to the flu, and that it would only be for divination classes. Dylan could clearly tell that Professor Trelawney wasn't actually using divination. But he understood. Professor Trelawney's divinations only worked at critical moments, and most of her predictions were extremely important. Unlike Dylan's divinations could accurately predict certain events. Professor Trelawney had clearly read a great deal of divination books. Initially, she always offered Dylan some valuable insights and understanding. However, as Dylan read more and more, Professor Trelawney's assistance diminished. Dylan grew increasingly busy, and he didn't even visit Professor Trelawney again in his second year. Dear, could you please hand me the largest silver teacup? Professor Trelawney nodded, satisfied, observing the mystical atmosphere she had created, which had caused many students to look confused and frightened. She looked at Lavender Brown, who was cowering in her chair, and spoke softly. Lavender trembled as she stood, took the teacup from the shelf, and placed it on the table in front of Professor Trelawney. Thank you. By the way, the thing you've been dreading will happen on Friday, October 16th. Professor Trelawney stared at Lavender, startling her again. Now, work in pairs. I'll teach you how to divine by observing the shape of tea leaves. Dylan was already sitting with Neville. It was only natural that they were assigned to the same group. Following Professor Trelawney's instructions, they each shook their cups after finishing their tea. After draining the tea, Dylan and Neville each passed their cups to the other. Neville looked at the tea leaves at the bottom of his cup and scratched his head. He flipped through the book in his hand, trying to discern something from the seemingly insignificant tea leaves. It looks like a tall hat. Perhaps, Dylan, you could become an official? I mean, a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic. It's a pretty tall hat. Neville's words were labored, clearly trying not to sound unkind. Really? That's good too, Dylan chuckled, lowering his eyes and glancing at his cup. He didn't even need to turn the pages of the book. Dylan practically saw the future at a glance. A love knot, a ring. Dylan turned the teacup slightly, looked at the pattern at the bottom, and chuckled. Congratulations, you will definitely have a happy love life in the future. That lady will be with you all the way to the end. Dylan's words made Neville's cheeks instantly red, and his ears also became hot, as red as if he had been cast a color-changing spell, looking like a ripe tomato. His hands unconsciously clenched the corners of his clothes, and he lowered his head slightly, with a shy look on his face. Really? His eyes looked at the teacup in Dylan's hand from time to time. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't help but slightly sideways and looked in Dylan's direction. However, Dylan turned the teacup again, and a new pattern appeared. Yarn? It looks like you'll have endless troubles in your life, maybe even a complete mess. You need to calm down and unravel these balls of yarn, and everything will go smoothly in the end. And this, the triangular pyramid, looks a bit like a wizard's hat. Neville, it looks like you might be interested in education in the future. I think you might stay at Hogwarts to teach. Huh? Neville's eyes widened. How can you see so many patterns in this cup of tea? Dylan smiled and nodded. Yes, tea leaves can change, and so can fate. Chapter 178 Professor Trelawney's New Prophecy. Just as Dylan was helping Neville with divination by observing tea leaves, Professor Trelawney suddenly leaped from the shadows with astonishing speed. Her bony fingers, like eagle claws, seized Harry's teacup. The silver bracelets on her wrists clashed, creating a crisp sound like wind chimes. The tea leaves in Harry's cup rearranged themselves in the vibrations, forming a sinuous snake-like pattern. At the snake's eye sat an undissolved tea stalk. "A snake, it seems you have an enemy," Professor Trelawney muttered. Hermione, however, sitting at the table with Harry and the others, frowned, her eyebrows almost reaching her hairline. She slammed shut the book, seeing the future through the mist in front of her. The heavy pages snapped, startling the ogre bird perched on the windowsill. "Harry's enemies? Which ones?" "He has many enemies." Harry's mouth twitched. "No." Hermione ignored him and continued to stare at Professor Trelawney, after realizing that this elective course couldn't be mastered directly through reading. Hermione couldn't help but feel resentful about divination. How could a course even require supplementary materials designed solely to help a wizard observe seemingly insignificant tea leaves? It was utterly absurd. Furthermore, she didn't sense any true divination power from Professor Trelawney. On the contrary, she even felt that this strangely dressed professor was just playing tricks. Her words were always so vague. Furthermore, Hermione recalled what Dylan had mentioned to her: divination wasn't a rich course. Studying it wouldn't allow a wizard to truly master divination. She couldn't help but wonder what Dylan meant. Could it be that Professor Trelawney didn't actually know how to divinate? It was no wonder she had such a thought. The classroom environment was truly awful, and it was already depressing. Furthermore, Hermione herself didn't have much talent for divination. Even observing the shape of tea leaves was a struggle for her. Naturally, she wasn't going to be kind to Professor Trelawney. If it weren't for Dylan, someone who had truly shown her the power of divination, Hermione would have seriously doubted that such a thing as foreseeing the future existed. Prophecy requires a hazy beauty, my dear. Faced with Hermione's dissatisfaction, Professor Trelawney simply glanced at her and then looked away. "And, child, prophecy should not be revealed lightly, as that would entangle the diviner in causality." "What? What are you talking about?" "Dylan can also divine, and he always states his results directly and frankly." Hermione's eyes widened. Professor Trelawney paused at the mention of Dylan. "But then," she continued confidently, "Dylan is the diviner I trained. He's very talented. But you, young lady, don't seem to have that same talent. I see that the light in you is dim. It's a pity, my dear. You probably won't be able to experience the joy of prophecy." As she finished speaking, Professor Trelawney stole a glance at Dylan. Seeing Harry's lack of reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief and glanced back at Harry's teacup. "A hammer. I think it's a skull-cracking hammer. It symbolizes attack." "Oh, dear, it looks like you're going to face some bad things in your future." "A skull-cracking hammer?" Ron was stunned. "Wasn't that a medieval torture device? Wait, skeletons? Oh, wait, that's dangerous." Professor Trelawney seemed to have noticed something, and her expression froze. Then, as if struck by an invisible force, she fell backward uncontrollably, landing heavily on the empty cushion next to her. Simultaneously, her large shawl spread out in the air, resembling the wings of a thestral. The tarot cards beneath the cushion were lifted by the air currents, scattering in the air. The top card was the death card. Professor Trelawney quickly raised a hand and clutched it tightly to her chest. Her closed eyes trembled, and her head mechanically shook from side to side, as if trying to dispel the image before her. Don't ask that, child, poor child, don't tell it." Professor Trelawney didn't seem to be trying to deceive. Dylan was also puzzled. Had Professor Trelawney seen something again? At this moment, Dean, who was sitting at another table, leaned over and looked at the bottom of the teacup that Professor Trelawney had dropped on the table. "It doesn't look like anything." Many people stood up and gathered around Harry and Ron, wanting to see what the tea leaves looked like. "Ah, ominous. Child, that's a bad omen." Professor Trelawney's eyes snapped open, her voice a shrill roar. But her words froze Harry in his tracks. "What? Professor, what do you mean by that? If you catch a glimpse of that skeletal hound wandering among the desolate graves, beware. Every inch of scorched earth it steps on will burst into thorny mandrakes. Condensed in its stamens are the wails of the dead, a lament that even eternal night cannot devour." "What?" Harry was even more confused. "Professor, what are you talking about, big dog?" A big, spooky dog. That's a deadly omen. Sparks suddenly erupted from the tip of Seamus' wand. Dylan curled his lips. It seems Professor Trelawney did see something. But, if the dog is a bad omen, that's a bit far-fetched. After all, Harry himself is the biggest bra in Hogwarts. Ugh. A bad omen. Hermione, jostled by the crowd, suddenly leaped to her feet. Her momentum was breathtaking, her voluminous curls bursting out like a lion's mane. Those who had leaned in to see what was under Harry's teacup were frightened and took 2 steps back. Hey! Be careful, Hermione ignored them, staring at Professor Trelawney. Your claims are grossly exaggerated. I don't agree at all. It clearly looks like a cross with a rising sun. How can it be ominous, and how can it possibly be associated with a bad omen? Professor Trelawney took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then glanced at Hermione with a hint of disapproval. I'm sorry, but it seems you don't have much light. I think it's even dimmer than I imagined. This makes your perception of the future extremely limited. I understand the pain of ordinary people not being able to glimpse the future. Professor Trelawney wasn't a bad person, that was what Dylan had sensed from her previous interactions. However, as a Hogwarts professor, if you don't have real talent and knowledge, you always have to take unusual approaches to teaching students, like Lockhart did. Of course, Professor Trelawney would only engage in minor deceptions in class to maintain her professorial dignity, unlike Lockhart's exaggerated approach. At this point, Professor Trelawney's gaze shifted from Hermione. Alright, let's end the lesson for today. I'm no longer able to peer into the future. She waved her hand wearily, her voice becoming slurred again. She expressed impatience, unwilling to even glance at Hermione. It seemed she disliked students who dared to openly question her in class. Come to think of it, without even the most basic trust, how could she deceive them? Even if she succeeded, it would take considerable effort. Instead, it would be better to simply try to make them dislike divination class. If they were to abandon the class, wouldn't that be the fulfillment of her earlier prediction? Grab your belongings, don't leave any behind, children. Professor Trelawney sauntered back into the shadows. The next moment, she seemed to vanish from sight. Dylan blinked. It's not magic, it's more like some muggle trick. Dylan told Neville, Harry, and the others to leave first. He remained in the classroom. Only after everyone had left did Dylan approach Professor Trelawney. At the same time, a shadow flickered in the shadows. A head with a frizzy head poked out. Are they all gone? Yes, Professor. Professor Trelawney sighed with apparent relief. Every class gives me a headache. Often, I just don't know how to deal with these thorny little wizards. Dylan smiled. Professor, you've studied the books on divination so thoroughly. Haven't you discovered any methods to improve your divination talent? Professor Trelawney's previous frenzy faded completely. Instead, she looked at Dylan calmly and shook her head gently. Child, many of the records are just deceptive tricks, or useless methods, at least for me. Professor Trelawney sighed softly. I've tried many methods, but I don't seem to have any talent for divination, except at certain times. Dylan remained silent. He didn't respond, but he didn't nod either. Who knows if his system rewards will reveal something that can help others improve their divination talents? Don't worry about me. As long as I have a place to stay in school, I'll be content. Professor Trelawney's lips curled into a smile, and she quickly regained her spirits, slowly walking to the table where Dylan had just sat. Her eyes fell on Dylan's teacup. Oh, a top hat. Are you going to be a high-ranking official in the future? Dylan's expression froze, and his mouth twitched. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but at that moment, Professor Trelawney's brows furrowed, her face turning pale as paper. Then, her eyes rolled back and closed, as if under the control of the Imperius curse. Then, in a trembling, mysterious voice, Professor Trelawney slowly recited, In the dark abyss, the power of the Demon King is awakening. His followers worship devoutly in the darkness. Their ritual is about to begin, and the world will be shrouded in fear and shadow. No one can stand against him, not even the former Demon King. Or even the Savior. Dylan was stunned at the words. But the next moment, Professor Trelawney seemed to have woken from a nightmare, her mind dazed. She looked at Dylan with a bewildered expression. Child, what happened to me just now? Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly, then fluttered his eyelashes, revealing an innocent look. Nothing. What happened? Professor Trelawney scratched his head. The bracelet on his hand jingled. Why did I suddenly feel like I lost consciousness just now? How could that be? If you lost consciousness, how would you know you lost consciousness? Professor Trelawney blinked and nodded. That seems to be true. Dylan suddenly heard Professor Trelawney's prophecy, and it seemed as if it might be related to him. He couldn't stay any longer and prepared to leave. Professor, I have a class next, so I won't bother you for now. Oh, of course, class is more important. Go ahead, child, Professor Trelawney nodded. She was about to personally clean the students' used teacups one by one. Scourgify, Dylan flicked his wand. Magical power transformed into silken threads, wrapping around the tea-stained cups. Wherever the light touched, dirt instantly dissipated, and the remaining brown tea stains were gradually erased. The cups' surfaces became translucent and clean. With a wave of Dylan's wand, they landed one by one in the center of each table, neatly arranged. You're welcome, Professor. I'll be going now, Dylan smiled. Oh, my boy, your control of magic is truly exquisite. Keep it up. I will, Professor. Dylan nodded, turned, and said goodbye. He descended the stairs. There was no one else there. The next class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The Transfiguration classroom was not close to the North Tower. Therefore, Neville and the others did not wait for Dylan, but hurried over. Dylan's steps were fast. His legs were blessed with magic, making them run as fast as a bolt of lightning. Before long, he had caught up with the main group. Hey, Dylan. Neville spotted Dylan running towards him from a distance and waved at him. Dylan walked over and dispersed his magic. Ron was surprised. What kind of magic is this? I feel like you're even going to fly, Dylan casually introduced. Some small spells, but they're quite difficult to learn. Ron, what does that mean? Are you saying that he can't learn it even if he tries? Woo-hoo! Ron ran away crying. Harry, on the other hand, frowned, looking a little worried. He looked at Dylan again and again, and finally said hesitantly, regarding Professor Trelawney's prophecy, do you think it will happen? I mean the omen of death? Dylan looked at him and reached out to pat his shoulder. Harry, I didn't see any ominous signs, not even a bra. Don't worry, if I saw you were about to die, I would have told you the day before you died, Dylan smiled. That way, when you die, you won't have to do homework or study for exams, just have a good meal and curse whoever you want. Harry was stunned, but didn't get angry at Dylan's words. Instead, he swallowed and smiled. Dylan said so he must be fine. He felt a little relieved. However, the strange looks the other students gave him were still a little hard to get used to. As Dylan and Neville walked further away, Harry lowered his head slightly and quickened his pace. He wasn't about to die. Why were they looking at him like that? After the group of young wizards returned to their respective classrooms, Dylan and Neville still chose to sit in the front row. The one behind them followed suit, taking the first seat on the other side. Behind her were Ron and Harry. You're already in third year, and I assume you're all familiar with the basics of Transfiguration. Starting today, I'll gradually introduce you to one of the highest achievements of Transfiguration, the Animagus. Professor McGonagall stood upright at the podium. Her well-cut robes flowed smoothly. Behind her square glasses, her gaze sternly scanned the young wizards below. For some reason, the students today gave her a feeling of absent-mindedness. Even though her expression was serious enough, many of them didn't respond with focused glances. Professor McGonagall frowned and tapped her wand hard on the podium. Focus, Animagus. I've actually introduced it to you before, and you've seen it before. It's like this. As she finished her words, a soft aura enveloped Professor McGonagall. As the aura flickered, her form began to rapidly transform. Her once tall figure shrank rapidly, and her robes and hair merged into the light. In the blink of an eye, a tabby cat with sleek fur landed steadily on the podium. Its eyes were sharp and bright, and when it swept across the audience, it carried with it the dignity and scrutiny that was typical of Professor McGonagall. The tabby cat gracefully paced around the podium, showing the students the uniqueness and charm of its animagus form, and then was enveloped in light again. The glow faded. Professor McGonagall had returned to her human form. She straightened her robes and looked at everyone. However, even though she was demonstrating in person, the students didn't seem to pay much attention to her. Professor McGonagall frowned deeply. Can anyone tell me what happened that made you so listless that you couldn't even listen to my class? Chapter 179 Malfoy is so afraid of you, it shouldn't just be because you are good at scolding him. Professor McGonagall finished speaking. The students present couldn't help but turn their eyes to Harry. However, no one spoke up in response. Seeing this, Hermione, who was sitting in the first row in the upper left corner, raised her hand to Professor McGonagall. I think everyone must have been affected by the divination class just now, when interpreting the tea leaves. The professor cursed Harry. Curse? Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows. Dylan shook his head. No, Professor, it was a prophecy made by Professor Trelawney. Professor McGonagall frowned. She made a new prophecy. Hermione immediately continued. Yes. I think her prophecy is nonsense. Professor McGonagall's expression relaxed. Did she say that Harry might die? Hermione was stunned, then nodded. Professor, how do you know? She said that Harry is about to encounter a bad omen of death. Harry's expression was normal. He had already heard the new interpretation from Dylan. Well, I don't think you need to put too much thought and energy into this matter, Professor McGonagall said. Especially you, Potter. Don't be afraid. Ever since the divination professor arrived at the school, I've heard some of her predictions almost every year. Death, a bad omen, an ominous omen. It's always like this. I haven't seen any students die in a single class, but she always greets each new class she meets with these completely unrealistic dark omens, and this year it's your turn. Professor McGonagall paused, her serious expression revealing a hint of helplessness. I really don't want to speak ill of my colleagues behind their backs. At this point, seeing the other students looking at her, Professor McGonagall opened her mouth but swallowed back her words. Complaining about a colleague's bizarre behavior to the students was not something a refined lady should do. So, Professor McGonagall simply took a deep breath, her expression calming down again. In short, I don't think divination has a place in the vast ocean of magical knowledge, at least not for me. I have no patience for it, nor do I want to be juggling cards and crystal balls. As for your divination professor, don't waste your energy speculating on what she says. In fact, there's nothing to say. Children, remember this, true prophets don't make many predictions. They only reveal the most crucial ones, and sometimes even the most crucial ones are kept secret. Professor McGonagall's tone towards the students became patient as she mentioned divination. It was clear that she truly disliked Professor Trelawney. From her behavior, one could infer what the other professors thought of Professor Trelawney. Even Professor McGonagall, who is the most tolerant with others, acted this way, let alone the others. Regarding divination, you only need to remember one thing. This is what someone with true divination skills told me. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall cast her gaze upon Dylan. If it's a good omen, embrace it with joy. If it's a bad omen, disregard it and don't let worry take over. Dylan fluttered his eyelashes and chuckled. Was he being so artistic? How could he not remember? You look so relaxed, Potter. It seems you've already received guidance, but I must say again, you seem to be in perfect health. Therefore, I won't exempt you from your homework just because of a divination, unless one day you actually encounter that non-existent omen. Only then will I exempt you from your homework. Harry was stunned and blinked. Why did this sound so familiar? Harry also set his gaze on Dylan. Suddenly, he couldn't help but grin, feeling relieved. Perhaps Professor Trelawney's prediction about him wasn't truly accurate. After all, Dylan had already said he would be fine. Wasn't Dylan a true prophet with a gift of foresight? As for the black dog he saw earlier, it might just be a coincidence. How could a dog bring him disaster? After the transfiguration class ended, Dylan and Hermione didn't leave. Instead, they returned to the time before class started. They went to another classroom and continued their lesson. Using the time turner to travel through time, Dylan sensed the changes in the space around him. It was a magical feeling. He could even see the surrounding scene moving backwards. Time truly was spinning rapidly, until it brought him back to the beginning of the second period. Dylan, let's go. To class, Hermione looked at Dylan. Dylan didn't want to explore the power and workings of the time turner just yet. There would be plenty of time for that later. He nodded and followed Hermione to the new classroom to begin the next arithmancy class. Once there, Professor Victor didn't explain much before asking the students to start writing. Her attitude and teaching style seemed even more rigorous than Professor McGonagall's. Before she even started, she was already asking the students to do arithmetic. Meanwhile, Hermione sat next to Dylan. She didn't see anyone familiar in this elective class, so it was natural for her not to sit with Dylan. Watching Dylan's rapid handwriting, Hermione paused. Finally, she lowered her voice and spoke softly. Dylan, you're a truly gifted prophet, so I'm asking you this question without hesitation. Dylan didn't look up, but continued writing as he spoke. What? That girl in divination class, is she really a prophet? I mean, is she possibly a fraud? You know, Her behavior in class doesn't resemble that of a prophet, but more like a charlatan. Then do you think I'm a prophet? Hermione was stunned, then nodded. Of course, I just said you're a truly gifted prophet. Dylan raised his head slightly. So do you think I might actually be a fraud as well? Or, if I were to deceive you now, would you trust me or not? Hermione was stunned by Dylan's question. Actually, she didn't understand the point of Dylan's question at all. Seeing that she didn't respond, Dylan lowered his head again, looking at the notebook in front of him. He had actually dabbled in arithmetic divination before class. He'd read books on the subject. However, at the time, he'd mistakenly believed it was actually probabilistic. Professor Victor immediately disproved his explanation. It was a professor with a similar name to the guy in the Mechanical Ascension, worthy of his name. His explanations were incredibly insightful. Simply by calculating the questions he was given, Dylan gained a profound understanding of arithmetic divination. Compared to probabilistic divination, this subject actually lived up to its name, arithmetic. It meant calculation, or perhaps something like astrology. As Professor Victor put it, it was about using numbers to predict the future. To determine a person's personality and destiny, they didn't need to observe strange tea leaves, nor did they need crystal balls or tarot cards. Instead, they sought to understand their psychology. Simply by converting letters into numbers and applying mathematical operations to relevant information like names, they could derive personality numbers, spiritual numbers, and social numbers. By interpreting these numbers based on a series of theories of interpretation, one can analyze a person's personality, destiny, and so on. As for the accuracy of the results obtained through calculations, it can only be said that a prophet with true prophetic gifts would not need to do such things. For those without prophetic gifts, calculating numbers is obviously better than staring at a cup of tea leaves. Are you saying that Professor Trelawney is not a fraud? No, I'm just asking whether a person has this so-called prophetic ability. All they can predict are future events, and the future hasn't yet happened. How can you tell whether they are just giving you a lie or revealing true information about the future? Hermione frowned. That's easy to verify, of course, but they can also not tell you the truth, or only tell you half the truth. Dylan shrugged. Why would a prophet necessarily tell you the true prophecy? Hermione pursed her lips. Besides, is the prophet withholding the truth from you because he can't, to avoid a diversion of the future, or is he deliberately concealing the truth in an attempt to change the future? Can you tell? A thoughtful look crossed Hermione's face. She lowered her head, glancing at the parchment in her hands. This arithmancy class made her feel much more comfortable than staring blankly at tea leaves. She quickly calculated the answer. Dylan immediately compared his own result with Hermione's. The answer was the same. It seems you're actually quite talented at divination, just in a different form. Dylan smiled. Hermione's face remained stern, a bit serious. I understand your point, Dylan, but I still don't think that professor has any real substance. Dylan blinked. You've defined it, so accept it. Hermione turned back, her eyes lighting up as a thought occurred to her. That's what Professor McGonagall said, right? I've heard you say it before. Believe good predictions, don't believe bad ones. It's just a bad possibility. That's the attitude a true prophet should have. Hermione suddenly seemed to understand everything, her expression brightening. It was like she'd discovered a new world. Because the two's calculations were approved by Professor Victor, they were praised as an exception. Professor Victor even allowed them to chat briefly during class, as long as it didn't interfere with other students' calculations. So, Hermione didn't care, and said to Dylan with shining eyes, the future others predict may be deceptive, but the future will definitely come, so, we just have to wait for the future to arrive, and we'll know if the prophet is a fraud. That's pretty accurate. So what? Dylan smacked his lips. Hermione was not discouraged at all, but continued, a true prophet would not emphasize making other people believe his predictions. Others can believe it or not, but this professor always tries to find ways to make other people agree with her predictions, so I conclude that she is a liar. Very unique angle. Dylan opened his mouth. Since you think so, as I said, then I will accept your conclusion. Hermione's high-pitched momentum was suddenly stopped, and the whole person became depressed again. Whether that professor is a liar or not, I have to admit one thing, she is right about one thing. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to enjoy the pleasure of seeing through the future. Hermione sighed. I don't have the talent for divination at all. Dylan chuckled. Most people don't have it, just like many muggles can't become wizards. Otherwise why are there so few students in our school? Few. Hermione looked at Dylan in surprise. How can there be few? I almost didn't get a seat on the train, Dylan. He glanced at Hermione. So do you want to drop out of the class? In fact, there are very few people with a talent for divination, but isn't there still someone who gets full marks in divination classes every year? No. Hermione shook her head firmly. If getting a perfect score means I have to give up my pride and deliberately curry favor with a professor who already has a problem with me, if I spend so much time making a so-called prediction based on a pile of tea leaves and end up with a dire conclusion, then I'd rather not get a perfect score. I'd rather just drop out. Dylan shrugged. Having a firm sense of self-esteem is a good thing. As I said, once you've made a decision, don't regret it. Meanwhile, other students were showing Professor Victor their answers. Some were correct, some were wrong. Professor Victor didn't criticize those who made mistakes, but instead patiently explained. Hermione glanced over, then looked away. I think I'll definitely get a perfect score in this class. At least the professor is more normal. Well, I never think it's a good thing to call someone else abnormal. Hermione's expression suddenly turned strange. No matter when, it is not a good thing to say that others are abnormal. Then why did you scold Malfoy until he even cried last time, and the time before that? Dylan paused and smiled awkwardly. Isn't it because he bullied other students first? Although I am too lazy to teach him a lesson, it does not mean that I have to ignore it if I see his rude behavior. You know, students are not allowed to fight with each other, especially they are not allowed to use evil spells on each other, so I naturally tried to teach Malfoy with a sincere heart to make his heart turn to the light. Hermione's mouth twitched. He is so afraid of you. I don't think it is just because you are good at scolding him. No way. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Chapter 180 Hippogriff. After class, while eating in the cafeteria, Dylan rubbed the time turner in his hand, pondering his assumptions about its workings. I haven't used the pensieve in old Dumbledore's office much, but the time turner and the pensieve might not be that different. Both relied on extremely advanced ancient magic runes. Unlike the pensieve, the time turner employed some alchemical techniques that he still couldn't fully grasp. Alchemy. My research in this area is really a bit superficial. Dylan took a sip of orange juice. Perhaps it's time for me to apply to old Dumbledore for a degree. It was well known that old Dumbledore's alchemical skills were quite advanced. If he could learn from old Dong Tao, study abroad, and in the process, learn the Gubular Fairy Fire, his alchemical proficiency would surely reach a considerable height. Well, these classes do allow me to learn from the professors some perspectives I haven't seen in my textbooks, but Dylan wasn't willing to spend too much time studying for electives. He couldn't finish this semester and still not understand the true workings of the time turner, only to have to start all over again next year. That would be insane. This kind of non-stop study wouldn't be very helpful to him. Therefore, Dylan didn't want to devote too much time and energy to these electives. After lunch, classes continued in the afternoon. This one was care of magical creatures. Neville wasn't there, but Harry had joined the class. Besides Gryffindor, there were also Slytherin students. Hermione approached Dylan, only to find that the book he held in his hand remained motionless. It looked like an ordinary book, not a biting one. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Why don't you just tie it down and keep it quiet? Dylan turned and immediately saw the book in Hermione's hand, the Monster Book of Monsters. It was now tightly bound in rough bandages, like a bound stray dog. A subtle rustling sound echoed from the pages, and it was still struggling and twisting. Well, it's simple. I just removed the Transfiguration curse on the book. You can try it, Dylan said, reaching up and touching Hermione's chest. Hermione was startled, her cheeks flushed, and she was about to step back. But Dylan's hand had already touched the spine of the book she held in her arms. The movement was gentle, but it caused the restless monster book to tremble violently, as if it had shuddered. Then it immediately became quiet. No longer struggling or shaking, it was now obediently held in Hermione's arms. Or maybe you want to keep it active, only quieting it when needed. That's how you could do it. Hermione's eyes lit up. I see. She paused for a moment, carefully removing the bandages wrapped around the book as it fell silent. She remained alert, ready to fling the book at any moment. However, the bite she'd imagined didn't happen. The monster book remained peacefully in her hands. Hermione excitedly flipped open the book. She'd bought this book a long time ago, but had never read it. It was like a madman, wanting to bite her every time she approached. It made it impossible for her to prepare for it, and it was the only class she hadn't reviewed in advance. Dylan blinked at her hurried movements. Why are you looking at it now? Of course, I'll wait until class starts. If you have any questions, I can answer them. Then watch. Dylan smacked his lips. The students standing nearby, observing their actions, mimicked them in amazement. Because Hagrid hadn't included a note on how to deal with a monster book on his list, few students knew how to calm the volatile monster book. Even many Slytherins didn't know. They never read such books. Even their parents didn't. Of course, some purebloods might have families who knew how to tame a monster book. But due to their pride, these young wizards would rather secretly wrap the monster book with tape or bandages than ask their parents for help. They feared being scorned for not being able to handle such a small task on their own. So, not only Gryffindors, but many Slytherin wizards, too, would follow Hermione's lead and wrap the monster book. Or they would stick it in the cracks of their backpacks. Some even opted to use tweezers or pliers. In short, they would do whatever it took to keep the monster book quiet. Dylan followed Hermione, Harry, and the others out of the castle. They arrived at Hagrid's hut. This class was taught by Hagrid. He immediately designated the class's location as the spot. Hey, little ones, hurry up and get over here. Hurry. From a distance, they could see Hagrid standing at the doorway of the hut. His eyes sparkled as he waved at them. It was clear Hagrid was excited. As the group arrived, Hagrid's innocent laugh echoed. I've got something good planned for this class, believe me, it's going to be fantastic. Hagrid glanced around, made a mock head count, and then waved eagerly. Looks like everyone's here. Then follow me and don't fall behind. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you'll run into any danger in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid turned his tall frame, glanced at Dylan, and then stepped into the Forbidden Forest. Dylan didn't look away, pretending not to see his gaze. Yesterday, Hagrid had secretly asked Ron to tell him that he wanted him to set a time for a late-night rendezvous in the Forbidden Forest. But Dylan thought about how busy he'd be, and how Hagrid had just started, so he couldn't possibly offer much. So Dylan flatly refused. He followed Hagrid at a leisurely pace. Although his strides were long, Dylan didn't seem to be huffing and puffing like the other young wizards. Instead, he seemed calm and composed. Malfoy fell behind the group. He glanced at Harry, who was walking quickly past him. Suddenly, he grabbed the straps he was using to bind the monster book and slapped it directly on the book in his hand. This thing had been trying to bite him, and now it finally got a taste of its power. Meanwhile, Draco said pointedly, I can't believe Hogwarts lets an idiot who knows nothing teach. I think this school is doomed. It'd be better if they had Dementors as students. Snap! Malfoy slapped the monster book again. The book trembled, but didn't bite him. Seeing this, Malfoy slapped it even harder. If my dad knew about this, his blood pressure would definitely rise. He'd have a heart attack. Harry, who had just walked past him, heard this guy's chatter seemingly going on endlessly. He stopped, frowned, and glared at him. Enough, Malfoy. You're talking too much. Malfoy pouted and glared at Harry with disgust. Hey, isn't this the savior Harry who was scared to death on the train? Those Dementors won't actually eat you. After knowing that Harry was scared by the Dementors on the train, Malfoy always tried to use this to mock him. This time, he finally got his chance. Harry gritted his teeth and glared at him. Hermione, walking beside Dylan, glanced at him. Dylan still didn't look away. He wasn't the kind of person who would curse casually. It was too rude. To lash out without restraint was not the behavior of a refined gentleman. Of course. In reality, Dylan hadn't noticed what was happening on Harry's side. He was brooding over the time turner in the Dementors. This time, he'd captured 7 Dementors. Yet, they hadn't yielded any significant achievement rewards. This annoyed Dylan. He planned to find some free time in his own dimension to give those Dementors a good beating. He'd torture them to death, hoping to unlock some other achievements. After all, those Dementors wouldn't actually die. At that moment, Hagrid, walking in the front, paused. They had already reached the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Wait here for a minute. I'll be back soon. The post-noon sunlight filtered through the treetops, shattering into golden hue. Rough branches snaked through the rotting leaves. The air was filled with a strange smell, a mixture of animal feces and wood. Hagrid asked all the students to stand still while he quickly walked behind an extremely large tree. Look at this. As Hagrid's towering figure emerged from behind the giant tree, the undergrowth rustled incessantly. The moss that had fallen from his shoulder rustled to the ground. A group of young wizards looked at Hagrid. He was clutching a dozen thick iron chains, almost as thick as his wrists. The links clashed, gleaming coldly and making a clattering sound. At the other end of the chains were a herd of hippogriffs. A rough count revealed at least a dozen of them. They emerged from the grass, scratching their hoofs. Each one had a sharp eagle beak, coated in a layer of honey-colored keratin, and when they opened and closed, the scarlet membrane of flesh could be seen deep within their mouths. The horses' bodies were covered in glossy gray fur that looked like silk, and their manes curled and exploded like burning copper wire. The shoulder blades of these strange creatures all had bulges of tendon flesh. Oh my god, these are... Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Hippogriffs, she had just seen them in a book. I didn't expect to see them in the blink of an eye. Hagrid nodded immediately, his face lit with excitement. Yes, these are hippogriffs. Aren't they beautiful? Look at their amber eyes and those fluffy feathers. Hagrid pointed at the hippogriffs and pointed at the young wizards. But they're quite powerful. Hermione's brows furrowed, threatening to tangle with the loose curls on her forehead. I saw in the book that these creatures can break bones with just a flap of their wings. How can we be face to face with these dangerous magical creatures in our first class? Hermione was no stranger to Hagrid. In fact, thanks to Harry, they were already quite familiar with each other. So she asked her question directly. Hagrid chuckled nonchalantly. But they are indeed very beautiful, aren't they? That was the truth, Dylan muttered to himself. It had to be said that these hippogriffs, despite their bizarre shapes, were truly captivating. Their broad wings were especially striking, even unfurled, their robustness was evident. I really want to catch a few of them, Dylan practically drooled. He'd explored the Forbidden Forest several times before, but the creatures he'd encountered weren't anything truly remarkable. This was making Dylan somewhat frustrated. And if he made too much noise, it would be one thing to attract Hagrid's attention, but if he attracted Old Man Dumbledore's attention, that would be truly troublesome. No matter how beautiful they are, they're not immune to danger, Hermione finished. The hippogriff, already led by Hagrid, the one closest to them, suddenly raised its head, its amber pupils scanning the group before its gaze rested on Hermione. Its nostrils flared, releasing two streams of white mist. Hey, calm down, little one, Hagrid tugged at the chain. Dylan observed these magical creatures, and suddenly thought of Newt. If he were the professor for care of magical creatures, Dylan couldn't imagine how interesting the class would be. Newt's understanding of magical creatures was undoubtedly far greater than Hagrid's. Furthermore, Newt could more easily explain the characteristics of their lives to them in a more detailed and precise manner. It's quite possible that you'll be asked to dance during class, like the unicorn mating dance, or the scorpion dance. Dylan smacked his lips. So, why would someone do a mating dance? Hagrid stepped forward. Listen, children, what I'm about to say is very important. It's about these beautiful little creatures. They're very proud creatures, and proud creatures are prone to temper, so, absolutely do not insult these little creatures with harsh words. It could very well get you killed. After all, their attacks are quite powerful. I don't want to see any of you break bones here. I might not be able to help in time. After all, he wasn't very good at it. Hagrid maintained a distance as he explained the key points to the students. Then he led the group of hippogriffs closer to the students. Remember, you must wait until these little ones make their move first, understand? This is the courtesy you should have. Chapter 181 I seem to know how to protect the gods. This is Buckbeak. Hagrid led the rightmost hippogriff to the crowd. After giving them a good look, he pushed it back. Then, he released the stern-looking hippogriff in the lead, even removing the collar from its neck. This is Sir Quill. Hagrid petted the pure black hippogriff, which was more robust and more noble-looking than Buckbeak. You all approach slowly and bow to it. If it bows back, you can pet it. If not, leave immediately. It'll kill you. Hagrid clapped his hands. Okay, who wants to come and say hello to it first? Hagrid looked expectant. Actually, Hagrid had built a small, seemingly useless fence around the area. He and the other hippogriffs stayed inside the fence. However, many of the students were seeing these creatures for the first time, feeling intimidated and unwilling to get up close. So, upon hearing Hagrid's words, many stepped back in unison. Harry swallowed. He didn't want Hagrid to be met with such a cold reception on his first stint as professor. But asking him to approach these giants, Harry was hesitant. Suddenly, a figure beside him clambered over the fence. Hey! I knew you were interested, Dylan. Hagrid's eyes lit up. He knew Dylan's interest in these magical creatures was no less than his own. Come on, Give it a try. Let me see what Sergei thinks of you. Hagrid made way, but not too far. He remained beside Dylan. Allowing students to come into close contact with these powerful magical creatures could indeed be dangerous. Although he was careless, slow to react, and not very perceptive, he was no fool. He couldn't let students approach these magical creatures without any protection. As for what protection, he was already standing there. Did he need to tell me? Dylan trudged forward, his boots crunching through the fallen leaves shrouded by the dappled shadows of the trees, making a soft, gentle sound. He reached Sir Quill. Sir Quill stood on the flat, clearing, his pure black wings gleaming a faint blue in the golden light. The sunlight filtered through the gaps between his feathers, casting subtle shadows across his muscular build. Unlike other hippogriffs, whose eyes were amber, Sir Quill's were golden. Sharp, like a hawk's. He lowered his head, meeting Dylan's gaze. Something unexpected happened. This usually ferocious hippogriff took an unusual half-step back, averting its golden eyes and twisting its iron-gray beak. This should have been a predator's gesture of defiance, but now it felt awkward and awkward. Dylan blinked and took another step forward. Sir Quill's hind legs seemed to step on a stone, and his hind quarters slipped. His flamboyant black wings folded, and he stumbled a few times before finally steadying himself. Hagrid's eyes widened. Merlin's beard, what's wrong with you today? This isn't like you. Have you forgotten how you bit 3 goblins who stole eggs when you were little? Sir Quill glanced at Hagrid. Seeing that he didn't show any repulsion towards Dylan, Hagrid waved to him. All right, start bowing, little ones. When ordinary humans expose the back of their necks to a beast like a hippogriff, it's tantamount to offering a vital part. It's both a sign of respect and a dangerous challenge. Dylan placed his left hand lightly on his chest, his black wizard robes falling naturally as he bowed. His back arched gracefully, the back of his neck revealing a healthy complexion in the sunlight. Dylan didn't bother to remain vigilant. What if this little creature named Sir Quill attacked him? Then the other party would surely endure pain and torture beyond its imagining. As Dylan stood up, his fingertips still rested on his shirt. Very good, take your time, Hagrid nodded. As Dylan stood up, everyone's attention turned to Sir Quill. Almost immediately, Sir Quill ducked his head and bowed to Dylan, his head almost reaching Dylan's crotch. Hagrid saw nothing wrong with this, and seeing Sir Quill's response only made him even more excited. He clapped his hands together. Excellent. I didn't expect teaching to be so easy, such a success the first time. Hagrid said quickly, it seems Sir Quill is very fond of you. He's agreed to let you pet him. Dylan smiled and raised his hand. Sir Quill tactfully lowered his head, allowing Dylan to pet him better. Dylan's palm slid down Sir Quill's mane, his fingertips feeling the stiffness of each feather as fine wire, but not holding hands. Well, the rachis is quite strong, and the feathers are dense enough. It's just that the oily skin secretes too much. If you want to use these feathers for experiments, it's best to treat them with a drying charm for a while first, Dylan muttered softly. Hagrid was clapping his hands so hard that he couldn't hear anything. Instead, Sergei heard what Dylan had said clearly. Its massive body trembled. However, Dylan's palm moved down its head, touching the wattle on its jaw, pausing for a moment at the throat sac, feeling the touch. The vocal cord structure is also quite good. I wonder if the material from the hippogriff can provide any help in my experiments. Sergei trembled even more violently. Ooh! This little guy told you to touch it harder, Dylan, harder, Hagrid shouted from the side. Dylan also exerted force with his fingers, picking up a few broken feathers. Sergei cried out. Dylan withdrew his hand and held the broken feather up to the sunlight. He frowned slightly as he observed the fine pores within the rachis. It's a bit lacking in toughness, making it unsuitable for a transfiguration spell, but experiments involving transfiguration can be ruled out. The students behind him observed Dylan's interaction with Sir Quill. They noticed that the latter, delighted by being touched, actually let out a joyful cry. This piqued the interest of many students. With Hagrid's shouting and joking, stirring the atmosphere, many students exclaimed in surprise. Very good. The little one likes you very much? This is the first time I've seen him squeal with joy when someone touches him. Hagrid rubbed his broad palms, twitching his thick beard, and chuckled. Now, try it, ride it. Dylan calmly stuffed the feathers into his pocket. I've ridden dragons and phoenixes before, and this time I can unlock another creature. Dylan moved to Sir Quill's side. Hagrid approached, showing him how to do it. See here? Behind the wing joint, you can step on it. Don't worry about it hurting, the bone is hard here, just step on it and climb up, Hagrid muttered. Dylan had indeed intended to step on the back joint of Sergei's wing and climb onto his back. However, amid Hagrid's incessant, rambling explanations, Dylan's boot tip just touched Sergei's flank. The seemingly unruly hippogriff suddenly curled up its scaly limbs and, like a tamed dog, lowered its back to the ground. It even lowered its head and twisted its neck into a docile curve. Hagrid, standing by, froze, his mouth open, his arms frozen in midair. The instructions he was about to shout stuck in his throat. The Gryffindors and Slytherins watching also raised their brows. Professor Hagrid, a Gryffindor boy in the front row, scratched his face. What does this mean? Another Gryffindor student shouted. Professor Hagrid, didn't you say this beast was ferocious and proud? It loses its temper easily at anyone. It might kill us. Many students in the crowd chimed in, their voices tinged with confusion and a hint of amusement. Hagrid smiled innocently and scratched his matted hair. Maybe it's Dylan's scent. It's familiar, I mean, it likes it. Dylan glanced at Hagrid. If that's all, then I want to ride this. Before the student could finish his words, a dozen or so hippogriffs nearby suddenly turned their gazes at him. Their gazes were almost tangible. The student's words were instantly caught in his throat. Don't talk nonsense, Hagrid warned. Dylan ignored them. He didn't need to climb onto Sir Quirrell's back, he simply lifted his legs and sat directly on Sir Quirrell's back. He straddled him. Since Hagrid had removed Sir Quirrell's collar, he had nowhere to grab onto. Finally, his gaze settled on the tuft of mane feathers at the back of Sir Quirrell's neck. Never mind, it looks like it'll fall off if I pull it. The little creature was actually quite good with him. Dylan didn't need to bother him like that. If he really wanted to pluck some feathers, he could wait until his next tryst with Hagrid in the woods and ask him to call the hippogriffs over. He could then take a few from each and spread them out, so he wouldn't pluck any of them bald. Dylan used a spell to steady himself. Whether he was transforming himself into flying form, flying on a broomstick, or even soaring through the sky on Orbita, Dylan had developed a pretty solid technique for flying. So even without holding on to anything, simply resting his hands gently on Sir Quirrell's back was enough to keep him steady and prevent him from falling. Of course, the balance spell he cast was also very important. After sitting down, Dylan patted Sir Quirrell's butt. Hagrid on the side was stunned again. He was startled by Dylan's action just now. He had never patted the butts of these hippogriffs before. No. He had patted it once. In the end, it was kicked away. After that, he had to use all his strength to calm the hippogriff down. This time when he saw Dylan patting Sir Quirrell's butt, he thought that this guy was going to throw Dylan off in anger, and he was ready to go up to help. Unexpectedly, Sir Quirrell just shook his butt. Then he stretched his limbs and propped himself up. Dylan was still sitting steadily on it. Hagrid opened his mouth. How could this? It was indeed different from what he had experienced. And it was also different from what was written in the book. For this class, he had been holding the monster book and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, reading them over and over again for several nights. Let's go, go go go. Dylan patted Sir Quirrell's butt again. The guy moved his neck hesitantly, but obediently spread his pure black wings. The combined length of the two wings is 10 feet. With a light flap, a strong wind was raised in an instant. The piles of fallen leaves on the ground were blown away, the surrounding leaves rustled, and several small shrubs next to it were blown to and fro. Then it kicked its hind legs hard, and a large amount of dust and broken leaves rose from the ground. A man and a beast rushed into the air in the blink of an eye. The woods below rustled under the impact of the airflow, and the treetops were pressed close to the ground by the wind pressure. Dylan was not affected by the strong wind, but sat on Sir Quirrell's back and circled in the air. The strong wind blew across his face, facing the gaze of a group of people below. Instead, he had a few more special feelings that he didn't have when he usually flew on Orbita in his own space. Is this happiness? Dylan was stunned. He quickly drew his wand. Expecto Patronum, Dylan straightened his back on Sir Quirrell's. The strong winds at high altitude ripped at his cloak. Taking a deep breath, Dylan pointed his wand at the swirling clouds. A silver blue glow erupted from the tip of his wand, flowing like liquid moonlight along the wings of a hippogriff. The silver substance he summoned this time was noticeably thicker than before. However, as he tried to form a living being, the silvery white substance seemed to shatter into a wisp of light, floating stars at the strong wind. Still not working, this failure didn't discourage Dylan. Instead, it fueled his excitement. He'd tried so many times before, with no success. Yet, this time, for some reason, he felt a surge of joy, soaring freely before everyone's eyes. Is it because I'm actually a show-off? Or was it because I never tried to show off before? An idea popped up in Dylan's mind, and then he shook his head. No, I used to show off in front of Voldemort every day, and I didn't feel anything special, or... Dylan clamped Cirquel's body with his legs, and looked in the direction of Hogwarts Castle in the sky. What I really want to do is to show off in front of old Dumbledore. No. To put it more appropriately, it is to show off my abilities in front of old Dumbledore. Dylan suddenly felt as if he had suddenly realized something. Could it be that because he was thinking about how to avoid old Dumbledore every day, he had been suppressed for too long and wanted to explode? Chapter 182, Guardian. Pixiu? No, it's actually. Before this possibility could arise, Cirquel, with Dylan astride him, was about to fly toward the ground. But Dylan suddenly lashed Cirquel's buttocks with his wand. Don't stop, keep going, Screech, Cirquel cried out in pain. He turned his head away resentfully. If you want me to fly, then keep flying. Why smack me? And with a wand, Dylan had never extracted the soul of a hippogriff to refine it, so he naturally didn't know their language. But he could discern something in its eyes, but he didn't care. He even raised his wand again. Don't want to fly anymore, Screech? Cirquel quickly raised his head, and his pure black wings fluttered. The wind pressure carried them high into the sky again. Even higher and farther than before. Hagrid, below, was stunned. Seeing Cirquel leading Dylan higher and higher into the sky, as if preparing to fly away, his expression changed. His heart sank. Hermione beside him exclaimed, "Your hippogriff is out of control." "Where is it taking Dylan?" Hagrid clenched his fists, unsure how to respond. Malfoy, standing before the crowd, stared suspiciously at Dylan and the beast, who were practically a black speck in the sky. Was the beast out of control? But why did he feel as if Hawkwood had just whacked the beast with his wand? Was it out of control, or was it being forced? Malfoy, surprisingly, felt some empathy for a beast. Sure enough, it wasn't what he expected. High in the sky, Dylan let out a roar of pleasure. Malfoy's face darkened on the ground. He'd guessed right. And even if the beast hadn't lost control, he doubted Hawkwood would have let out a single accusation. He was astounded by the man's mastery of various spells. He even suspected he'd mastered the Unforgivable Curses. Maybe Dumbledore taught him. They say Dumbledore doesn't know the dark arts? That lie can only fool fools. He won't believe it. At that moment, high in the sky, Dylan felt the exhilaration of high-speed flight. A sense of pleasure welled up in his heart, though not intense, but he tried his best to amplify it. He ignored the gazes of others, ignored their opinions. He didn't care if anyone would see through his hidden abilities, his unknown, untold side. Damn Dumbledore. I'm Carthus, so what? I'm going to capture every living creature and draw their blood. I'm going to make the entire wizarding world my own. To hell with Voldemort, let him live or die, but don't let him interfere with my study of the wondrous and fascinating world of magic. Until a certain moment. He cast the spell again, shouting the words loudly, Expecto Patronum, this time. As the hippogriff beneath Dylan flapped its wings, carrying him through the clouds, a silvery white substance erupted from the tip of Dylan's wand, transforming into hazy mist that swirled tens of thousands of feet in the sky. It felt like someone dropping a piece of stardust into a lake, or like a wisp of afterimage being plucked from the depths of a dream. Dylan was filled with delight. Watching the silvery white substance swirling around him, Dylan was certain he would succeed this time. Summon his own patroness. The silvery white light folded in midair, first outlining the beast's curving spine, then its shoulder blades rose from the void, sending ripples through the air. The guardian beast's mane flowed like a liquid galaxy, each strand of light trailing a translucent trail. Under Dylan's expectant gaze, the beast's skull finally took shape. In its empty eye sockets, two faint blue sparks lit up, then transformed into a bottomless abyss of stars. Dylan stared at it in surprise. Why did this patroness look so much like a Cullen? Until his patroness fully emerged, Dylan accidentally glanced at its butt. Wait, why doesn't it have a butthole? So, could this be a Pixiu? The patroness landed in front of Dylan. It had a dragon head with horns, a horse body with unicorn legs, and a mane. Is it really a Pixiu? How could I possibly summon one? The Patronus summoned by the Patronus charm isn't randomly generated, but rather the embodiment of the wizard's purest inner strength and deepest personality. Just like other people, they're either deer, wolves, or dogs. Why did it suddenly change with him? What was he hinting at? He only had energy coming in, not out? Damn it. Dylan stared at his Patronus, his joy replaced by astonishment and confusion. He'd been trying to summon a Patronus for a long time, but always failed miserably. This time, with some effort, he managed to successfully cast his Patronus charm. In the end, it was a being he was familiar with, yet it seemed out of place. However, this feeling of surprise was quickly replaced by another feeling. The pixie who hadn't fully emerged yet, its form was still gradually unfolding. Dylan watched it emerge. Suddenly, a thought rose in his mind. It's nice to see you in the material world. These were Professor Trelawney's first words during their morning divination class. The pixie's manifestation now all but confirmed that sentiment. The light emanating from his Patronus's eyes wasn't the light of the material world, but rather a projection of some spiritual dimension. The pixie who landed before him, its large, ferocious head a bit foolish. Seeing Dylan looking at it, it grinned broadly, its red tongue lolling out. Dylan blinked. Why doesn't it seem quite so clever? Suddenly, watching it paw at the air with its three-toed claws, Dylan was startled again. Wait a minute. Dylan saw the beast's grinning, fang-filled mouth. What should have been a majestic dragon's mouth was now clinging to the corners of its mouth, a flake of what looked like fuzz. It actually looked a bit like Orn. Wait a minute. Dylan immediately moved closer, and after the creature had fully solidified, he looked it up and down. No, it's not a pixie. It's a Poro. Dylan was shocked. His Patronus was actually a Poro, who wasn't sure if he was wearing a pixie suit or had grown into pixie. Dylan was stunned for a moment, then recovered slightly. No wonder it has no butthole. He took a deep breath and smacked his lips. A Poro, so to speak. In certain frigid regions, Poros are considered sacred creatures, representing love, courage, and hope. And Patronuses represent a wizard's spiritual core. This also proves that he's not a greedy guy who only takes and never gives back, but rather a very loving and kind young wizard. I told you. Even the basilisk, I only bleed it a little every day and peel off a scale every once in a while. I've been doing a lot less tormenting Tom lately. Doesn't this prove that I'm a wizard with great love? Dylan was happy again. At the same time, Dylan saw another hippogriff take off below. Dylan asked Sergei to descend and saw that it was Harry. After greeting him, Dylan was about to land on the ground when Malfoy, dissatisfied with Harry's successful ride on the hippogriff, tried to force the other hippogriff to cooperate, but was suddenly knocked away. Dylan watched as it crashed into a tree like a cannonball and gasped. This platinum-headed man is really unlucky. No, it was Malfoy who provoked him first. Dylan had already dispersed the Poro. Hagrid frantically drove the remaining hippogriffs back into the opposite bushes. He then picked up the unconscious Malfoy and hurried back to the castle. If he had been any later, who knows if a young wizard would have actually died in his class. He didn't want such a serious teaching incident to happen on his first day. Hagrid was gone for a long time, unable to reassure the students around him. They were all terrified. The students who had already come into contact with the hippogriffs were now trembling slightly. They had actually lost their vigilance against these dangerous creatures because of Dylan's soaring flight. Fortunately, they had maintained their proper manners. Unlike that fool, Draco, who had truly had enough of life and dared to provoke these giants. Hermione stood there with a grim expression. Seeing Dylan dismount from Cirquil, she quickly pulled him aside. Oh my god, that's dangerous? Dylan looked at her. I thought you'd be gloating over Malfoy getting slapped. Hermione's face darkened. Even though I don't like him, as a classmate, I don't want to see him die, and getting up close to a wild animal is so dangerous. It's a good thing it was Malfoy who got hurt. What if it was you or Harry? Dylan stared at her blankly. Ron pointed at his nose. What about me? Hermione glanced at him. What's wrong with you? Why are you only concerned about those two? Hermione curled her lips in disdain. You didn't go up there. Did you get scared and hide behind me when Hagrid called you just now? Look at all that blood on the ground. Merlin's pants. I think Malfoy might not be able to get out of bed for a whole month. Ron glanced at the bloodstains on the lawn not far away and changed the subject. Hermione pursed her lips. This is the magical world. Malfoy only suffered a physical injury. Madame Pomfrey will heal him soon. Ron, what else could he say? At that moment, Harry, also riding his hippogriff, slowly descended. The strong air currents kicked up a cloud of dust. Once Buckbeak landed firmly on all fours, Harry quickly dismounted. What happened? He had noticed the mess on the ground from above, as if nothing bad had happened, so he quickly flew down. As soon as he touched down, he saw a trail of blood winding through the nearby blades of grass, gleaming rusty red in the fragmented light. The sticky, still fresh, droplets of blood trickled down the dandelion stems, creating dark spots on the ground. What happened? Is anyone hurt? Harry asked nervously. Dylan casually explained the situation, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. However, once he regained consciousness, his concern for his companions persisted, and he hurried forward to check on them. I'm fine. I was in the sky just now, Dylan said, watching Harry scrunch up Ron's face and seeing him looking in his direction. Oh, I guess so. Harry realized what was happening and walked towards Hermione. I'm fine too. Hermione pulled Harry's hand away. Dylan then walked towards Buckbeak, startling Hermione, Ron, and the others. Hey, Dylan, what are you going to do? Be careful. They're dangerous. Don't worry, these little guys aren't that strong yet, Dylan said, leaving Hermione and the others bewildered. Ron muttered in confusion, his voice low. Didn't he see how badly Malfoy got eaten? Hermione was silent for a moment, then sighed. Dylan's far more powerful than us. We really don't need to worry about him. Dylan approached the hippogriff Harry had just ridden. Hello, John. I mean, Buckbeak. Buckbeak was stunned, his head tilted. This little wizard who could even ride Circle seemed a bit different from other humans. It was about to follow Hagrid's advice, intending to respond since the young wizard had greeted it. However, just as it was about to bow to Dylan, he stopped interacting and turned back toward the bushes. Buckbeak, degree you degree, cheek, it stamped its front hooves. Hermione, Ron, and the other young wizards stared in amazement. Dylan reached the bushes. After passing through, he saw the group of hippogriffs that Hagrid had just driven over. Hey, little one, Dylan nodded to the other hippogriffs and then walked over to Sergeant. Cheek, Sergeant looked at Dylan, his golden eyes filled with confusion. His human companions had just been sent flying, and he wasn't angry. He didn't seem afraid either. This seemed normal to him. Here, these are some high-quality meat strips. My pet and my owl love them. You should try some too. Dylan pulled out a handful of meat strips and placed them in front of Sergei. You can share them with your friends. Sharing is a beautiful thing, and I'm happy to share. Cheek, Sergei called out, drawn to the aroma the moment Dylan pulled out a meat. The nearby hippogriffs also craned their necks, but still didn't come close. You eat first. I'm going back. I'll come back to see you next time. Don't worry, it'll be soon. Dylan was still thinking about whether he could lure a few hippogriffs into his pet space. So he decided, when he saw Hagrid later, he could promise him a late-night rendezvous in the woods. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Dementors, Brother. I am your soldier. Don't do it. Dylan left the bushes and followed Harry and the others toward the castle. With Malfoy injured, classes would undoubtedly be impossible. If they stayed, they might even run into danger. After the group returned to the castle, the students dispersed. Dylan read for a while in his dorm room, feeding his pets and those in the pet space who needed food. It wasn't until dinner time that he arrived in the dining hall. However, Hagrid wasn't sitting in the teacher's chair, nor was Malfoy. Dylan felt a pang of sympathy for the platinum-haired man's plight. He then grabbed a few fried pork chops, steak, and chicken cutlets. He suddenly had a craving for fried food today. Before him were fried oysters coated in amber batter, oozing a creamy white, each one coated in a fine, salty aroma of sea mist. Tempura shrimp curled into golden crescents, the coral red of the shrimp flesh peeking through the glossy batter. Crunch, he bit into it, the juices gushing out. The sound was as crisp as crackling jade. Next to him were small potatoes coated in coarse breadcrumbs, glistening with honey in the light, with melted Parmesan cheese oozing from the cuts. Dylan wrapped the cheese strands around the fried cheese. Mascarpone cheese filled the caramel-colored crust, icing sugar spread on the outside, and sprinkled with cinnamon and vanilla seeds. He then covered it with cheese and dipped it in the sauce. The richness of the meat, the crispness of the seafood, the sweetness of the dairy, and the distinct charred aroma of deep-fried food filled the air. Dylan took a bite. It was so delicious that he almost squinted. Looks like I really need to recruit an elf to be my chef. Harry told me Dobby seems to be staying at Hogwarts for now. As he ate, Dylan pondered how he could trick Dobby or any of the other elves. He meant recruit them. Recruit them. But if possible, I'd still like to take Dobby, the house elf, over. He's a good cook and quite capable, and he could definitely help me teach some of the guys I've imprisoned in the space a lesson. He'd mentioned this to Dobby last semester, but nothing had happened since. Perhaps I should just ask Old Man Dumbledore directly. Dobby's temporary stay at Hogwarts would require his approval. Feeling the sizzling juices burst between his teeth as he bit into the crispy crust of the fried pork chop, Dylan pondered, his silver knife tapping unconsciously against the white porcelain plate. Tap, tap, the tip of the knife sliced through the congealed cheese shreds, drawing a transparent line of sugar. There were a few tiny pieces of puff pastry on the plate, and Dylan stared at the speck of light reflected by the blade, lost in thought. Dylan, what are you thinking about? Neville, sitting next to him, was drawn to the sound of Dylan's tapping. Nothing much, I just thought the food was delicious, Dylan replied casually. Yet, Neville smiled, tucking into a piece of grilled pineapple Dylan had recommended. I've never had it like this at home. It's a novelty, Dylan smiled. After finishing his meal, Dylan returned to his dorm. Now he finally had time to carefully check on the Dementors he had placed in his pet space. During the break-in class, he'd taken a peek while feeding his pets and the basilisk. The Dementors looked frightened, too afraid to wander, remaining in the areas Dylan had designated. Entering the pet space, Dylan spotted them immediately. Because their presence might cause panic among the other creatures in the space, Dylan had designated them for a secluded island in the ocean ecosystem. All marine life was far away from this area. Dylan approached the island, hovering above the water, and looked ahead. Above the island, the leaden clouds resembled a soaked shroud, with tiny ice crystals floating in the sticky haze. 7 silhouettes wrapped in tattered rags snaked through the air, each translucent body shrouded in a pitch-black mist. Wherever they passed, the air froze into frost. This was the unique chill of the Dementors. Wherever they were, there was always a chill. The salty sea breeze swept across the jagged rocks. Even rotting wood had appeared on the island, shrouded in a glowing blue phosphorescence. How do Dementors create phosphorescence? Dylan suddenly became interested. He walked onto the island. Since establishing the marine ecosystem, Dylan had placed all sorts of dead creatures on the island. The most striking of these was the dense swarm of cockroaches. Next came spiders and strange insects. Then came a few goblins and some Cornish pixies. The Dementors present seemed to have no effect on these corpses. They were already dead, without souls. After being transformed into corpses by Dylan, they acted solely on instinct, following his orders and instructions. Fortunately, these creatures didn't need to eat. At best, they could drink the corpse water in the island's central lake. Or, take a dip, a bath, and use the water to restore their strength. After the ecosystem was activated, and because it constantly adjusted and self-circulated, Dylan wouldn't be short of materials to feed the corpse water. Every day, at a fixed time, Norbita would capture some leftovers or living creatures and drop them into the lake. Dylan observed the 7 Dementors. They looked healthy, if not quite energetic. They would occasionally hover around the corpses, attempting to kiss them. However, finding they couldn't extract anything from their mouths, they eventually gave up. Whether it was the Dementors' presence, or simply the lake and the corpses themselves, the entire island seemed particularly eerie. It looked like the underworld. It didn't seem like a place for a living creature to land. But Dylan felt nothing. He raised his hand slightly, and the magic that repelled spirits emerged, entangling the Dementors. Watching Dylan land on the island, the 7 Dementors on the island became visibly panicked. Now controlled by Dylan's magic, none of them dared to resist. At least for now, Dylan still appeared to be a normal young human wizard. They were terrified. If they resisted, this young human wizard would become something terrifying enough for them. As the Dementors approached, Dylan could clearly feel his body temperature drop again. The chill seemed to penetrate his bones. "You're too close," Dylan frowned slightly. Seeing him about to raise his wand, the 7 Dementors panicked and, like military drill, immediately stepped back, then stood at attention, forming a line. "Well, this distance is not bad, just right," Dylan nodded with satisfaction, slowly lowering his wand. "Phew. The Dementors actually let out a human-like sigh of relief. Several looked at Dylan cautiously. They didn't know what this human had captured them for. They didn't dare ask, nor could they. They could only silently line up like new recruits, standing still, waiting for Dylan to speak. Now, I'll give you names. The 7 Dementors looked at him. Dylan stared back. He first looked at the first Dementor. He raised his wand. The Dementor flinched in fear. However, Dylan's wand merely spun slowly in midair. Then, a mark appeared on the Dementor's cloak. It had a number on it, A. From now on, you'll be little A. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Dementor was ready to close his eyes. Unexpectedly, he felt a magical mark appear on his body. It opened its hollow eyes again, a look of confusion crossing its numb, terrifying face. The next moment, it saw Dylan frowning. Don't you understand human language? Little A was stunned for a moment, then shook its head and nodded repeatedly. Its seemingly invisible hands fluttered back and forth beneath its cloak, gesturing towards Dylan. Dylan roughly grasped what Little A was trying to say. I'm telling you, Dementors, even if you can't fully understand language, you still have your own intelligence, don't you? Little A nodded again hurriedly. Dylan chuckled. After being manipulated by the Ministry for so long, and since you're able to obey their orders, I imagine you should be able to understand the most basic meaning of language by now. A sudden thought struck Dylan. His gaze fell on Little A. The sight of him made him cringe, and he wanted to fly away immediately. However, ever since it appeared here, it felt as if it had entered another world. Everything it did here felt like it was being watched and controlled. And facing a human wizard so superior to Dementors and Dementors, it wanted to run, but it truly didn't dare. It feared it wouldn't be able to escape, only to be captured and tortured again. It didn't want to go through the whole thing again. However, Dylan didn't do anything to it. Instead, he raised his head. This was the dragon language he had automatically mastered after becoming a Norwegian Ridgeback. It was essentially asking the Dementors if they could understand his language. The Dementors were startled, a little puzzled. Hadn't they asked it the same question before? Why was he asking it again? But they nodded in confusion. Dylan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his eyes lifted slightly. Then, he narrowed his eyes, pursed his lower lip, and his throat trembled slightly. Then, a series of breathy hisses flowed out smoothly. This was Parseltuong. The Dementors nodded again. This time, Dylan was finally certain. It wasn't just the language of human wizards, Dementors understood it. They could even understand the language of other creatures. Dylan instantly thought of something else. If he used the soul-stealing technique on Dementors, would he be able to directly master the language of all living things? Or at least understand what other creatures meant when they spoke? As for whether he could communicate with other creatures, that would be a question for the time being. It's just that soul-stealing technique requires extracting the living soul of a creature, and non-existent beings like Dementors don't have souls. Dylan shook his head and sighed, a look of regret on his face. Dylan stared at the Dementor, Little A, with a scorching gaze that seemed to penetrate the rotting mist. Perhaps it was the greed that was boiling in Dylan's eyes that he couldn't hide. Little A shuddered again. Its withered claws quickly pointed at the letter A that Dylan had marked on its body. Wait a minute, brother. Am I not already yours now? I am Little A. Dylan observed the other party's actions, collected his thoughts, and touched his chin. There are 7 Dementors. If I can eliminate one, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? If one leads to a breakthrough in my research, I can also learn from my previous experience when experimenting with this second Dementor, avoiding the need to actually eliminate the second one. Dylan's malicious gaze flickered between Little A and the second Dementor. The second Dementor quickly pointed at its chest. Brother. Give me a name too. He smacked his lips. Putting the thought aside for the moment, Dylan raised his wand again. Quickly. Little B, Little C, Little D, Little E, Little F, Little G. Dylan had named the 7 Dementors. He had carved a dark mark on each one, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. After all, they were experimental subjects, and the warden he had captured specifically to torture those who might be captured in the future. Dylan didn't bother giving them fancy names. It was better to keep it this way, simple and easy to remember. Your food is happiness. Born from despair and sorrow, how often do you need to feed? Dylan glanced at Little A. Dementors, as dark and evil inanimate entities, rely on souls and happiness to sustain their existence. After hearing Dylan's words, Little A paused, then suddenly raised a hand. A day, Dylan eyed it suspiciously. You're kidding me, it's been a day, and I haven't seen you make anyone disappear, not to mention disappearing. Each state is actually quite good. They just look a little timid. Little A shook his head quickly, then raised and lowered his arm again, repeating this several times. Dylan's eyelids twitched. So they were counting. So, simple and unpretentious. He counted briefly, finding that these Dementors could surprisingly last quite a while without feeding on souls and happy memories. After little A raised his hand, lowered it, raised it, lowered it, he repeated this 30 times before finally stopping. He can actually live for a month. Dylan tapped his index finger lightly on his lips. The Ministry of Magic couldn't possibly know when Sirius Black would be apprehended, so sending the Dementors here to guard Hogwarts must have been planning for a long period of time. Therefore, the Ministry likely prepared rations for the Dementors. Otherwise, wouldn't these half-human, half-ghost creatures riot? Ultimately, the entire Hogwarts could become their prey? The Ministry of Magic certainly wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Many of their officials' children still attend school here. Therefore, Dylan guessed that the Ministry must have sent some death row prisoners. Or, if they had already sent the Dementors guarding Azkaban, then bringing in a few more prisoners wouldn't be a problem. After all, for the Ministry of Magic, hardly any of the prisoners in Azkaban deserved to be spared. Those imprisoned there are either Death Eaters or people who have used the Unforgivable Curses. Or wizards who have illegally used magic to harm others. And those who threaten the safety of the world, for example, Sirius Black. He is considered to be Voldemort's accomplice. And what Voldemort did is naturally needless to say. Not to mention the threat to world safety. The whole world, including the wizarding world and the muggle world, almost everyone. They were almost completely overturned by this guy. The world was about to be turned upside down by him. In short, most of those who can be imprisoned in Azkaban are dark wizards. The Ministry of Magic naturally doesn't care whether the souls of these prisoners will be completely sucked away by the Dementors. Chapter 184 Dementors, brother, do you still need to threaten us? We will definitely obey you. Since the Ministry of Magic will provide food for the Dementors, there's no need for me to capture humans specifically to serve as their food. Dylan stroked his chin, glancing at the 7 Dementors standing at attention. His lips curled up, his eyes a touch of kindness. However, to the Dementors, this look was terrifying. It was like turning around and seeing a rabbit with its mouth almost smirking at you. The 7 Dementors trembled again. Dylan said gently, "Don't be so scared. I won't do anything to you, since you can survive for a whole month with 1 meal. I'll let you out during normal times." As he finished speaking, the Dementors, who had roughly grasped Dylan's meaning, were startled. Dylan then changed the subject. "But if you try to escape," the curve of Dylan's mouth widened. "Do you feel the mark on you? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. If I have to waste my study time to bring you back." Here Dylan's voice was cold, and the Dementors who heard it felt the air around them was so chilly. Little A was the first to shake his head. "As long as you understand what I mean," Dylan smiled faintly. Dementors couldn't just appear inside Hogwarts. Therefore, Dylan wanted to return them to the Ministry of Magic. The only way was to sneak out of Hogwarts the next time and go to Hogsmeade to return the Dementors to the Ministry. However, before doing so, Dylan planned to study how to combine summoning magic, mixing the Dark Mark with other spells, and researching a way to directly summon these Dementors back. It's only a month, not too long, not too short either. But I'm afraid I can't develop this spell in a month. After all, I have so many classes to attend, and I also have to research the Time Turner. This thing has to be on a higher level than dealing with those Dementors, and if it doesn't work in a month, a figure suddenly popped up in Dylan's mind. Ron's rat has been refused care by Madame Pomfrey. But that's understandable. That idiot keeps asking Ron to bring it to the infirmary. Who could stand that? When Dylan tried to attack Scabbers with his spell, it didn't leave any visible injuries. Not even internal injuries. At most, it only tortured it mentally. That's all. How could Madame Pomfrey find anything? Madame Pomfrey later told Ron that his rat was probably just pretending to be in pain to attract her attention. She also gave Ron a lecture and told him to pay more attention to his pet. This left Ron feeling depressed for a long time. If he hadn't taken care of his pet, would he have brought Scabbers to the infirmary every day? He'd thought the rat, after 3 generations, was going to die in his hands. He was so worried. How could he not care about his pet? Later, Ron noticed that his rat wasn't showing the same frequent signs of pain as it had at first, so he stopped bothering Madame Pomfrey. Occasionally, Scabbers would still cry out in pain, and he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Even after Madame Pomfrey told him not to bring his pet, he still had to bring him to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had told Ron not to bring his pet to the infirmary, but when he did, she couldn't just turn him away. She had to examine the rat, but still couldn't find anything. She ended up keeping the rat in the infirmary for a few days to see how it reacted. She would return it to Ron when it was almost healed. Dementors can actually absorb the beautiful memories of other life forms. But there aren't many species with high intelligence, and the difference in intelligence clearly reflects the difference in memory. It's precisely because human emotions are the strongest of all living things that Dementors' favorite food naturally becomes human memories and souls. After all, they themselves are born from human despair and pain. Peter Pettigrew may appear to be a mouse, but he's actually a human. If I could borrow Peter Pettigrew from Ron from time to time, Dylan smiled faintly. Even if he didn't return the Dementors to the Ministry, they would still have enough food. Dylan stood there, pondering his next move. The 7 Dementors didn't dare to move, standing silently in front of Dylan, sharing his punishment. To fully grasp the workings of the Time Turner, I need to learn more advanced alchemy. Besides that, I also need to study the art of summoning Dementors. I'm not worried about the progress of my studies and the homework for each subject. But if I really want to learn alchemy from old Dumbledore, I'd better master the Gulliver Fire as well, and then there's my various experiments, and my acquisition of new knowledge. It feels like his time for rest is getting shorter and shorter. Dylan pursed his lips and sighed slightly. Luckily, Lupin doesn't need a bottle of Wolfsbane potion every day or every week. I just brew one before the full moon every month. Although his research on various magic and experiments has resulted in less and less free time, Dylan doesn't feel tired or bored. On the contrary, it's precisely because he's interested in these things that he's willing to spend time and energy on them. How could one not be excited to be in such a magical world and immerse himself in it? Dylan took a light step, and he floated up. Then they left the island, crossed the ocean, and arrived at the cabin at the edge of the forest. Moo, Coldball came running over. Norbida also fluttered its wings and landed on the ground. Dylan threw them some more food. Then he opened the door to the small warehouse behind the cabin. Squeak, Lockhart was now huddled in a corner. He had been like this all day. He didn't know if it was because Dylan had captured the Dementors here. By then, the sky in the pet space had darkened, just like the outside world. Moonlight seeped through the cracks in the warehouse's crooked planks, weaving spiderweb-like silver streaks across Lockhart's body. He was curled up in a pile of moldy grass, repeatedly carving his name into the dirt with a dead branch. Seeing Dylan push the door open, he stopped and looked up, his cloudy eyes now shimmering with a hint of clarity. Is the autograph session starting? Lockhart fumbled to his feet. Dylan raised a brow. Did this guy remember something? Or had he kept him locked up for too long, driving him a little mad? But now wasn't Dylan's time for research. He wanted to go out and read some more, so he didn't pay much attention to Lockhart's condition, simply leaving him a few pieces of bread. Lockhart's mouth watered at the sight of the bread and the rich aroma that filled the air. He rushed over, scooped up the pieces of bread, and devoured them ravenously. Didn't I just feed you this afternoon? You act like I've done you a disservice. Lockhart tilted his head back and chuckled at Dylan. Dylan rolled his eyes. After a moment's thought, he listened to the satisfied gurgles of Lockhart's throat as he ate. He watched as he finished the last bite, his fingertips unconsciously picking at the crumbs on the floor. Dylan smacked his lips. Maybe we should let him go for a walk. If he's cooped up here forever, even though his soul remains, he'll become numb, like a walking corpse. With this thought, Dylan raised his wand. Imperius curse, the spell quickly penetrated Lockhart's mind. His movement stiffened, and like a puppet, he followed Dylan out of the wooden warehouse. Swish, at that moment, a dark figure glided down from the treetops, landing firmly on Dylan's shoulder. Moo, why don't you go eat? Dylan chuckled softly. Swish, the wind rustled past. A Norwegian ridgeback, already a massive beast, landed beside Dylan. Keep an eye on him, Dylan instructed Cole and Norbida. Let him move around more often. You were too lazy before, letting him wander around on his own. He almost became a goblin's male lover. I don't want to control a guy who has lost his anal virginity, do you understand? Dylan finished speaking. Night mist, wrapped in the salty smell of the sea, drifted in. Lockhart now slumped down in front of Norbida's dragon claws. Coldball combed his fur with graceful movements, glanced at Dylan, and nodded. Moo. Seeing their straightforward agreement, Dylan narrowed his eyes and tossed 2 more strips of meat to Coldball and Norbita. Okay, I'm out first. Keep him away. With that, Dylan vanished into the pet space. When he emerged from his suitcase, he was about to continue reading, but upon emerging, he found that all his roommates had returned. Harry and Ron weren't in their own beds, but were instead with Neville and Seamus. The 4 of them sat in a circle. Dylan heard a rather strange laugh coming from among them. It sounded a bit like a cat. Dylan's eyebrows raised. Dylan, come here. Neville, who was half lying on his bed, noticed Dylan's presence and immediately waved. What are you laughing at? Dylan walked over and took in the 4 of them. You got another cat in the dorm? Neville grinned, shook his head cheerfully, and said to Dylan, no, that's Harry laughing. Harry laughing. Dylan was even more confused. He walked over to Neville's bed and sat down. Harry and Ron were sitting on Seamus's bed. Dylan then noticed a small box of candy next to Neville's bed. What's this? Voice-changing candy, Neville chuckled. Meow, meow, meow. Harry opened his mouth, but what came out was a string of cat talk. You? Seamus stood up, walked over to Dylan, and took a piece of candy from the small box. This candy had no shell and could be eaten directly. Dylan watched as Seamus devoured the candy and then stuck 2 red feathers on the top of his head. They looked like bird or chicken feathers. Seamus suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Clack, a hoarse cry rang out. Seamus planted one socked foot on his own bed. He curled his left hand into a beak and placed it against his lips, his knuckles curling naturally to imitate the curve of a chicken's claw. With his right hand, he grasped the back of his robe and lifted it. The fabric was fluffy, looking like a chicken's tail flaring out behind him. He hunched his back slightly, craned his neck forward, and moved his head from side to side. The sound he made was almost exactly like a chicken's crow. This is something the George brothers made, Neville explained. I hear they put a lot of effort and work into it, and they gave us the first box. Ron tilted his head back. The first box? Dylan's mouth twitched. Yes. The first box. Ron's face was filled with pride. How did the Wheel Eyes end up with such a fool? This isn't something to be proud of, is it? Since this is the first box, have Fred and the others verified the candy's effects? Aren't you being used as the first wave of guinea pigs? Dylan looked at the 4 of them, just like those guinea pigs we caught in Transfiguration. The 4 of them suddenly froze in their laughter. I think it should be fine. Harry and Seamus ate it. Ron hesitated. Neville blinked, then suddenly realized, it's your turn next, Ron. You try it first. I'll try it after you're done, Ron. Okay. Ron swallowed and looked at the box of candy Neville was holding out to him. Clack, meow. Harry and Seamus seemed to be urging Ron to hurry. Ron gritted his teeth, grabbed a piece of candy, and was about to toss it into his mouth. Dylan looked over and noticed immediately that the candy in Ron's hand seemed a little different from the others. He was about to warn him, but Ron had already swallowed it. Dylan sat back. The next moment, Ron suddenly burped. Woo! The whistle of a train suddenly blared from Ron's mouth. Even streams of hot mist, laced with a taste of sugar, streamed from between his teeth. Even above Ron's head, tiny columns of silver-gray smoke drifted, forming miniature clouds under the chandelier. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. Harry's mouth opened. Seamus stared. After 5 seconds of dead silence, Dylan's chuckle was the first to break out. Then, Neville slapped his thigh and fell into the pillows with laughter. Ron hurriedly covered his mouth, but his fingers made a hissing sound as if air was leaking. He just let go and tried to protest. Woo! The whistle suddenly blasted even louder. The Quidditch posters on the wall trembled. Ha 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 ha! Seamus clutched his stomach and rolled to the floor. Neville's laughter hammered his fists against a mattress. Harry covered his mouth tightly with one hand, trying not to laugh at his best friend, but he couldn't stop his laughter. Dylan couldn't help but laugh. As expected of the Fred brothers. They were really versatile. The voice-changing candy could even change the sound of a train whistle. I saw how big this candy was, and I wanted to warn you, but I'm sorry, you ate it too fast. Moonlight slanted in through the tower window, illuminating Ron's face, which had swelled to the size of a beetroot. He clutched the golden and red lion pattern on the sheets, his nose still stained with condensed steam, like a steam locomotive under an immobilization charm. Woo! He opened his mouth, and another whistle blew. Ha ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Ron, now with a scowl, handed the candy box to Dylan. Dylan blinked as he looked at the few candies in the small box. Neville paused, then said quickly, "I think we should stop here. Who knows what strange noise the next candy will make?" Woo! Ron opened his mouth. His other hand pointed at his own mouth, suggesting, "Who could make a word or sound?" And Dylan chuckled, also finding this voice-changing candy amusing. He picked up a blue piece and pinched it between his fingers. He wondered where the Fred brothers got all their clever ideas from. But experiments require some creative thinking. Sometimes I'm a bit too conservative with my research ideas. I really should learn from Fred and his brothers and be more adventurous. Who knows, maybe some new and unusual ideas will pop up. As the others watched, expectant and curious, Dylan ate the candy. He opened his mouth. A simple, innocent sound emanated. Moo. Chapter 185, Partial Time Reversal Magic Rune. For a while, perhaps it was the voice-changing candies made by the Weasley twins that gave Dylan an inspiration. Who could believe that the candies actually contained a little bit of Fred's alchemy knowledge? Dylan asked the twins where they learned this alchemy knowledge. You see, alchemy is an elective course at Hogwarts, but it's only open to 6th graders and above. It's not offered every year, it only happens when there are enough students to sign up. Logically, they shouldn't know about alchemy. After all, they had little interest in theoretical courses. But the twins told him that Mr. Arthur, the head of the Weasley family, had mentioned this to them during their summer vacation. They incorporated this idea into their voice-changing candies, and surprisingly, it was such a success. Because of this, George and Fred actually developed a genuine interest in learning. They even wanted Dylan to teach them alchemy. However, Dylan had been studying lately, trying to make up for any lack of knowledge he had yet to encounter and his own shortcomings in alchemy. He could only regretfully recommend the books he was reading to the twins. This was Hogwarts, after all. If they wanted to read, they didn't have to pay for them. They could just borrow them from the library. Dylan didn't need to spend the money to buy them another set of alchemy books. However, from the way that applied alchemy to the voice-changing candy, Dylan had noticed that, besides being adept at creating bizarre things, they also seemed quite talented in alchemy. Maybe I could give them some guidance during my alchemy studies. Dylan didn't mind helping the Weasleys live a better life. In this world, the savior defeating the devil was too cliché. If Harry and the others wanted to play, let them. Dylan would simply devote all his energy to studying magic. Besides that, he could help more people and change their lives. He could make the bad better, and the good better. That was much more interesting than playing the game of beating up the devil with Harry. He'd already dunked on the devil himself many times. There was even a young Voldemort still staying in his space, constantly being used to refresh with spell refinement tasks. The 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire, cold, heat, dry, and wet, are the foundation of alchemy. Regarding alchemy, it was actually more like chemistry with a touch of magic than potions. Or rather, chemistry itself contains so many elements. It took several days for Dylan to systematically master alchemy. Before, he might have only dabbled in it, but now he had a more mature framework in his mind. Because of this, Dylan hadn't even studied Dementors or other experiments these days. There was no other way. Every day he was late in learning the ultimate principles of the time turner meant an extra day of study. Fortunately, Dylan's recent systematic involvement in alchemy had unlocked a lot of his alchemical talents through the achievement system. Furthermore, Dylan discovered that after successfully summoning his Patronus, his Poro seemed to have increased his bloodline power. Dylan clearly felt that he had gained greater perception and insight in the spiritual dimension. Alchemy itself is a fusion of the material and spiritual. Therefore, Dylan's progress in alchemy was relatively smooth. Furthermore, he had studied chemistry in his previous life and had achieved a good level of proficiency. Therefore, learning alchemy was not difficult. In fact, to put it simply, without getting into advanced alchemy, and only considering the most basic aspects, the alchemical process involves magical intervention and interference. However, without magical intervention, it is simply a reaction between substances, undergoing a series of changes, ultimately producing a new substance. This itself is also a chemical level. To give an example, the simplest one is the metalworking mastered by the goblins. Gryffinder's sword is made from a special silver crafted by the goblins. Or the pure gold that the Gallian currency relies on. These materials are not naturally occurring metals, but rather special substances created through the transformation techniques of alchemy. These artificial creations possess magical properties beyond those of ordinary metals. Their very creation demonstrates alchemy's ability to reconstruct the essence of matter. Dylan has already mastered the basics of alchemy, but if he wishes to delve deeper into this mysterious realm, he will need to study a more sophisticated and complex mystical system encompassing symbolism, material properties, and metaphorical imagery. Take mercury, for example. This liquid metal carries multiple symbolic dimensions in alchemy. It not only resonates with feminine qualities but also carries symbolic meaning for rational thought. It also represents the fluidity of form and the mutability of essence, becoming a key element connecting material transformation and metaphor. In fact, at this level, Dylan discovered that alchemy not only affects the material world but is also connected to philosophy, or perhaps a kind of divinity. So, where science ends, it's theology. No wonder, in this world, the power of the heart and love is everything. Even beyond the physical world, as Harry and the other three did, alchemy has a classic formula for transformation. The characteristics of the Harry Potter and the Harry Potter trio perfectly correspond to this formula. Mercury, symbolized by Hermione's erudite rationality, and Ron's fiery courage, perhaps reckless, impulsive, or perhaps even brave, corresponds to sulfur. Combining mercury and sulfur, these two elements will harmonize through long-term collaboration. The former's rationality precipitates impurities, while the latter's passion unleashes potential. Ultimately, Harry, representing the primordial substance, will be forged into a core entity like the Philosopher's Stone. This correspondence isn't a literal synthesis of matter. Rather, it's an alchemical projection of spiritual transformation. When rationality and courage are balanced, the ordinary cornerstone, Harry, will be forged through collaboration to develop a transcendental power, forming a mutually fulfilling golden triangle. Of course, this is just a simple example. It doesn't mean that mercury and sulfur can literally fuse to create a substance. However, the formula is there. How to apply and utilize it depends on one's alchemical proficiency. Dylan's approach relies on a combination of his research into ancient runes and his existing alchemical techniques. Dylan has already begun to decipher the principles of the Time Turner. While he can only achieve a superficial fusion of magical power and alchemy, or rather, the most superficial, Dylan has already managed to create some ingenious artifacts. One of these is a portkey with an identity anchor. Dylan has inscribed a double incantation at the core of the artifact. When a user he approves of touches the portkey, including himself, a stable spatial teleportation trajectory is activated, carrying the user to their intended destination. However, if an unauthorized user triggers the incantation, they are thrown directly to the bottom of a desolate lake infested with corpses and cockroaches. Dylan suspects that the dead water created by the return of the dead spell, which allows creatures to evolve into yin creatures, may have other uses. Dylan is unsure if wizards can use apparition within it. After all, he hasn't mastered the spell yet. Therefore, he will have to research this later. But he can make a note of it in his notebook. If that's the case, then his Dementor-infested island would become a realm of death from which even wizards could not escape. Anyone who dared to touch his portkey would be instantly sent into it. However, achieving this required stringent requirements. He would need to position his portkey on his pet space suitcase. When the other party triggered the portkey, he would need to open his suitcase, teleporting them directly into his suitcase before they landed at the bottom of the stagnant lake he had created. This was a somewhat useful, yet seemingly insignificant, alchemical ability. Dylan needed to further research and, ideally, overcome this difficulty. He wanted to achieve a method whereby wizards could return directly to the suitcase using the portkey. This would not only bring retribution to other wizards who dared to use his portkey, but would also greatly facilitate Dylan's own life. Dylan believed this was not difficult to solve. What was more challenging was how to use this ability when placing the suitcase in his inventory. However, Dylan felt that achieving this through alchemy would be even more difficult. Might as well try to see if I could spend a few galleons to enable the suitcase to do this. Frost and snow weigh me down for 2 or 3 years, and I sleep when I close my eyes. If the level of alchemy required to achieve this is too difficult, Dylan doesn't want to expend so much effort. Sometimes, don't waste time on things that can be solved with money. Dylan wants to strive for something he has a clear direction and can work towards, rather than wasting effort that ultimately fails. If that's the case, he might as well just lie down. After all, every day spent without dancing should be a day of profound comfort. Dylan figured that as long as he had the money, enabling the suitcase to do this shouldn't be difficult. So he temporarily set aside the portkey and turned his attention to another project, a pocket watch of eternal silence. That's the name Dylan gave it. The watch's dial is as blank as a mirror. Only when magical power is injected does a flowing, light pattern hand emerge, indicating the current flow of time. And it's accurate to the minute in every second. If that were all, it certainly wouldn't be considered an alchemical artifact. Its special feature is that every 10 seconds, it reverses, resetting the watch to its initial state. Not only time, but even the watch itself can be reset. This time collapse mechanism doesn't rely on ordinary repair spells. Just like the chessboard Professor McGonagall had set up, those pieces could restore themselves through the repair runes. But not this watch. Dylan intercepted a fragment of the runes in the time converter that partially reversed time. Even if it were crushed to dust, the spells embedded in the metal molecules would reorganize at the subatomic level, restoring the watch to its original state amidst the chaos. Dylan was quite pleased with this achievement. Firstly, Dylan couldn't destroy the watch he had crafted. Secondly, he believed that no one, whether it was Voldemort, Dumbledore, or Dumbledore's former lover, could erase this artifact, which was fused with the laws of time and space, without a more advanced vanishing spell. Otherwise, Dylan didn't think they could destroy his Eternal Silence pocket watch. However, if he used the vanishing charm, his watch wouldn't be destroyed, it would simply disappear. Regarding the vanishing charm, this involved another level of magical knowledge. This time converter is truly a treasure. Dylan couldn't fully understand the time and space spells on it. But simply by intercepting fragments of the magic words, even if he could only understand the most superficial knowledge, it was still enough to support him in creating this fundamentally indestructible artifact. Dylan also tried to transfer the fragments of the magic words related to time reversal to other objects, but failed. It wasn't because his skills were lacking, although they certainly weren't that great. But it had to be said that creating such an alchemical artifact related to the laws of time was inherently risky. In other words, there was a high probability that the attempt to research such an alchemical artifact would fail. Secondly, the more complex and large the object, the more difficult it was to be covered by these small magic words. Creating such alchemical artifacts isn't simply a matter of copying a rune and attaching it. It requires a deeper alchemical process, one infused with the runes, even imbued with their power. Let's go see old Dumbledore and record the runes on his pensieve. After a full day of classes, Dylan relaxed his neck. Lately, he'd been spending a considerable amount of time just reading the basics of alchemy. This had prevented him from visiting old Dumbledore to gain further knowledge and techniques. However, if he didn't lay a solid foundation, even asking old Dumbledore for advice on advanced alchemy would be difficult for him to understand, let alone master. So, Dylan wasn't in a rush, choosing instead to diligently strengthen his foundation during this time. Following Neville, they set off for the Great Hall. As Dylan pushed open the carved wooden door, the tinkling of the evening prayer bells rolled down from the spire. Looking out, hundreds of crystal chandeliers suspended above the long table cast a honey-colored halo of light onto the cream-colored tablecloth. Steam rising from the soup bowls intertwined with the starry sky projected from the dome. It felt as if the sunset glow had been crushed into the foam of butterbeer, of course, only in the teacher's seats. Dylan sat down at the side of the Gryffindor table. His backpack strap still stained the bitter scent of wormwood from the potions classroom. The silver plate gleamed. The crispy skin of the roasted turkey on it made an alluring crunch. The skin was roasted to a gleaming shine by the honey, and the fat seeped through the cuts into the fibrous white meat. When the fork was thrust into it, the translucent tendons still attached to it were tangled. And the aroma of herbs and spices filled the air. Mashed potatoes lay piled up beside it, with butter melting into a golden amber stream on top. As Dylan dug into it with a spoon, the shimmer of fine salt grains drifted through the steaming heat. Green peas rolled like emerald pearls on the porcelain plate, each one coated in the sheen of cream sauce. He deliberately stretched the sauce into threads as he lifted them with his fork, watching them tremble and fall into the small lake of gravy. After finishing the main course, the dessert plate slid automatically in front of him. Dylan used bread to mop up the last drops of the beef sauce, which was stewed in tequila wine. Red wine cooking was not on the list of forbidden foods for young wizards. He picked up a piece of berry tart. The puff pastry had cracked like golden edges. The red currant jam was like frozen rays of light in the cream layer. The moment the fork pierced it, almond crumbs fell onto the tablecloth. The dessert is delicious. I'll pack some for Coldball and the others. Dogs can't eat chocolate, But Uzumaki and Fire Dragon should be able to eat it, right? Dylan licked the chocolate molten lava from his fingertips. The warm aroma of cocoa spread from the tip of his tongue to the back of his neck, and even his cuffs were stained with the sweet scent of icing sugar. Finally, he raised his goblet, and the bubbles of iced pumpkin juice exploded on the tip of his tongue, washing away the astringent taste of raspberry seeds between his teeth. The plate floated away automatically. Dylan looked out the window. Dusk had already climbed onto the stained windows of the auditorium. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin embroidered with lion patterns. There was a soft thud from the glass jar in his school uniform pocket. That was the Honeyduke's toffee he had just filled. It was quite expensive to buy it. Taking it with him didn't cost a penny. It's time to go find old Dumbledore. Chapter 186 Old Deng's Probing and Testing. Actually, Dylan could have followed Dumbledore back to his office during lunch. However, by the time Dumbledore got up to leave, Dylan hadn't eaten enough. So, he didn't drag him along. He walked down the corridor. On either side, the visors of armored warriors shifted slightly with the sound of his footsteps. The silver candlesticks on the stone walls grew brighter, their flames casting flickering shadows on the damp walls, illuminating Dylan's figure. He reached the door of Dumbledore's office. The command remained the same. He walked in smoothly. The moment he pushed open the door, a scent of parchment and bay leaves filled his face. Dumbledore was hunched over his wooden desk, flipping through a book. His quill was still scratching across a piece of parchment. "Headmaster," Dylan said politely, standing in the doorway. "Dylan." Dumbledore paused, looked up, and upon seeing Dumbledore, his eyes beamed. He tapped the gilded sugar bowl beside him with his fingers. "Would you like a Fizz-a-Bee candy?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "No, Headmaster, I brought back plenty of candy from the cafeteria." Dumbledore chuckled. "Very clever, but it's certainly for you. Take as much as you want, but don't waste it, or those guys on the board will be worried about their galleons again." Dumbledore grinned. "But I don't think you'll feel bad, Headmaster." "How can you say that? Wasting isn't a good thing." Old Dumbledore feigned a stern expression, but his eyes were smiling, and he winked at Dylan. "What brings you to me so late? What's the matter? It's rare for me to see you in my office." "How can I help you?" Dylan winked back. "Headmaster, I have 2 things to ask you." "Tell me." Dylan first walked over to old Dumbledore's desk, then pulled up a chair and sat down. There wasn't actually any extra chair. Dylan had conjured this one from a book. At this moment, the gears of the bronze unicorn clock beside him clattered softly. Fawkes, the phoenix, stretched his tail feathers across his territory. Dumbledore glanced at the pensieve on the ground and his gaze fell on old Dumbledore. "First of all, I've been studying alchemy lately, and I'd like to ask you for advice on it from time to time. Would you be willing to teach me?" The flickering candlelight in the office stretched old Dumbledore's shadow, casting crisscrossing patterns among the portraits on the wall. Dumbledore looked at Dylan. "How did you know I knew alchemy?" Dylan smiled. "You and Mr. Nicholas Flamel repaired the crack in the Philosopher's Stone when you defeated Grindelwald in 1945. I saw it in the fragments of Nicola's secret notebook in the restricted section." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, a sudden smile broke out. "It seems Cassandra Warburtsky's prophecy has come true again." He put down his quill. "Prophecy?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Yes, a prophecy." Dumbledore raised his lip. "This prophecy has been recorded. There are always curious young people who can give old artifacts new life." Dumbledore chuckled. "In fact, this prophecy has been fulfilled time and again. There are many curious young people." Dylan tilted his head. "So, would you be willing to teach me the basics?" Dumbledore nodded. "Of course, I don't mind, but..." Dumbledore suddenly chuckled, his blue eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "Many people believe that alchemy is a magical method of turning stone into gold. But true transformation begins with seeing the true nature of things. Are you ready?" Dylan nodded slightly. "In recent days, I have been studying various books, trying to understand alchemy. I think I have a clear understanding of its basic logic, and I wouldn't be so foolish as to believe that turning stone into gold is simply magic." Dumbledore paused. The pensieve behind him suddenly began to surge with silvery mist. "Child, alchemy is a very difficult subject. Often only young wizards in the 6th grade and above are barely qualified to dabble in it. To me, it's the art of melting star tracks into metal and forging moonlight into a contract. Are you truly prepared to spend 10 years, perhaps even dozens or even hundreds of years, learning how to make a lead grain understand the song of the morning dew?" "Professor, I am ready. Moreover, When I held the Philosopher's Stone, it was truly beautiful. Even though I knew nothing about alchemy at the time, I could still feel its beauty. The Philosopher's Stone. Old Dumbledore fell silent. Dylan watched him calmly. Speaking of the Philosopher's Stone, did the old bastard destroy it? He hadn't heard of Nicholas Flamel's death recently. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then looked up. Child, do you think you want the Philosopher's Stone? Dylan was stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, then shook his head. I've told you before that the Philosopher's Stone, to me, is merely a magical stone worthy of study, but not worthy of use. I believe there must be an alchemical artifact more powerful than the Philosopher's Stone, one that can eliminate its drawbacks. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his smile growing even wider. You sound very confident in yourself. That's natural. Magic is the art of forging conviction into spells. Without a firm will, even the most exquisite spell is but a firefly drifting in the wind, isn't it, Headmaster? The old man laughed and tapped his finger on the table. The wet ink on the parchment suddenly transformed into a fluttering butterfly, circling between them. Dylan looked over and saw that this butterfly wasn't just the result of transfiguration. It seemed to carry a trace of magic he couldn't understand. That's a beautiful thing to say, child, but remember, a firefly may be fleeting, but it can set a wasteland on fire. Magic favors the confident, but never lets go of the conceited. Dylan nodded. I understand. In that case, you can come to me any time with your questions. I'm usually free at 3 p.m. from Tuesday to Friday. Dylan's eyelashes fluttered twice. What about mornings or evenings, Mondays and weekends? Dumbledore winked at him and smiled. I have time, but I usually like to savor various candies alone in the office, one of the few hobbies one has when one gets old. Dumbledore paused. Also, as far as I know, you and Miss Granger have chosen all the electives. You probably won't have much time to come to me during the day from Monday to Friday, right? That's not wrong, so the time you gave isn't quite right. I can't come to study with you before 3 p.m. ha ha ha. Actually, you can come to me in the evenings. After all, I don't have many classes to teach, so it won't be too demanding. Dylan nodded. This was settled. Dylan spoke again. The second thing is about your pensieve. Dylan looked at the silvery mist drifting behind Dumbledore. The pensieve. Dumbledore turned slightly to look behind him. Do you wish to use it? Dylan nodded. Not only that, but actually, I'd like to examine the runes and symbols carved into the pensieve up close. Dumbledore raised his chin slightly. Oh, you want to know how the pensieve is made? As expected of you, you guess it instantly. I do have that thought. If I could understand the principles of the pensieve, I think my alchemy would be a quantum leap. Oh, my child. Alchemy takes time. I know that a thirst for knowledge shouldn't wait, but excessive progress can lead you astray. Dumbledore turned again. Do you know what the pensieve is used for? Storing memories, recalling memories, accessing memories? Dumbledore nodded gently. It seems you read quite a lot. Madame Pants always tells me how much you've read in the library. Dylan chuckled. This Madame Pants is such a snitch. The pensieve can store memories magically retrieved from a wizard's brain, and can also fully recreate those memories in their entirety. It allows the owner of the memories, or others, to access them. But you know what? The pensieve belongs to the school, and successive headmasters have used it for a long time. No one knows who created it. Even if you thoroughly study the runes, you might not understand its workings. Dylan stroked his chin. He did know an unconfirmed legend about the pensieve's origins. It was discovered half buried in the earth by the founders of Hogwarts, right here on the site they had decided to establish the school. As for whether he could fully understand the pensieve's workings, Dylan glanced at old Dumbledore. He didn't believe it. As a master alchemist, the old man could have tinkered with the Philosopher's Stone alongside Nicholas Flamel. How could he remain silent about the pensieve in his office for so long? I understand that achieving this won't be easy, but I'm prepared to work hard. Dylan's expression was resolute. Studying magic is my greatest joy. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to have such insights. I hope you can maintain this pure heart and not go astray in the future. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly at this point. Dylan glanced at him again. What was he thinking about? Was it about Grindelwald, or Tom? Dylan's mastery of occlumency had reached a high level. He had also activated a special feature of the spell. Do you understand what I'm saying? Using this feature, Dylan could practice occlumency without worrying about Dumbledore overhearing anything. as long as his thoughts and emotions weren't too intense. Yes, Dylan had developed a habit of smiling calmly in front of everyone. Even as complaints welled up in his heart about this professor's pointed hat is scarier than a bog art, he managed to do it without even a flutter, transforming his inward complaints into sweet nothing swirling around his tongue. Thank you for your teachings. I will keep them in mind and pursue only the essence and splendor of magic, rather than relying on magic or empty slogans to destroy the world, Dylan smiled. In fact, Professor, I believe that magic is a product of the world. If the world is destroyed, magic will also become distorted, so you can rest assured that I won't do anything that harms the world. Dylan's words made Dumbledore pause again. You? Dylan tilted his head. What's wrong? That's a good idea. I think so too. Dumbledore smiled faintly, but ultimately kept the question he had been about to ask. This child was smart. Smarter than he had imagined. And he had already said it. Why would he question it again? Just knowing that this child's heart was truly pure was enough. With this thought, Dumbledore stood up. He walked to the pensieve. A faint, silvery mist swirled out, lingering around him. Old Dumbledore's already white hair was enveloped in the silver mist. Silver strands mingled in a lingering melding. The mist flowed down the tips of old Dumbledore's hair, condensing into tiny starbursts on his shoulders, making his white hair look like a thread spun from moonlight. It exuded the scholarly bearing of time, while also carrying a mysterious lingering air of the secrets of memory held within the pensieve. I'd actually love to tell others about the pensieve's uses, but people don't seem to care much. Old Dumbledore stroked the rim of the pensieve. The runes on it shimmered with a faint silver glow as his fingertips gently stroked them. Since you're willing, I can teach you to identify some ancient runes. They do have many uses, but they tend to focus on memory. Dylan, delighted, stood up as well. Really, Professor? He walked toward old Dumbledore. The carpet felt soft beneath his feet. When he reached him, old Dumbledore waved gently, the hem of his robe brushing the edge of the pensieve. Ancient runes, touched by the swirling silver mist, gradually shone a faint blue. Look at this entwined set of runes. Old Dumbledore's fingers hovered above the mist. Fragments of memory, condensed on his fingertips, fell into the basin. It signifies shedding and rebirth, not the rebirth of life, of course. Look here, every gully has swallowed the mornings and evenings of every Hogwarts headmaster. As old Dumbledore finished his words, the swirling silver mist suddenly swirled into a vortex. A silhouette of a robe worn only in the Middle Ages emerged from it. Then, the figure shifted again. This is, Dylan stared at the figure for a moment, then turned his head to look at the surrounding walls. The memories of past headmasters. Yes, child. They are gathered here by the runes. Chapter 187 Hermione, you're not attending class? What should I do? After returning from old Dumbledore, Dylan felt he had gained quite a bit. Upon returning to his dorm, he went straight into his suitcase. But before that, he borrowed Neville's memory ball. The memory ball was another alchemical artifact, though not particularly technical. After a brief study, Dylan figured out the principle behind its creation. He held it before his eyes, observing the gas within through its transparent shell. The principle behind the memory ball wasn't complicated. In fact, it was surprisingly simple. It simply utilized a special magical gas that reacted to the holder's mental fluctuations. When an unexpected event occurred, the mental fluctuations became abnormal, and the gas within the memory ball was naturally activated, causing it to glow red. Dylan began to draw upon the ancient runes he had learned from old Dumbledore's personal guidance, as well as from past headmasters. The ancient magic runes on the pensieve. Dylan fiddled with Neville's balloon for a long time. His fingertips glowed a pale gold as he etched the magic runes onto the memory orb. He slowly poured magic power into the transparent sphere. Naturally, alchemy required other materials. Dylan pulled out several vials. Moonflower powder shone pearly in the bottles. Star sand resembled solidified fragments of a galaxy. These materials weren't particularly common, but Dylan didn't mind using them. Materials were meant to be consumed. If they ran out, he could simply ask his good disciple, Mr. Borgin, for more. It wasn't a big deal. As Dylan poured magic power into the memory orb, he dipped a goose quill pen into a small amount of the adhesive he had concocted. He traced a fine alchemical matrix on the surface of the orb. This was a fairly basic alchemical pattern. In fact, the memory orb itself was already engraved with it. Dylan simply added to it. The memory anchoring matrix described the Nicholas Flamel's basic transformation principles as quite standard, Dylan began working on the memory orb with great enthusiasm. First, he had to teach this chaotic gas to understand, Dylan pondered. Then, using a silver mortar, he ground 3 mnemonic enhancers into a mist, then heated and fused them with star sand in a crucible. Dylan placed a memory ball on top. Pale golden vapor drifted from the crucible, moving toward the ball like a living thing. Ordinary memory balls are simply triggered by mental fluctuations, like dropping a match into a powder keg. But both old Dumbledore and the books say that alchemy requires layered construction. Dylan used a goose quill pen to gently trace spiral patterns along the ball's pattern. Each pattern precisely corresponded to the mental flow of the hippocampus. The first layer is a sorting sieve. I can use moonstone powder as a medium, allowing the memory ball to recognize keywords like homework, pets, courses, and supplies. The second layer is the memory hook. This requires Neville's hair. That way, it will know what's truly important to the owner of the memory ball. Luckily, I also collect hair from other people. Dylan opened a small box on a nearby shelf. Inside was a transparent glass container. There were a few strands of hair scattered among them. Dylan took one out and dropped it into the crucible. Bang! A burst of gas erupted. The mist gushed over the memory ball again. Dylan used a test tube to draw out the solution brewing in the crucible. He dripped the liquid, mixed with Neville's hair, onto the surface of the memory ball. The transparent shell of the memory ball suddenly shimmered like ripples of water. Dylan narrowed his eyes and adjusted the angle of the prism suspended in midair, allowing the light from above to pass through the prism and decompose into 7 colors, reflecting a miniature rainbow bridge within the sphere. This is a key step in alchemy to imbue it with spirituality. This step is crucial if alchemical creations are to be less rigid. Dylan carefully adjusted the prism, allowing the magical gas to acquire basic information processing capabilities under the influence of alchemy. The smoke that had previously blindly turned red now condensed into the shape of the crucible as Dylan spoke about potions, and then took on Professor Snape's rigid expression. Neville will be very surprised to see this, Dylan chuckled. Next, the most important thing is this. Dylan tapped the tip of his wand on the top of the sphere. A Big Dipper array composed of 28 star sands quietly took shape. Well, I added a title spell to the reminder function of the memory ball, and automatically adjusted the priority according to the Hogwarts clock tower chimes. That's about it. Dylan touched his chin. Neville's memory ball now has many more functions than before. For example, after dinner, if Neville forgets, the homework reminder will be strengthened. If Neville's pet, Leif, who loves to escape, disappears again, and Neville forgets his pet again, the memory ball will flash blue light to remind him, instead of simply staying hot. Wait for the array pattern to cool. Dylan looked at the memory ball in front of him, satisfaction in his eyes. He threw some food for his pet and the basilisk and others, then exited the suitcase space. Neville noticed Dylan's presence immediately. When Dylan borrowed his memory ball, he'd said he'd help him modify it. He was curious about the ball's current state. He looked around. The ball in Dylan's hand was no longer a simple glass object. Fine alchemical lines could be faintly seen on its surface. It looked a bit like a spider web soaked in moonlight. Wow, Dylan, what did you do to it? It looks very different from before. Dylan handed the ball to Neville. Neville quickly took it, cradling it in his hands and examining it. The once ordinary ball now seemed far more advanced. The gas inside exhibited a stratified flow. The upper layer was a silvery white haze responsible for identification, while the lower layer was an amber band of light storing keywords. A pea-sized golden gear hovered in the middle, slowly rotating, separating the 2 air currents. Seamus, Harry, and the others came over. Ron stared blankly at the obviously expensive ball. Dylan, did you install the entire Ministry of Magic's memory department in it? Try it. Tell it, what the hell did I forget? Dylan ignored Ron and smiled at Neville. This time, it won't just sit there and release red gas, or be so foolish as to burn your hand. Neville blinked. What did I forget? But I can't seem to. Before Neville could finish his words, the amber light in the memory ball suddenly moved. The silvery white mist responsible for recognition transformed into the shape of a notebook. This notebook continued to change. It looked like it was transforming. Neville's eyes widened. Wait. I think I forgot to do tomorrow's transfiguration homework. Dylan was also stunned. Because the professors always treated him differently from other students, he didn't actually have much homework to do. Therefore, he couldn't quite understand Neville's current despair. He simply pursed his lips, suppressing a smile. Well, catch up now while there's still time. or Professor McGonagall will find out you haven't done your homework. I think you already know the consequences, Neville clanged and clattered, pulling a notebook from his backpack. Dylan cleaned himself up and lay down on the bed. It was still time to read, but Dylan was reading his notebook. It contained the ancient runes he had just recorded. Revisiting the old to learn new things. Dylan needed to study further. I've already gained a basic understanding of alchemy, and I've even dabbled in the principles of a time turner. Next, Dylan considered returning the time turner to Professor McGonagall. However, with his current level of skill, it was too early for him to build one himself. Furthermore, the time turner Professor McGonagall had given him couldn't be used for anything else. It could only be used for class. This limitation made Dylan think it would be best to return it sooner rather than later. Before the time turners were destroyed, Dylan could easily visit the Ministry. Taking advantage of the chaos at the Ministry of Magic, he snatched up all the time turners. It was a simple task. So Dylan felt there was no need to fill his remaining time with unnecessary classes just for a time turner. The most important thing is the alchemical runes on the time turner and the principles of its construction. I've already got a general grasp of them, so I'd better return it. Flipping through his notes, Dylan finally made his decision. Before bed, Neville finally finished his homework. Dylan closed his notebook and pulled out his schedule. Finally, these classes can be crossed off. Dylan had already mastered a large portion of the electives he'd taken recently. In reality, the professors wouldn't be able to offer much help if he continued. For example, he'd stayed in divination. His progress with divination had been a bit slow lately. This was a good opportunity for Dylan to improve his skills. However, there were some common divination predictions. Honestly, Professor Trelawney isn't even as good as him. The next day at noon, before the afternoon elective classes began, Dylan, having finished his morning transfiguration class, approached Professor McGonagall and asked to go to her office to discuss something. Professor McGonagall agreed, and the two of them made their way to the vice-headmaster's office. "What's going on, Dylan? You'll have to come to my office to discuss it," Dylan smiled. "Of course, it's about the oath I swore." Professor McGonagall raised a brow, waiting for Dylan's next words. Dylan didn't waste any words, pulling out the time turner. "Professor, after studying for a while, I've realized I've basically mastered the material in these electives. For example, divination." "Yes, for example, divination." Seeing Dylan nod, Professor McGonagall didn't blame him for changing his mind so easily, saying he wouldn't attend class. Instead, she smiled with relief. "I've always told you that some classes are unnecessary, especially for you." Professor McGonagall looked at Dylan. "Even in Transfiguration and Charms, the required core courses, you're so adept, even masterful, that I don't think you'll gain much from the electives." Professor McGonagall reached out, her fingertips brushing the star-shaped markings on the time turner's surface. "In that case, I'll take it back." After taking the time turner, Professor McGonagall stuffed it into a small bag. She didn't put it in her desk drawer, but kept it close to her. She patted her pocket gently. Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. "True scholars don't need more time, but deeper concentration, so this is a wise choice." "Professor, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm sorry to have kept you so long. Let's go to the dining room together." Watching Professor McGonagall put the time turner away safely, Dylan nodded secretly. If Hermione used the time turner to accomplish something else, it would have nothing to do with him. "Of course, let's go." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, turned around, and walked towards the door. The hem of her robe swept across the stone floor, making a slight rustling sound. The two of them walked all the way to the cafeteria door. The door was now open. The aroma of roast beef mixed with the smell of some desserts hit the face. Various aromas went straight into the nose. Professor McGonagall walked towards the teacher's seat. Dylan also came to the Gryffindor table. After dinner, it was another afternoon of classes. Since he didn't need to take the elective course, he only attended the class once and went to the cafeteria with Neville and the others to eat. Hermione's figure also appeared at this time. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around Dylan, Hermione walked over. She looked at Dylan with a strange expression, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and whispered, "Where were you this afternoon?" Dylan blinked and looked at her. "Of course I was in class." "What? But I didn't see you in the elective class at all." "Oh, well, I returned the thing to Professor McGonagall." "What?" Hermione suddenly exclaimed, attracting the attention of Neville, Harry and the others. Hermione paused, smiled sheepishly, and quickly lowered her voice again. You actually returned it? Don't you want to take those classes anymore? Dylan nodded. Yes, I feel like these subjects aren't something I have to master, or rather, they're not particularly difficult. I can understand them even just by reading the books, so I don't really want to go to class anymore. Besides, every class I take means I need to do one more homework. The professor of the elective course won't exempt me from homework just because I did well in Transfiguration. Besides, the exams and tests have to go on as usual. I really don't want to take so much time off, so I gave up these unnecessary classes. Hermione, so, what should I do? Huh? What do you mean? This time it was Dylan's turn to be stunned. Hermione's lips moved. Chapter 188 Snape, you come to my place for class, and you even want to take over the lounge? If you're gone, won't I have to go to class alone? Hermione curled her lips. You know I don't know anyone in those classes. For some electives, when Harry and the others aren't there, I have to sit by myself. If you were in class, we could sit together. Dylan's mouth twitched. Stop it, what do you mean I'm gone? I'm just not attending, not dying. That's exactly what I meant, there was really no way to deal with this little girl. Okay, fine, I won't be in those classes. I've already explained why. Hermione's expression turned dejected. Okay, indeed, she had no way, and no right, to demand that Dylan accompany her in those classes. They were just two friends, a little closer than normal, but still ordinary. Most of the time, Hermione treated Dylan as an imaginary enemy. But it wasn't that she was hostile to him. She wanted to imitate and emulate Dylan's usual learning pace as much as possible. That was precisely why. She was fully aware of the vast and diverse range of books Dylan read, at least far more than she did. So Hermione knew Dylan truly had a clear vision for his future, and he was determined to pursue it. There were certain things he could completely discard. In fact, he'd already mastered them, so there was no need to spend time studying them. Sigh, Hermione sighed softly. But even though she knew all that, Dylan's sudden departure always felt strange to her. Shouldn't they have taken classes together? Perhaps her real concern was that she and Dylan had originally been companions, taking electives together. However, after only a few days, Dylan had already made a more precise assessment of his future plans, deeming them unnecessary. But what about her? In truth, Hermione didn't have a clear vision or plan for her own future. Just like Harry, who, unsure of what to do next, maintained a casual attitude towards electives. He and Ron, guided by the others' suggestions, more or less chose a few courses together. Even if they struggled, at least they could comfort each other. When you make a mistake, having someone to help you is a completely different experience than facing it alone. It's a perfectly normal human emotion. Hermione, while seemingly completely at odds with Harry's haphazard selection, chose all her electives. She was incredibly hardworking, eager to learn and strive. But wasn't her decision to take all of them driven by uncertainty about the future, unsure of what she could do? Rather than doing nothing, it was better to try everything. Then, no matter what she ultimately chose, she'd have accumulated a certain amount of knowledge. Harry and Hermione, in fact, were essentially the same type of people. Hermione walked on in silence. They arrived at the dining room. After dinner, they returned to the Gryffindor common room. Dylan, as usual, experimented with alchemy. He fed his pets. He fed the basilisk. He fed the increasingly delirious Lockhart. Dylan was puzzled by Lockhart's dwindling mental capacity. He simply cast an oblivion charm on himself, forgetting everything. It would only cause amnesia, but it wouldn't make someone stupid, right? Dylan didn't dwell on it too much. After finishing his evening tasks, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Dylan was the first to rise. He cleaned up, read, ate, and fed his owl. He finished his morning tasks. It was almost time for class. Dylan headed towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. On the way, he ran into Hermione again. Hermione looked a little down, clutching a thick stack of books that nearly reached her chest. "Good morning," Dylan greeted. "Morning," Hermione muttered. "What's wrong?" Dylan asked. "Nothing." Hermione was silent for a moment, blinking softly, then looked up at Dylan again. "So you've dropped arithmancy and a few other electives, leaving only the one with a professor who doesn't look like he has prophetic powers?" Dylan raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "Right, you're not even planning on attending Hagrid's class?" Dylan nodded again. "His class? I think, due to Malfoy's injury, it might be on hold for a while." Plus, this elective isn't that useful to me anyway, so I'm canceling it, Dylan shrugged. Phew, alright, make your own plans, Hermione let out a breath. Just then, Harry and Ron hurried over. When they reached Dylan's side, they looked up and saw Hermione. They were stunned. Hermione, Strange, why are you here? Hermione looked up dejectedly. What do you mean? Ron smacked his lips and looked behind him. Seeing no one around, he turned back again. I mean, just now, weren't you walking with Harry and me? Ron pointed behind him and gestured exaggeratedly. Then, Harry and I saw Dylan take 2 steps forward. We rushed over, only to find you, who should have been behind. Suddenly, ahead, Ron scratched his head in confusion. Dylan immediately realized what was going on. Hermione must have been attending another class that morning and had adjusted her schedule to attend Defense Against the Dark Arts at this time. Hermione also came to her senses. Her tone became a little hesitant. Well, that's it. Harry and Ron stared at Hermione. For a long time, she couldn't get a word out. It was then that Dylan spoke. Okay, class is almost time. Let's get to class before the professor gets here. Hermione nodded repeatedly. Yeah, let's get to class. Let's go, she said, lifting her feet and running towards the classroom. Seeing Hermione fleeing with her books in her arms, Ron frowned suspiciously. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10, Dylan tilted his head. What about the other one? It's absolutely wrong, Ron lowered his voice. I have a feeling Hermione's hiding something from us. Dylan thought about it. Lately, when he'd been traveling with a time turner, he'd either been with Hermione or alone. So, no one else had noticed anything was amiss. Ron continued his speculation. Today's classes aren't that many, are they? And there aren't many books needed for class. Look, the book Hermione was holding just now was this thick. Ron rested his hand on his chin. Dylan couldn't help but laugh. Is it because you're too short? It's said that girls grow faster than boys when they were young. Hermione was even a little taller than Ron now. Of course, it could also be because Hermione was thinner, making her look even taller. Well, you all know how much Hermione loves reading. Maybe she wants to read a few more books during lunch. Dylan casually made an excuse for Hermione and then walked into the classroom. He ignored Ron, who was whispering something to Harry. After they sat down, Lupin didn't arrive quickly, but was a little late. When he finally arrived, Dylan looked up and found that the clothes he was wearing were the same ones he had worn to the start of term dinner. They looked tattered. Lupin had a smile on his face. His temperament was calm. He was holding a suitcase in his hands. They looked as old as his clothes. Maybe even more worn. However, there was a hint of blush on his face, and he looked in good spirits. After spending so many days at Hogwarts, Dylan even felt that the edges of his face had rounded a little. I'm delighted to be your teacher. I will do my best to make you feel the terrifying influence of the dark arts and the dark nature of it. Lupin didn't put down the box, its corners polished to shine, its leather seams cracked and jagged. He gripped the worn handle firmly with one hand. After greeting all the students, he cleared his throat, his voice steady and forceful. Close your theory books and put those difficult spells aside for now. No scrolls or notes are needed today. I only ask that you hold your wands tightly. As Lupin finished speaking, the students were stunned. Then, the classroom erupted in activity. Some frowned, others whispered to each other, their expressions tinged with quizzical expressions. It wasn't their fault. After all, the image of Lockhart unleashing a cage of rampaging Cornish pixies in class last year, the chaos that had rocked the classroom, was still etched in their minds. Now, they heard Lupin coming up to give them another practical lesson. Everyone was curious, yet also quite nervous. Follow me. A rustling sound filled the classroom. The rustling of parchment and the clattering of books intertwined. Students quickly stuffed their textbooks into their backpacks and clutched their wands tightly. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Lupin turned and walked towards the classroom door. The others followed him out in a line. Lupin's worn leather shoes made a rhythmic clattering sound on the stone corridor. Behind him, a group of young wizards walked with slightly unsteady steps. As the group turned a corner, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Peeves. He had a broad face, a big mouth, and wore a tie, glaring at the newcomers. Peeves was now hanging upside down from the ceiling, his legs swinging exaggeratedly. Judging by the movements of his hands, it seemed as if he was trying to stuff a sticky piece of chewed gum into the keyhole of a door. His brightly colored clothes were particularly conspicuous in the dim corridor. Staring at Lupin with bright eyes, he suddenly burst into song, waving his cracked slippers and singing in a shrill voice. Lupin, Lupin, you fool. Teaching the dark arts is like teaching a quagmire. With a head full of alpoo, Peeves finished his unintelligible, yet piercing, jingle. Laughing playfully, he pressed his sticky gum into the keyhole, deliberately swirling his fingertips twice. The saliva-soaked gum instantly filled the keyhole, enveloping the copper lock tightly. As Hogwarts' oldest mischievous spirit, Peeves, like the Dementors, is a non-existent being. Unlike the Dementors, Peeves is a poltergeist manifested from chaotic energy at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a ghost that causes all sorts of noise, commotion, and movement. In reality, it is a magical entity condensed from the students' mischief, rebellion, and disorder. The mischievous energy and mischievous nature accumulated by the Hogwarts students over the years manifested in the form of Peeves. Lupin, a Hogwarts student himself, was naturally no stranger to Peeves. In fact, during his student days, as a highwayman, Lupin had contributed many of his mischievous ideas, and was a major source of Peeves's strength. Now, faced with his old acquaintance's provocation, Lupin didn't get angry. Instead, he shook his head slightly, his tone filled with a hint of helpless familiarity. Old friend, why don't we go somewhere else, Pa? Peeves' response was clear. The loud pa sound, mixed with saliva, splashed on the stone floor. Peeves, hanging upside down, made a face at Lupin, his pointed ears twitching with the movement. Seeing this, Lupin said nothing more. He drew his wand and said to his students, "Look, this is the first spell I'm teaching you. It will cause objects to be launched at high speed." Lupin raised his wand gently. Wadawasi, the air suddenly trembled. The stubborn ball of chewing gum stuck in the keyhole was suddenly pulled by an invisible suction force and shot backward at astonishing speed. It landed squarely in Peeves' nostrils. "Ah! You damn dratch! You fool!" Peeves screamed like a butchered pig. He somersaulted 3 times in the air and disappeared around the corner, cursing. Only intermittent cries of despicable Lupin echoed faintly in the corridor. This clean and neat handling caused the students watching behind to gasp. Oh my god! As third-year students, this was the first time they had seen such a reliable defense against the dark arts professor. It was unbelievable. Lupin's composure gave these students, who had experienced 2 eccentric defense against the dark arts professors, an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Dylan raised an eyebrow in the crowd. Vadivasi, it's really an unpopular spell. After passing through 2 corridors, the team led by Lupin stopped in front of the door of an inconspicuous lounge. This is a staff lounge. With a creaking sound, Lupin pushed open the wooden door. The warm yellow light in the room poured out. Everyone walked in. But they saw Professor Snape lazily slumped in an armchair, the hem of his black robe dragging on the ground, his eyes cold, looking at everyone, mainly at Lupin. "You come to my place for class, and you even want to take the lounge." Chapter 189, The Ungrateful Boggart. Lupin paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Don't get me wrong, I just have something to show the students here." He waited until all the students had entered, and then he was about to close the door. At that moment, Professor Snape slowly stood up and snorted. "No need to close the door. I'd rather not watch your class." He adjusted the hem of his coat, his black cloak billowing behind him. As he approached the door, Professor Snape gave Lupin a cold look. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut from the outside with a dull thud. Lupin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his knuckles unconsciously traced the lines on the end of his wand. After a moment's silence, he gave a slight shake of his head, turned, his cloak arcing. He reached the center of the common room. The students' eyes fell on him. "It seems Professor Snape is indeed not very interested in my class." Lupin was clearly accustomed to Snape's bad attitude. He raised his hand to the students, signaling them to move to the other side of the room. There stood an old wardrobe. Lupin tapped lightly on the side of the wardrobe, causing it to tremble slightly. Just then, a sudden crash erupted from within the old wardrobe. Bang! Bang! The cabinet shook slightly. Seeing some students startled by the noise, Lupin spoke to them in reassurance. "Don't be nervous. The creature inside isn't threatening, it's just a boggart." "A boggart? What was that?" Many students had never heard of it. This was why many, who had previously been completely unafraid, couldn't help but suspect some terrifying creature lurked within the wardrobe, becoming increasingly nervous after hearing Lupin's strange name. It was morning, yet the classroom seemed eerie and dimly lit. Even students familiar with the characteristics of boggarts were stunned. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the swaying wardrobe. The dark brown panels showed the grain of age. The brass knocker tapped against the wood as the cabinet vibrated. A continuous clicking sound followed. Boggarts love to hide in corners and crevices. Lupin tapped the end of his wand against the cabinet and began explaining. Dylan was also staring at the wardrobe. A boggart. It seemed like a good subject for research. Under beds, in cabinets, in toilet tanks, and so on. Professor Flitwick caught one in a broom closet not long ago. Lupin smiled. I happened to be nearby at the time, so I borrowed this boggart to use in your practical lessons. As he spoke, he tapped the lock with his wand, and the noise stopped. Lupin turned. The rustling wind from the edge of his tattered wizard's robes brushed the tense brows of the students in the front row. Can anyone tell me what the nature of a boggart is? Hermione, who was right next to Dylan, immediately raised her hand. An incorporeal shapeshifter. It takes on a form based on the observer's fear. Lupin, is quite right. In plain English, this creature will take on a form it thinks will scare us. He held his wand in one hand, gently stroking the tip with the other. Right now, this boggart is still sensing from the shadows. When I open the door, Lupin paused deliberately. It will transform into the thing one of us fears the most, like Professor Snape holding your 0-point potions homework. Puff. The tense atmosphere in the classroom suddenly faltered, followed by suppressed laughter. Dylan rubbed his chin. He questioned Lupin's claim that boggarts seemed to appear everywhere. He'd been at Hogwarts for 2 years, and he loved to venture into corners, so how come he hadn't encountered a boggart? How come Lupin caught a boggart right as he was about to start class? Did this thing even care about looks? While Lupin was explaining the boggart's habits to the other students, Dylan wanted to try divination to see what he would fear when facing a boggart. If the mirror of Ares allowed him to see his desires, then the boggart could allow him to see his own fears. This intrigued Dylan. After all, before becoming a wizard, he was just like any other person. He was afraid of ghosts and monsters. He was afraid of ugly, strange-looking insects. He might even have a slight fear of heights, but that was manageable. Judging by how quickly he mastered his broomstick, he overcame it quickly. However, after becoming a wizard, he unlocked many full-level spells through the achievement system. Now, he could even capture Voldemort's child form. Dylan wondered what he was still afraid of. Ghosts? Dylan thought of the spells he had mastered. Exorcising spirits, stealing the voices of remnants, stealing souls, and glaring at Cthulhu, including the special abilities he'd activated. The wand of power he possessed, even Dementors would have wished they'd lowered themselves to dust, becoming his foot-washing maids. Forget ordinary ghosts. If they didn't flee in terror upon seeing him, they'd be quite courageous. As for those hideous, bizarre insects, Dylan tapped his chin lightly with his index finger. Now, when those Acromantulas see me, they act like they've seen a ghost. They either run or flee, and some even lose all 8 legs. Dylan smacked his lips. It's become so rare that even when he finally managed to find time to visit the Forbidden Forest, hoping to gather some wool, he rarely encountered the Acromantulas hunting at night. Dylan seriously suspected that the spider Hagrid had raised was giving the Acromantula orders. Tell them to stay out of the house when they have nothing to do. No, stay out of their nests. As for fear of heights, that's out of the question. Dylan can now fly not only on a broomstick, but also by himself, as a dragon, on a hippogriff, a multitude of options for him to choose from. Now that I'm powerful enough, what could possibly scare me? Dylan tossed a coin, then caught it. He unfolded it and looked at it. In an instant, his vision gradually lost focus, and he saw many images. Cedric fell stiffly, a purple spot on his forehead pierced by the killing curse. Old Dumbledore's robes rustled at the top of the tower before falling. Fred's smiling face was frozen in the flames of the explosion of dark magic, his fingers still in the scissors sign. Professor Snape's throat was bitten by Narcissus' snake fang, and blood bubbles gushed out wildly. These scenes flashed through his mind. And there were more. There were also many people Dylan didn't even know, or couldn't quite place, reduced to corpses. Some had their faces obscured by blood, while others, like Fred, had perished directly in the explosion. The bodies piled up one after another. Dylan suddenly realized that these were all scenes he had seen before, either in the crystal ball fragments or in the afterimages of the prophecy. Now, the boggart had shattered them into a bloody jigsaw puzzle. The bodies piled up like a small mountain. Some wore Hogwarts robes, some wore Death Eater cloaks, and many were men, women, and children with blurred faces. Dylan even saw his parents, as well as Florin and his daughter, Vera. Dylan raised his eyebrows slightly. Does this mean he's afraid of corpses? That's a bit ridiculous. He couldn't even count the number of lives he had killed with his spells. As for corpses, they either hatched obsidian flowers for him, or were thrown into a pool of stagnant water, becoming corpses for him to manipulate. Dylan didn't think corpses frightened him. So, in reality, he was afraid these bodies were those of people he cared about? But I won't let anyone I care about die. Dylan smacked his lips again. He felt the Boggart's abilities weren't up to par. Even though he'd be terrified by such a vision, he knew it wasn't realistic. Dylan wouldn't let his parents die, and therefore wouldn't let the vision the Boggart had described happen. Through divination, Dylan concluded that the Boggart might not be able to manifest a form he feared, because he truly had nothing to fear. Furthermore, perhaps the monster couldn't see the emptiness deep within his soul and could only piece together the most horrific fragments of his memories. But, one thing for another. It's a good thing I divined ahead of time. Otherwise, if the Boggart had confronted me directly, and I had manifested this form and been seen by others, wouldn't it have caused me a lot of trouble? Dylan silently chanted the spell. The barrier of occlumency was firmly established in his mind. Dylan tried again to peer into the future. However, in that vision, the Boggart merely wavered. In the end, the pile of corpses remained. Tisk, you're really not going to take the toast, Dylan snorted inwardly. He hadn't expected that this spell, which had worked against old Dumbledore and Professor Snape's legitimacy, would actually stumble against a Boggart. But, a Boggart, as a disembodied, shape-shifting creature, is essentially a manifestation of fear. It lacks a fixed form, usually existing as a gray mist, taking form based on the fear of its target. More precisely, it actively senses the observer's deepest fear and transforms it into a visual image. But to Dylan, this creature is still a being composed of energy and psychic energy, susceptible to the influence of the exorcist. Dylan's eyes shifted. He divined again, observing himself, trying to see how the Boggart would change after using exorcist or even reaper. In the future, Dylan saw the Boggart let out a sharp laugh, and the surface of the pile of corpses suddenly rippled like water. Cedric's body suddenly sat up and began blowing bubbles through his nostrils. Old Dumbledore's silver hair turned fluorescent pink, dancing gracefully in the air. Professor Snape slipped into Nagini's snake mouth, leaving only his large butt exposed, wiggling constantly. Oh my god, this is true terror. Dylan's mouth twitched as he watched the bizarre scene the Boggart had transformed into in the future. Compared to the image of the pile of corpses just now, Dylan had to admit that the Boggart's reformed form, influenced by his exorcism, was actually a bit terrifying. It was too damn weird. Even if Professor Snape were dead and jumped from the building in Dumbledore's place, he couldn't pull off a move like that. Dylan quickly tried to use exorcism to transform the Boggart again. He continued to perform divinations until he had shrunk it into a clown. After several attempts to confirm his prediction, Dylan continued to use the divination. Surely the Boggart wouldn't do anything outrageous or shocking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lupin stood before everyone. Motioning for the students to gather, he began teaching them the spell specifically designed to combat Boggarts. Remember, press the tip of your tongue against your upper gum, and trill the R's with a touch of playfulness. After all, this is a spell designed to make fear laugh, but the Boggart isn't afraid of the syllables of the spell, it's your audacity to make fear laugh, like, maybe dressing the giant beat in a pink tutu, or adding bells to the Dementor's hood. After leading the class through the spell 3 times, Lupin spoke again. Don't forget the laughter. Breaking fear requires more than just spells. The power of this spell lies in laughter. Only your laughter can force the Boggart into a form you truly find amusing. With that, Lupin turned and knocked on the trembling wardrobe. The clinking of copper rings mingled with the clattering of cabinets. Students lined up one after another. Though reluctant, these students, in all their nervousness, were actually tinged with excitement. Even facing the fear of the unknown, with the assurance that their professors were watching over them, as long as their safety was assured, fear would only be a thrill. It was like a roller coaster. Hermione, at the front of the line, gripped her wand tightly. Faced with something so new and unfamiliar as a Boggart, she instantly cast aside her earlier anxieties. She stared at the cabinet, ready to advance. Neville, at the back, huddled behind Dylan's room. "Alright, first student, come forward when you're ready." The students at the front moved forward, fearful, one after another, standing before the wardrobe. A grey mist emanated from the cabinet. Lupin had completely released the boggart. The first student let out a cry of surprise. Dylan looked at Neville, who was trembling slightly beside him, and tilted his head. "Are you really afraid of something?" Neville swallowed and shook his head slightly. "No. I don't really know." Dylan blinked. "You don't even know what you're afraid of?" "What are you afraid of?" "But it's because I don't know what I'm afraid of that I'm afraid." Neville was also stunned. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. How could your boggart be a corpse? And it looks so similar. Dylan smacked his lips. Meanwhile, the students were already facing the boggart. Lupin's explanation was quite detailed. As the students chanted their spells, the mummy bandages transformed by the boggart transformed into colorful stripes. The severed leg danced a cheerful tambourine in midair. The ghost girl's long hair flew out, her eyes glazed over, looking like a fluffy dandelion. Whenever the boggart transformed into the students' fears, those who could control their fear would let the comical spells transform the boggart's form. When it was Neville's turn, Dylan gently touched his trembling hand, lowering his voice. If it were Professor Snape, imagine him doing the quagga. Perhaps it was Dylan's comfort that worked, or perhaps it was because Neville imagined the stern-faced Professor Snape performing a comical dance. Neville couldn't help but laugh. This also calmed his tense mind. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. However, when Neville faced the boggart, it didn't transform into Professor Snape as he'd imagined. Instead, it instantly transformed into a Dementor. Rotting claws and a chilling aura emanated from beneath its gray, misty hood. Neville's face instantly turned pale as paper, and his wand hand trembled violently. How could this be different from what Dylan had said? Dylan looked up at the ceiling. He hadn't predicted the form of the boggart Neville would face. Perhaps the original storyline had described it, but his memory was vague. He hadn't seen these scenes of facing the boggart in some of the previous prophecies. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Neville chanted this spell 3 times in a row. Gritting his teeth and forcing out the spell for the 4th time, the spell finally took effect. The Dementor before him suddenly twisted in midair, as if under a whirling spell. Its rotting black robes curled into the largest black spiral, and with a muffled thud, it fell heavily to the ground. The Dementor transformed into a comical ball of sackcloth, 2 crooked ears dangling from the wrinkled fabric. It looked like a tattered sack on a broom handle. Neville breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving Lupin's praise, he hurried back to the group. "Mr. Hawkwood, it's your turn. Please come up." Lupin looked at the list and pointed to the next student, just in time for Dylan. Dylan patted Neville on the shoulder as he passed him, then walked over to Lupin. The boggart, recently transformed by Neville into a rag, seemed hesitant when facing Dylan. Unlike the other students, it didn't instantly transform into a different form, but hesitated for a while. Finally, a black mist surged, transforming into a twisted figure. Everyone looked over. It was a monster made of tree trunks. Dark brown slime oozed from the wrinkles of the bark, and half of the vines still hung from its twisted limbs. The most terrifying thing was its face. Purple-black flowers sprouted from its hollow eye sockets, and thorny stems entwined its rotting lips. Each petal oozed a foul-smelling juice. Students in the back row gasped in unison upon seeing the deformed monster, some even taking a step back. Dylan deliberately tensed his shoulders and slightly widened his eyes. Ridiculous. Dylan raised his wand. As the spell uttered, the monster lying on the ground suddenly convulsed violently. The bark peeled away, bursting into colorful balloons. The flower paths twisted into bright pink ribbons. The next second, the entire monster collapsed, transforming into an inflatable tree puppet wearing a tilted hat. It even bounced with the air currents. The leather-like branches and leaves even made strange, puffing sounds, looking quite comical. Lupin was slightly stunned. What was that just now? Normally, a boggart could only materialize the fears they had experienced. But that monster, a tangled web of plant life and death, clearly exceeded his comprehension. Could it be this little guy's imagination? After a slight pause, Lupin simply gave Dylan a long, composed look. Then, clearing his throat, he called the next student forward. By the time Dylan returned, Ron, who was in the group, had already faced the boggart. Seeing Dylan return, he took a step forward and stood beside him. That just now, Ron pondered, unsure how to describe it. He bared his teeth. "Oh my God, I can't even describe it." "What was that thing?" Dylan casually replied. "It must be something I saw in a dream. It doesn't exist, so of course I don't know what it is." Ron was suspicious. "Really?" Hermione, who had practiced this for a long time, rolled her eyes. "Why would Dylan lie to you? And this thing is too weird. It's obviously a weird creature that can only appear in dreams. I haven't seen it in any book." Ron shrank his neck. "I'm just asking, why are you shouting so loud?" At this moment, after several students stepped forward to face the boggart, it was finally Harry's turn. Dylan looked up, but found that just as Harry was about to face the boggart, Lupin suddenly made a move. He turned the boggart, which was about to transform, into Pink Pig. Or rather, a balloon. And it was still leaking air. Puff, when the air ran out, the balloon turned into a shriveled Pink Pig. Lupin flicked his wand again. Dylan sensed that the other party seemed to be planning to destroy the boggart outright. Suddenly, he stepped forward. With his wand, he precisely intercepted Lupin's spell. The two magical energies collided, sparks flew in the air, and then each vanished. The surrounding students were stunned. The church, which had been roaring with laughter, suddenly fell silent. The deflated boggart, which had been trembling constantly, was now paused. The wrinkled pink rubber skin no longer dissipated, but remained in its shrunken and twisted state, sticky and spread on the stone floor. It did not explode into smoke due to the students' laughter. Lupin raised a brow. This child, the magic power was comparable to that of an adult wizard? Lupin stared at Dylan. The latter smiled slightly. "Professor, we have all practiced it. It seems you don't intend to keep it. So, can you leave it to me?" Dylan withdrew his wand, his eyes sincere. "I want to further study its transformation mechanism. It can even transform into a Dementor. I'm very curious about how its life exists, and how it differs from a Dementor." Dylan's lips curled up. "But you know, I can't possibly capture a Dementor to study." Lupin gently stroked his chin, his gaze resting on Dylan with a certain scrutiny. "Although I've only been at Hogwarts for a short time, I've heard your name from many people. Are you the genius wizard Dylan?" Lupin's words made Dylan pause. Who gave him that unpleasant and embarrassing nickname? Dylan flatly denied it. "No, I'm just a little talented, recognized by the other professors. As for the term genius wizard, that's too much, and I don't agree." "Lupin, this little guy seems a little modest." "But why doesn't he seem that modest? Talented and genius, is there any difference between these two descriptions?" Lupin froze for a moment, then let out a dry laugh. "Well, if you want to study it, I need you to make sure you don't use it to scare other students. And after studying it, you need to destroy it with laughter. Can you promise that?" Dylan nodded. Of course, I swear, he didn't need to use it to scare his classmates, but it would be fine to scare Cole or Norbia, or even a basilisk, or even Voldemort, right? By the way, what would happen if a boggart was used to scare Dementors? Could a boggart also become a Patronus? Dylan was curious. Facing Dylan's sincere expression, Lupin thought of Dumbledore calling him into his office alone. He specifically emphasized that there was a special wizard in the third year and asked him to take special care of him. After a brief silence, he nodded gently. "Then, this boggart is yours. Remember not to scare other students. After all, it was Professor Flitwick's find. He had borrowed it specifically for teaching purposes. It wouldn't matter if he gave it away now. Besides, boggarts are not inherently aggressive. Besides giving people a fright, perhaps even scaring them half to death. But, wizards should always practice their courage." So, despite Lupin's warning to Dylan, he actually didn't mind if Dylan used the boggart to scare other students. How can one grow without experiencing setbacks? Dylan smiled and nodded. "Thank you very much for your generosity." Dylan pretended to take a box from his backpack, then twirled his wand and tucked the crumpled pink pig balloon into the box, holding it casually. Ron, beside him, took a few steps back in horror. Hermione glanced at Dylan. This guy, no wonder he always outsmarted her academically. Even though she had practiced spells with a boggart, she had never considered capturing it for research. Is research on a monster like this something a young wizard could possibly conduct right now? Is that right? Hermione's eyes raced. Suddenly, a clear goal emerged in her mind, previously uncertain about her future. She She had to catch up with Dylan. If she could just catch up with Dylan, what was there to worry about in the future? Whatever Dylan did, she could do the same. Clap. 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 Lupin clapped his hands. A smile spread across his face as he gazed at the crowd. I'm pleasantly surprised. Today's class went quite smoothly. Almost no one failed a spell. Lupin's gaze shifted from Dylan before he continued. Let me see, I think Gryffindor gets 10 points, both for Miss Granger answering the question correctly and for everyone subduing the Boggart. Harry walked back, dazed. He hadn't had time to realize the fear in his heart. Professor Lupin had taken action to dispose of the Boggart for him. He didn't understand why. Why would Professor Lupin stop him from facing the Boggart? It was obvious. It couldn't be that Professor Lupin had forgotten he was there. How could that be possible? Clearly, Professor Lupin had done this on purpose. But why would he do it on purpose? The class ended. A group of students clambered out of the classroom. Hermione followed Dylan. I recognize your Boggart. It looks scary, but its face looks a lot like Cedric's. Dylan looked at her in surprise. He even recognized it? What? Cedric. Hermione didn't try to lower her voice, and Ron, Harry, and the others beside her also heard it. Hermione nodded. Anyone who knows Cedric will definitely recognize it, so there's no need to hide it from you. Why are you afraid of him? Or, how do you know him? Ron also squeezed over. Yeah, Dylan, how do you know Cedric? I don't even know him well. Looking at the curious heads in front of him, Dylan's mouth twitched. He wanted to take a sledgehammer and hit them one by one. What should he do? Didn't I tell you? I just dreamed it. It was a dream. Maybe I met him one day, so I got this impression. Ron was clearly not satisfied with this answer. However, in the face of Dylan's consistent statement, he kept his composure. He knew he couldn't get any answers from Dylan, so he gave up. This is amazing. I've never heard of anything like this before. Dreaming of a total stranger, and he turned into a monster. Dylan's eyelids fluttered. 2 more days passed. Meanwhile, since Hermione wasn't the only one to recognize Dylan's Boggart, which looked very similar to Cedric's, others had also recognized it. They usually had trouble finding Dylan, who disappeared after class. They could only ask Harry and Ron. Naturally, the answer they got was Dylan's version. But this rumor didn't last long, as the students were talking about Sirius again. That afternoon, having turned down many electives, Dylan even had time to go to the library on weekdays to read. But just then, Cedric suddenly approached him. Dylan saw bits of Quidditch pitch grass clinging to the hem of his wizard robes. Looking up, Dylan looked at him. Cedric's prefect badge flickered in the light. The Hufflepuff icon, facing Dylan, who looked doubtful, showed a rare hesitation. His golden brown eyes scanned the empty reading room before he lowered his voice and asked Dylan, "Would you like to talk about that Boggart turned tree man in defense against the dark arts class?" Chapter 191, Finding Old Dang to Learn the Goblet Fairy Fire. Of course, Dylan put down his book. What did you want to talk about? Cedric pursed his lips. Everyone says that when you faced the Boggart, the form it transformed into was me in the form of a tree man. Dylan shook his head. I don't think so. It just bears a resemblance to you. After all, that tree man was a tree man, covered in bark. I think it was just some classmates who thought it was similar, and the rumor spread like wildfire. Also, after the Boggart transformed into a dead tree man, I do have some impression of it. I saw it in a dream, maybe from a nightmare I had one day. Cedric was stunned when he heard this. Is that so? He didn't ask further questions, but nodded. I'm sorry to bother you. A friend told me about this. I didn't ask you right away because I didn't want it to spread around and cause you any more unnecessary trouble. Cedric gave Dylan an apologetic smile. It seems everyone's stopped talking about it now. I was passing by the library today and saw you here, so I came to bother you. I hope you don't mind. Cedric stood beside Dylan. Tall and slender, his physique looked strong, his features were well defined, and his appearance and demeanor were both outstanding. Even after a brief conversation, Dylan could sense his gentle and humble personality. He truly was the white moonlight of Badger Court. Dylan smacked his lips, then smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Actually, I should be the one apologizing. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble lately, right? Cedric laughed silently. After all, this was in the library. Madame Pants seemed to have just passed by and was now watching them from a distance. How could that be? Everyone comes to ask me about the tree people, but I actually find it quite bizarre." After a pause, Cedric nodded slightly to Dylan. "Then I won't disturb you from reading, Junior. If you need any help later, you can come to me directly, or find another way, like having someone else tell me." Dylan nodded. "Okay, I won't hold back." Cedric blinked, then couldn't help but smile again. This little wizard is truly fascinating. After Cedric turned and left, Dylan picked up his book again. He wasn't distracted by Cedric. Perhaps this untimely death of the Badger Court's white moonlight shouldn't have happened so early. Until evening. After dinner, Dylan didn't return to his dorm. Instead, he went to Dumbledore's office. Knock knock. The door opened. Dylan walked in. Dumbledore was hunched over his desk, correcting something. Without even looking up, he suddenly spoke to Dylan. "I have a question, which is closer to the truth, the darkness before dawn or the light after dusk?" Dylan, who was walking towards his desk, was stunned. Was this old man crazy? Why did he ask him such a bizarre question so inexplicably? Could it be that the Dementors around him had made him emo? When he reached Dumbledore, he thought for a moment. He still didn't refuse to answer. He'd already asked, and if he didn't say something, he'd seem a bit out of place. If it were any other time, it would be fine. But Dylan came this time hoping that Dumbledore would teach him something. If you're going to ask someone for something, you should give it to them first. Dylan chuckled. "I think the truth might always lie somewhere at the intersection of the two. Are you satisfied with my answer?" Dumbledore looked up. A very ambiguous and perfunctory answer, Dylan. Without the slightest bit of embarrassment, plopped down across from Dumbledore. "I wonder why you're asking me this." Dumbledore put down his pen and smiled gently. "Nothing, just dealing with some things, something about the Ministry of Magic. You know, the people over there always give me a hard time." Dylan suddenly thought of someone and asked, "How's the Aurora who came to see you last time?" "You mean Vera?" Dylan nodded. Old Dumbledore glanced at him. "She had a lot of things to deal with after returning to the Ministry last time. That's what Flitwick told me. As for how she's doing now, I don't know." Old Dumbledore asked, "Didn't you go to her father's ice cream shop over the summer?" "I was a bit busy over the summer. I did go, but I didn't sit down or chat with Uncle Florin. I just bought some ice cream and left." Old Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Well, I thought you had a good relationship with Vera. She was a very outstanding student at Hogwarts. To be able to quickly become the head Auror after graduation, she must be very talented." Dylan agreed. "Today shouldn't be the time for you to study alchemy, right? Son, do you have something to talk to me about?" Old Dumbledore looked Dylan straight in the eye. "Yes, Professor, I have something to ask you," Dylan said directly without denying. "What is it?" Old Dumbledore's white beard stretched almost to the table. "I'd like to learn about the Gubbly Fire, Professor. Alchemy requires a more unusual flame, right?" Dylan said. "Also, it seems the Gubbly Fire can be useful in divination." He was absolutely right. Dylan had read a precise definition of the Gubbly Fire in a book. Compared to its alchemical applications, the Gubbly Fire was actually more applicable to divination. Wizards could reveal information and answers through the symbols that emerged from the Gubbly Fire. However, this form of divination required skill and talent. Deciphering the symbols from the flames was no easy task. However, for Dylan, his talent could be unlocked through the achievement system, so it wasn't a big deal. As for deciphering the symbols, that was a matter of patience. With perseverance, even an iron rod can be ground into needle. He only needed to study the knowledge and content in books, and he would be able to master the symbols in the flames. Old Dumbledore seemed a little surprised and looked at Dylan. "Gubbly Fire? It can be considered a forbidden spell. Where did you see it?" Dylan smiled. "Of course I know, but no one or law has ever declared its study and use forbidden. As for where I saw it, of course, in a book," Dylan answered confidently. "After learning that Gubbly Fire was also useful in divination, I specifically asked Professor Trelawney about it, but she told me that it was only available to senior students and required the approval of the headmaster." "Is that so? Then why don't you ask Minerva?" "I looked it up in the history of Hogwarts. You demonstrated a modified version of the fire apparition charm in Transfiguration class. I think that wasn't just any flame." Dylan stared at old Dumbledore with a frank expression. "Instead of asking the headmaster for approval, I'd rather come directly to him." "The headmaster, huh?" Old Dumbledore laughed heartily. "Child, you know what I admire most about you is your generosity." He suddenly waved his hand. With a hum, a flame materialized. This flame, unlike any other, danced, shimmering flame. Its surface shimmered with a silky sheen. At its core, a faint blue glow resembled a beating heart. Fake golden veins adorned the tips of the flames, spreading outward like the blood vessels of a heart. As the veins spread across the entire flame, the blue flame suddenly expanded, becoming a prism, its surface covered in dense runes. Like living earthworms, the runes wriggled back and forth, creating a gentle chime. A faint pearly rainbow shimmered around the edges of the flame, and the occasional sparks of light were also highly unusual. Dylan looked over and saw a transparent hexagon, suspended in midair, then condensed into a fleeting star pattern. Dylan narrowed his eyes. Beyond anything else, just the appearance alone, this Goblet Fairy Fire was truly extraordinary. In fact, my child, Dumbledore's fire is both a form of magic and a tool. Dumbledore held the blue flame in his palm. The flames shrank considerably and quieted. You mean, this fire is actually similar to a brewed potion? Dumbledore blinked. If you insist, it is. His other hand, not holding his wand, curled his fingers slightly. The curtains suddenly swooped shut, blocking out the moonlight. If I were to describe it to you, Dumbledore's fire isn't a simple spell. More importantly, it involves establishing a pact with the flame. I think of it as a ritual. Dumbledore looked at Dylan. I assume your charms professor has taught you the counterspell to the fiery blaze. Since you've read a lot of magic, what do you think is the difference between Dumbledore's fire and fiery blaze? Dylan raised his brow slightly. That's a good question. Dumbledore's fire is a profound magic, not considered dark magic. Yet, it can produce a flame that burns forever. This kind of flame can be used for divination and can also be given as a gift, though Dylan had no idea why a ball of fire could be considered a gift. Furthermore, Goblet fire is quite helpful in alchemy. After all, alchemy is, to some extent, a form of prophecy about the future. As for dark magic like fiend fire, it can also burn continuously, even growing stronger, and is essentially unextinguishable. As for the difference between them, I think Goblet fire may be a controllable magic with gentle purposes, while fiend fire is difficult to control, indiscriminately devouring everything with madness and destruction. Dumbledore nodded. That's true, but you must remember that Goblet fire is also extremely powerful, capable of altering the very landscape. In this regard, don't underestimate it. If it's not controlled, it's no different from fiend fire. Both can bring devastating disaster to you and those around you. Dylan nodded seriously. I understand. Puff. Dumbledore suddenly squeezed his palm with force. The Goblet fire in his hand exploded. Dylan. He looked at old Dumbledore, then at his palm, still emitting plumes of black smoke. No? Isn't it hot? Since you're willing to learn, I think you're qualified. In fact, this spell isn't usually taught to students at school. Old Dumbledore winked at Dylan. Remember not to tell Minerva about this, or she'll nag me again. Dylan coughed softly. Don't worry, Headmaster. If Professor McGonagall knew I came to you to learn Goblet fire, she'd definitely think I'd be devoting more time to divination in the future. That was one of the reasons he'd come directly to old Dumbledore to learn Goblet fire, instead of asking Professor McGonagall first to see if she knew the magic. The old man and the young man exchanged a glance and smiled in tacit understanding. Old Dumbledore sat up straight, then stood up. Dylan stood up as well. The two walked to an open space a little in front of the office. Watch this. Old Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his glasses looked as if they were immersed in ice water, and his wand drew a complex arc in the air. Suddenly, a silver light, like a galaxy, poured down onto the ground. Spider thread-like smoke began to seep from the cracks between the stone bricks, gradually condensing into a blue ball of light the size of a flame. Goblet Fairy Fire. You can think of it as summoning, but to be more precise, it's shaping. Dumbledore suddenly reached out and grasped Dylan's wrist, forcing his wand toward the blue flame. Ordinary fire relies on fuel, this one relies on your magic to shape it. Dumbledore's voice echoed steadily in Dylan's ears. Imagine what you most want to protect, not the image, but the feeling. When Dylan heard Dumbledore's words, the first thing that came to his mind was the basilisk, nearly bleeding him unconscious. He really had to protect it. Otherwise, before he could fully unleash its power, the snake would die. That would be a huge loss. It wasn't until Dumbledore's voice returned that he came back to his senses. Feeling? Just as he was trying to use feeling to test the Goblet Fairy Fire, Dylan felt runes suddenly explode in his mind. As Dumbledore's grip on his wrist gradually increased pressure, tiny sparks erupted from the tip of Dylan's wand. The moment they fell, they were engulfed by the dark blue flames Dumbledore had summoned. The flames suddenly expanded. Remember, in everything, don't be fooled by appearances. Dumbledore suddenly released Dylan's hand. Dylan's magic continued to flow steadily, and the flames didn't die, but they dimmed considerably. You're trying to control it with logic, but that's like trying to contain flowing water with a fishing net. Try using your wisdom, your emotions, be passionate, or the flame won't last. Dumbledore's tone was a little strange, but Dylan didn't mind. Passionate emotions? Dylan suddenly thought of the emotions he usually felt during research. Especially the preparations before beginning. The sizzling sound of bloodletting, the pulling out of tendons and skin, the rotting and blooming of filth. Just thinking about it was so satisfying. Swish, suddenly, the flame surged again. Dumbledore was stunned. Chapter 192, Isn't it good to stay in peace for a few days? You're a fast learner. Old Dumbledore had already released Dylan's hand. However, this didn't cause him to lose control of the flames he was manipulating. Perhaps he was a little clumsy at first, but soon, Dylan's control of the flames grew more and more proficient, more and more fluent. This speed of learning astounded him. For Gaplay fire wasn't just ordinary fire magic. It encompassed a vast range of subjects and areas. Burning was merely its most basic ability. It encompassed divination, prophecy, alchemy, and especially eternal burning. Just mastering this was incredibly difficult. Even he had pondered it for a long time. How could this child, after just a little guidance from him, have mastered Gaplay fire so easily? Was this reasonable? Was this magic? Once again, old Dumbledore sensed Dylan's incredible talent for learning magic. Perhaps, with careful training and guidance, even if Tom returned, or if I died someday, there would be wizards at Hogwarts capable of resisting its power. Old Dumbledore stood by, watching Dylan manipulate a blue flame. His movements became increasingly casual, more relaxed. A glimmer flickered in his eyes. Perhaps I should proceed in 2 steps. At this moment, Dylan, holding the flame in his hand, looked up at old Dumbledore. Headmaster, I think I have achieved a preliminary grasp of Dumbledore's fire, haven't I? Dumbledore, regaining his composure, nodded slightly. Yes, you've mastered it even faster than I expected, Dylan chuckled. He had already mastered the full-level fiery blaze. How much harder could a Dumbledore's fire be? Do you understand the value of learning by analogy? You're flattering. It's not that I'm a fast learner, it's that you're a good teacher. Old Dumbledore also chuckled. The old man and the young stared at each other, laughing non-stop. This old fellow isn't done yet, Dylan coughed lightly. Headmaster, it's getting late, and I have some reading to do back home. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for taking the time to mentor me. Dumbledore nodded. I'm also pleased to see the student's progress. Dylan thought Dumbledore was about to let him go and was about to bow and say goodbye when he suddenly spoke again. Child, may I ask you what you think of the college, including these professors? Dylan was stunned. He knew Dumbledore was suspicious. But now, what did this mean? The previous probing wasn't over yet. Was he going to ask for his opinion directly? Dylan blinked. Of course. What exactly do you want to know? Dumbledore stood beside Dylan, his whole person devoid of any imposing presence, instead looking like a gentle old man. For example, Severus? If you had to describe him in 1 sentence, what would you say? Dylan pursed his lips. He wanted to ask his opinion of Professor Snape? After a moment's hesitation, a thought popped into Dylan's mind. I've been hearing about Professor Snape's excellence ever since I arrived at the school. It wasn't just Malfoy. The Slytherin students seemed to love to gossip about the excellence and brilliance of their head of house, Professor Snape. Dumbledore paused, then laughed. Actually, I hear that all the time, too. Dylan nodded. So if you ask me to describe my opinion of Professor Snape in 1 sentence, I'd say, Dumbledore glanced over, his eyes flickering slightly behind his glasses. Every greasy nonstick pan was once a high-spirited young man. Dumbledore's pupils widened slightly. After a long pause, he smacked his lips and hesitantly said, a rather novel description, but it seems quite accurate. Dumbledore suppressed a laugh, but couldn't hold it back. Don't let your Professor Snape hear this, or I think you might have an unstable experience in your school life. Dylan nodded. Of course. I wouldn't have said that if you hadn't asked. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore's chest shook with laughter. So, what do you think of Minerva, your head of house? Dylan rubbed his chin. Professor McGonagall. Actually, I think Professor McGonagall is a very interesting person, but she always presents herself as too rigid, but I know that's not Professor McGonagall's true self. Oh? Why do you say that? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Transfiguration requires not only logical ability but also a considerable imagination. If one understands magic too rigidly, life will be boring, and mastering transfiguration will be impossible, Dylan replied. Dumbledore paused again, listening to Dylan's words. My child, you really amaze me. Your perspective on the world far surpasses many others. Stroking his beard, Dumbledore looked at Dylan. It seems like every time I talk to you, I learn something I haven't even considered before. You're truly mature, making me feel, you don't even look like a little wizard. Dylan raised his head. While he wasn't short now, Dumbledore was taller. Professor, maturity is actually quite simple. Just read more, and you'll understand what you call the adult world. Hearing you say that, it seems you have your own understanding of maturity. Dylan blinked. Another thought popped into his head. Perhaps, seeing Dylan didn't address it directly, he pressed again. Can you tell me about it? If you want to know, that's fine. Dylan nodded. Personally, I think maturity can be a bright, yet not blinding, mellow, yet not piercing, sound. At its core, it's a depth that needs no fuss, a height that's not steep. Dumbledore's silvery white eyebrows trembled slightly, and behind his glasses, his blue eyes shimmered, luminous like a lake filled with stars. He sheathed his wand, extended his wrinkled hand, and gently patted Dylan's shoulder. Hearing such wise words from you is like discovering a piece of thinking taffy in a candy store, both surprising and fascinating. Old Dumbledore smiled at Dylan. Perhaps I should recommend you for a speech at Hogwarts someday. Dylan gave him a decidedly modest smile. I'd be delighted. Speaking before the entire school might unlock other achievements. Anything else you wish to ask? No, nothing. Dumbledore shook his head, then gave Dylan a sly wink. I don't want to hear your judgment of me. You're right. I'll be leaving now. Be safe on your way. Remember to relax a bit. Don't focus all your energy on studying. You should sometimes spend time with Potter and Weasley. Old Dumbledore didn't try to persuade Dylan to stay. Instead, he observed him and spoke with advice. Headmaster, I don't want to focus my energy on figuring out how to trick other people. Dylan smiled and waved goodbye to Dumbledore. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Dylan returned to his dorm. He'd been incredibly busy lately. Even after turning down some electives, he'd barely found time for research. Dylan found it almost impossible to finish reading. One point would lead to several others. Without further research, he wouldn't be able to fully grasp the one point. But if he continued to study other knowledge, he'd only be exposed to more unknown areas. This cycle continued, and Dylan felt that even though he had mastered so many spells at the highest level, the amount of magical knowledge he needed to acquire was becoming increasingly overwhelming. It's still early today. Let me see if I can control the bog directly with magic. He pushed Cole and Norbita aside. With a creak, Dylan pushed open the wooden door and entered the cabin. There was a damp, musty smell inside. It was clearly due to its location at the junction of the woods and the ocean, where the climate was extremely humid. Dylan waved his wand. Magic poured forth, and the air instantly became fresh. He headed for the corner of the cabin. There sat a box containing a bog art. Dylan's fingertips barely touched the edge of the box. Suddenly, a black mist slowly rose from a diary on the table in the center of the cabin. Riddle's pale, translucent figure appeared beside the table, his gaze fixed on Dylan. How long are you going to keep me here? You have so many tricks up your sleeve, why don't you just kill me? Dylan looked at the man and waved his hand impatiently. I don't have time to study you lately. Stop getting in my way. Riddle's eyelids twitched, and his brow furrowed. How could you? Before Riddle could finish his words, Dylan backhandedly unleashed a spell. A flash of holy light erupted. The next moment, Riddle's scream rang out, nearly ripping the stagnant air apart. The shadow instantly disintegrated into a puff of black smoke and curled back into the diary. Dylan glanced at him. He'd been so overwhelmed lately that he'd barely had time for little Tom. Besides, he'd spent all his galleons expanding the suitcase's interior. This meant he didn't need Tom's help with spell refinement quests. He hadn't expected him to be ignored for a while. This guy would come out and question him like a nagging woman. Can't you just stay in the diary and have a few days of peace and quiet? You're going to take a light killing curse from him? Shaking his head, Dylan carried the box and walked out. He set it down on the clearing covered with light grass. Moo, the shunted away Colaball didn't even leave. Instead, he took advantage of Dylan's exit to immediately hop down from the tree and land on his shoulder, staring at the box with curiosity. It's been sitting in space lately, completely bored. I've tried asking Dylan to take it out several times, but its owner has been completely ignoring it lately. Now he won't even let it out at night. It doesn't know how long it's been since it slept in bed with its owner. Alright, go play with Norbita. Don't bother me for now, Dylan nudged Coldball, pushing it off his shoulder. Moo, Coldball stared at Dylan in disbelief. This owner has changed. Does he no longer want to keep it? Lately, it's been spending every day with Norbita, eating, wandering the forest, or swimming in the sea. It's so boring. And the goblins in the forest have been reduced to a handful by this owner. The basilisk, once a bit of a tease, is now completely docile. It practically does whatever Dylan tells it to do, requiring no supervision at all. And as for that island in the sea, its owner has expressly forbidden it from going there. And he's not allowed to tease those ugly, dark creatures. Moo. Coldball was going crazy. With its tail drooping, it brushed past Dylan's feet. Its fluffy black fur was stained with a few scraps of grass. Dejected, it trudged through the brush until it reached a crooked tree. With its forehead pressed against the rough bark, Coldball turned its back to its owner, a look of frustration. Time passed. Coldball's ears trembled slightly, but all it could hear were soft, air-slicing sounds behind it. Moo, wasn't the owner coming to comfort it? The owner used to care about its feelings. Coldball couldn't help but turn around quietly. He saw his owner wielding a wooden stick. Bright balls of light shot out from the stick's tip, enveloping the dark figure emerging from the wooden box. Greek letter Omega. Moo. Coldball's legs gave way. His entire body collapsed into the pile of dead leaves. His limp tail weakly slapped the ground. Woo! Suddenly, a warm breath brushed across his back. The scaly Norbita strolled over to Cole, tilted his large head, and gently nudged the back of Cole's head with it. Moo. Dylan ignored Cole's situation. In fact, he wasn't paying any attention. Meanwhile, after Dylan released a bog art, magic continued to emanate from the tip of his wand. The power of expelling spirits enveloped the boggart. The boggart's form shifted according to Dylan's will. Sometimes it transformed into a fanged werewolf. Sometimes it transformed into a blazing fiend fire. The boggart was like a ball of plasticine, molded and reshaped by Dylan's will. A boggart is a natural-born shapeshifter. From another perspective, isn't it just a creature that can use the animagus at will? Dylan observed the boggart's each transformation in every detail, sensing the magical aura emanating from it. The transformations were remarkably realistic. Even the most basic magical aura remained consistent. This made Dylan curious. Perhaps the other party had never seen the physical form of these things? How could they achieve such realism? Chapter 193, Master the Three Non-Existences. Obtain the max level spell again. Dylan didn't dare directly use a curse like the killing curse on the boggart, fearing it would be destroyed. However, this didn't stop him from casting other spells on it. A burst of holy light descended. Even the boggart's ability to transform was weakened against Dylan. At the same time, a system notification suddenly sounded. Dylan looked up. Achievement, Mastering Non-Existence. Description, congratulations on successfully taming the three most chaotic workers in the wizarding world. Dementors, they're the workplace coolers, perfect for those who refuse to obey and find themselves in a depressed mood. Boggarts, transform into your ex-girlfriend's cockroach form, a master of poo who specializes in psychological trauma. Peeves, a 1,000-year-old Hogwarts veteran, skilled in using chalk to precisely strike the dean. From now on, you will obtain the non-existence reverse CPU achievement. Others' fear is your KPI, their happiness is your year-end bonus. Requirement, torture the three non-existences. Achievement reward, max level spell, Zixyarwal. Hee no hee. Huh? Dylan was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, another achievement had lit up. And unlike the previous stat and talent boosts, this time, he'd gotten a max level spell. But the name. No hee? Dylan took a look at the spell Zixyarwa. It didn't sound particularly serious. Why don't you do Zixi and woo-woo? Curious, Dylan withdrew the achievement reward. Just then, Dylan suddenly appeared in a deserted, silent square. His surroundings blurred. The next moment, in a flicker of light, a group of people appeared beside him without warning. Dylan drew his wand, then raised it. With a powerful wave of his arm, he shouted, Zixyarwa. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the tip of his wand. The spell carried a mysterious power. Those struck by it shuddered violently. The menacing movements, once intended to strike him, froze. Instead, faces contorted yet comical. Hee hee hee, wah wah wah, Dylan watched as they chuckled, their laughter piercing the ears. Then, abruptly, they stopped, clutching their heads and sobbing. Tears streamed from their eyes like a flood. But the next moment, they burst into laughter and tears. Their emotions shifted back and forth, like a severe case of schizophrenia. Dylan's mouth twitched. At the same time, the illusion shattered, and the knowledge of the spell instantly flooded into his mind. Message: congratulations on obtaining the maximum level spell, Zixiawa, hee no hee. Dylan closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, his expression was complicated. This spell, is there no more respectable way to say it? He smacked his lips. Dylan put the spell aside for the moment. This spell's effects are somewhat similar to Grinning Hualala, especially the names. Both were strangely nonsensical. One Grinning Hualala. The other hee 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 hee. One causes unbridled laughter. The other causes simultaneous, violent weeping. It's truly unparalleled. Dylan compared the two spells. Since he had mastered both spells to the highest level, he could clearly see some similarities and differences. Grinning Hualala required relatively low magical power and a more even frequency. It primarily affected the target's emotional centers through relatively gentle energy fluctuations. Hee 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 hee, on the other hand, required much stronger and more complex energy fluctuations. Casting it required precise control of the magical power, releasing it at different times and frequencies. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to induce both laughter and tears in the target. Compared to Grinning Hualala, hee 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 hee's energy pathways were more complex. It not only affects the target's emotional centers, but also penetrates deep into multiple areas of the brain, disrupting the normal secretion and transmission of neurotransmitters. Magic is idealistic, but the effects are real. Dylan stroked his chin, realizing that this spell was more than it seemed. He carefully sensed it. Dylan discovered that while it might seem like a hee spell, it was just an upgraded version of Grinning, but in reality, hee spell possessed more than just the ability to sense the target's emotions. But I'm already manipulating the target to laugh and cry, so what's the point of sensing their emotions? Isn't that just manipulating their emotions? He made them cry if he wanted them to, and laugh if he wanted them to. Therefore, simply sensing their emotions didn't seem to have much effect. Also, I didn't expect that last time Peeves tried to play a trick on me, and I repeatedly fought back. I actually considered it torturing it. If he hadn't given Peeves a chance to torment him beforehand, this achievement might not have been unlocked. So, if I can make the three non-beings submit to me, will that unlock another achievement? Dylan's eyes lit up at this thought. This manipulation of the non-beings was just manipulation. A little torture, though. It wasn't truly subjugating the three non-beings. So, just torturing them was enough to earn an achievement. Dylan felt that if he could make all three non-beings submit, the potential for unlocking a new achievement was extremely high. And seeing as how he directly granted a maxed out spell this time, unlocking a higher level achievement would likely yield a different reward, right? Dylan rubbed his jaw. It had been a while since he'd received any meaningful rewards from the achievement system. It was either gold galleons or silver sickles, or perhaps a few attribute points or talents. None of those were significant rewards. I've pretty much finished studying the bog art. I can't possibly dissect it alive. Dylan's once still emitted a faint green smoke. He lowered his eyes, gazing at the bog art huddled before him, feeling the gaze of this terrifying human. The dark, gelatinous monster emanated black smoke and trembled violently. It should have been a shapeshifter, the very thing that instilled the deepest fear in others. Now, in a panic, it twisted and reshaped itself. First, it transformed into a furry Persian cat. With its large, watery eyes, it meowed continuously, looking up cautiously at Dylan. Seeing Dylan's lack of reaction, it transformed into a golden chocolate frog. It hopped around and spewed sweet, frosted greeting cards from its mouth. Dylan stared at it in silence. Though it was a chocolate frog, a look of grievance and fear could be seen on its face. The next moment, the frog transformed into a plush toy wearing a clown hat, dancing with exaggerated movements and a twirling dance. It was doing its best to please Dylan. Dylan interrupted. That's enough. The plush toy suddenly stumbled and fell to its knees. It braced itself on its hands, tilted its plush head back, and looked at Dylan with its button-shaped eyes pitifully. Dylan rolled his eyes. Don't try to be pitiful here. I'll ask you a question. If you can answer it correctly, I'll let you go this time. At that, the plush toy's button eyes lit up, almost like a human's. It quickly climbed up from the ground, tilted its head, stretched its neck, and looked directly at Dylan. Dylan chuckled. "Tell me, are you willing to submit to me?" The moment he spoke, Dylan had already raised his wand, his tip pulsing with dangerous rays of divine light. The plush toy's face froze. Dylan could even see a cracking feeling in its expression. After a moment's pause, the plush toy almost shook its head. Swish, a dazzling golden light from the tip of Dylan's wand shot out with a force of thunder, crashing down to the ground to its left. Bang, dust flew. The ground felt like thin ice shattered by a mighty hammer. Instantly, a charred crater was blasted open. The scorching airwaves sent debris flying all around. Several pieces of debris pelted the stuffed animal. Its head, which had been trying to shake, froze, its button eyes nearly popping out. Then, it suddenly tilted its head back in a semicircle. Then, it nodded vigorously. "That's right," Dylan retracted his wand, a smile playing on his lips. "I said let you go, and I will let you go. Now go have some fun, just this time, of course." Dylan's figure quickly vanished from the clearing. Though he couldn't apprehend yet, his body twisted like mist, then vanished into a fleeting afterimage. His figure suddenly swept across the ground, a meteor-like trail, hurtling along the shimmering sea. The night was inky black. The waves surged, but even the hem of his clothes couldn't be touched. Only a trace of water remained, a trail of water. Dylan soon reached an isolated island, landing soundlessly on the jagged reef. The sea breeze whipped his black robes, blending with the whistling wind on the island. The salty, bitter sea breeze, carrying a whiff of decay, swirled around the island. 7 Dementors, like floating black-robed ghosts, roamed freely, their fangs and claws bared. From beneath their black hoods, they emitted a chilling hiss, their withered claws scratching the air. They flew freely, seemingly at ease. Just then, the Dementor closest to the reef turned and saw the figure on the reef. Its form froze. The already ethereal face beneath its hood seemed to tremble slightly. Its hunched form instantly straightened, coming to attention. The other 6 Dementors, sensing something unusual, slowly twisted their bodies, their hollow hoods peering toward the reef. When they caught sight of the figure, their previously haphazard movements froze. Seeing their first companion standing at attention, the 6 Dementors fluttered over like startled crows, quickly gathering behind the first Dementor in a staggered formation. Dylan smiled faintly at this. Then, a thick black mist suddenly enveloped his form, swirling across the beach. In the blink of an eye, he had landed firmly in front of the 7 Dementors. These terrifying creatures, meant to feed on the happiness of others, now resembled a few rookies, frozen in front of Dylan, afraid to move. He was merely a human. Yet, they felt an invisible pressure, like the tidal waves crashing against the rocks around the island, enveloping them. "Don't be afraid. How could I possibly be as scary as you?" Dylan smiled, looking at little A through little G. The 7 Dementors lowered their heads, staring at each other through the hollows of their hoods. Then they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. They couldn't utter a single word either. "I'm not here to study you, I just have a question I need to clarify." Dylan's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it frightened the 7 Dementors again. Dylan looked at their cowardly expressions, a flicker of displeasure evident. "I told you I won't torture you this time, but if you act like I'm robbing decent women again, I'll eat you alive." As Dylan finished his words, the 7 Dementors seemed to be energized. They instantly raised their heads. A forced smile could be seen on their otherwise hollow cheeks. Satisfied with the performance of the 7 Dementors, Dylan nodded. "Now, take your numbers first." Dylan looked at them, arms folded across his chest, and casually glanced at the 7 Dementors, frozen as stiff as wooden stakes, before giving his orders. "Start with little A, one by one, do a backflip." As the words fell, the air thickened, barely audible except for the echo of waves crashing against the shore. The disembodied faces beneath the hoods of the 7 Dementors seemed dazed, their bony claws twitching unconsciously. Don't you want to?" Dylan narrowed his eyes, a low, suffocating sound emanating from his throat. Little A was the first to tremble, a crackling sound like dislocated joints echoing from beneath his black robe. It leaned back awkwardly, its form expanding dramatically, its robe billowing skyward like a bursting balloon. The invisible body within little A twisted into a spiral, pulling the entire robe with it, carving a breathtaking arc through the air. As it landed, the black fabric fell to the ground, and a shredded sound, like a roar, yet also a count, emanated from the depths of its hood. 1, Seeing their companion tamed like an obedient dog, the remaining Dementors fell silent. Then, Little B's black robe suddenly lifted off the ground, boiling black asphalt swirling from its edges as it twisted and turned in midair. Little C's movements were noticeably slow, but at the moment Dylan raised his wand slightly, his robe was suddenly yanked by an invisible force, spinning wildly and performing a backflip. The remaining Dementors tumbled across the sand, a foul black mist rising with their movements, and a hoarse, numerical sound echoed. As Little G's black robe slammed to the ground, a final 7 escaped from his hood. Dylan's lips finally curled up. Very good, everyone's been obedient. Now tell me, are you willing to submit to me, or? Dylan's eyes held a faint smile, but without a trace of warmth. The 7 Dementors had all been treated like dogs. None of them had any intention of refusing to submit. Upon hearing this, they nodded repeatedly at Dylan. Not bad, Dylan said with satisfaction. Now, only the final. Chapter 194 Peeves, sir. Don't do it, we are related, we are not human. Dylan's soul scraped across the ground, making no sound. Where would Peeves be at this hour? His figure was now completely lost in the shadows. After dealing with the Dementors and boggards, he emerged from his suitcase. Ron and Harry were already asleep, however. Dylan wandered through Hogwarts, which was under curfew, searching for Peeves. Suddenly, a strange laugh drifted from the end of the corridor. Dylan's eyebrows raised. Found it. He followed the sound and stopped at the door of a utility room filled with old brooms. From under the door came a continuous puffing sound, something like a fart. There was also the rhythmic clacking of broomsticks, something like some strange march. It was unpleasant, anyway. Dylan glanced left and right. He raised his wand. A silencing spell enveloped the area. Then, with a sudden kick, the door flew open. Just then, he came face to face with a ball of fluorescent green, for Peeves was riding a broomstick. He'd picked up a branch from who knows where and was frantically poking at an old trash can in the corner. The lid opened and closed rhythmically with his prodding, making a popping sound. Dylan suddenly burst through the door, startling Peeves. All the noises stopped, and Peeves quickly turned around. He'd thought it was a professor. But what he saw was someone even more frightening than the professor. Who's there? He suddenly remembered the ball of air he'd faced the last time he'd done something naughty. That thing had broken it down so badly that even his mother couldn't find it. And this time, it was another ball of air. Peeves shuddered and quickly dropped his broomstick, sending it flying to the ceiling. He stared at the door with a wary look on his face. Suddenly, Dylan appeared. Peeves was startled again. Was it you who hit me last time? How dare you run out during curfew? I'm going to tell Dumbledore about this. Dylan had actually had a few run-ins with Peeves during his first year. But he'd been so busy since then that he naturally hadn't had time to bother with this guy who constantly tried to play pranks on him. Peeves suddenly pulled out a screaming whistle. A single blow of this whistle would wake everyone on both floors above and below. It might not reach the dormitories of the 4 major houses, but it would definitely attract Filch. Seeing this, Dylan curled his lips and waved it casually. Peeves was about to bite the whistle, but he found himself biting down. It had softened. He looked down and realized he was biting a banana. Hey, Peeves angrily broke the banana in half. You cheated. Your magic didn't even spark. What kind of sparks do I need against a troublemaker like you? Dylan chuckled, looking at the other man, his gaze darting around him. If I take you away, with all the chaos you cause at school every day, no one will care if you're missing, right? Dylan's voice drifted in. Peeves glared again. What do you want to do? Feeling the young human wizard's gaze resting on him, which seemed deeply malicious, Peeves gradually retreated, huddled in a corner of the ceiling. I'm telling you, if I disappear, everyone will immediately notice. Dylan slowly pulled a glass bottle from his pocket. The other 2 non-existents had already been stored in a space. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Peeves. It would be better to capture them first. Perhaps this would trigger some new achievements. Once Peeves was stored in a space, he would have ample time and space to teach him a lesson. He would know what to say and what not to say when he got out. That was what Dylan wanted to do. Come in. You know it's curfew. Don't let me stay out too long. Let's be considerate of each other. It's for my own good, and yours. Peeves glared at Dylan with an exaggerated expression. You're going to put me in this bottle? How would that help me? I don't want to be in a cramped place like this. I'm Peeves. Calm down, Dylan smiled. It's because I know you're Peeves that I'm doing this. Dylan didn't intend to waste any more time talking to this guy. Instead, he twirled his wand. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted. The light was invisible. Peeves saw nothing, thinking this little wizard couldn't even cast a spell. Relieved, he was about to laugh, looking for a chance to run out of the cramped room. But suddenly, he felt an invisible force envelop him. What's going on? What's happening? What have you done to me? Peeves was instantly terrified. He felt this force acting upon him, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Peeves's arms and legs thrashed wildly, suspended in midair, their movements becoming increasingly smaller. Clearly restrained by some force. Come here. Don't make me say it a third time. Dylan raised his wand and gently hooked it back. The bound Peeves instantly flew towards Dylan. Wait. Hey. I'm Peeves from Hogwarts. You can't take me away. Without me, Hogwarts will. Before Peeves could finish his words, Dylan had already aimed the mouth of the glass bottle at him. With a whoosh, Peeves was trapped inside. He recorked the bottle. Dylan lifted the bottle and shook it. The bottle tinkled, and Peeves inside was reduced to a blur. Well, time to go back. Dylan planned to see if he could achieve anything after beating Peeves up. If he could, that would be great. If not, he planned to teach Peeves a lesson tomorrow about what to say next. Peeves was actually right. Unlike the ubiquitous boggarts or the sudden influx of Dementors, Peeves was almost a hallmark of Hogwarts' absence. If it disappeared for a day or two, no one would notice, even thinking it had finally gone away. But if it disappeared for too long, someone would surely notice, causing unnecessary trouble and disrupting Dylan's studies and reading. That was exactly what Dylan disliked. Transforming into shadow, and using the coal's power, he made his way back to his dorm. Dylan quickly returned to his suitcase. This time, he didn't run to the cabin, but went directly to the isolated island he used to store corpses and Dementors. The 7 Dementors, who had just finally managed to keep Dylan away, saw this creature reappear. The dark figures twisted, but they didn't dare to delay, immediately gathering together and forming a line. Dylan waved at them. Alright, stay away. I have other things to do. Upon hearing this, the 7 Dementors were delighted and dispersed. It felt like this situation was about to become a fond memory. Dylan produced a glass bottle and released Peeves. Where have you taken me? Peeves' body was like a crumpled piece of paper. After finally emerging from the bottle, it floated in midair, stretched itself, and screamed at the top of its lungs. On the deserted island, perhaps sensing Dylan's feelings, dark clouds rolled in. This world was his. Naturally, even the smallest details would change according to his will. He was the absolute ruler of this world. The salty sea breeze whipped up waves, crashing against the surrounding jagged rocks. Peeves glanced around, his transparent limbs trembling slightly. Just a moment ago, it had been in the Hogwarts storeroom. It felt like less than Snape had taken a piss, and now it was in the ocean. Could this little wizard even apparate? How could it be possible? Dumbledore would never teach such a spell to a third-year wizard. At that moment, the familiar Hogwarts table, the sliding staircase, and the cursing portraits vanished without a trace. In their place was the endless grey-blue sea and a few twisted, withered trees on a lonely island. He even saw Dementors. Hey! Are those Dementors? Peeves stared at Dylan in disbelief. Run. Those are Dementors. Didn't Dumbledore tell you not to mess with them? You actually brought me here? You're so vicious, you little wizard. Do you expect me to deal with these Dementors? Merlin, you're even more foolish than Voldemort. Peeves stared at the grey shadows in the distance, his eyes nearly rolling up his spine. Before he could even finish his curse, he had already flown to Dylan's side, waving his transparent hands wildly. Run. These things can't be dealt with by your spells, and don't count on me. Peeves tried to hurry Dylan away. At that moment, 7 dark shadows, shrouded in a stench of cold air, pressed forward. Seeing Peeves approach their master, the Dementors assumed this newcomer was planning to harm Dylan. While they had no desire to see their master suffer, they also knew that this newcomer, in terms of strength, seemed even inferior to them. It certainly wouldn't pose any threat to their master. So, rather than stand by and watch the newcomer attack their master, they might as well offer their services. Perhaps their master would be pleased and stop tormenting them later. The black hole beneath the Dementor's hood spitted out visible despair. Just as Peeves was about to tug at Dylan's clothes, the Dementor in front suddenly accelerated. Its rotting claws brushed past its ears. 7 Dementors floated behind Dylan one after another. 7 pairs of empty eyes turned towards him simultaneously. A chill, drained of all happy memories, instantly enveloped him. No, he wasn't about to forget how to play a trick on others. Peeves didn't even bother dragging Dylan away, tumbling backwards. His transparent, fluorescent green body shook like a sieve. Even when he crashed into the rocks behind him, he didn't even bother to cry out in pain, instead screaming, "Help me!" Peeves hid behind a twisted, dead tree 3 meters away. He huddled, but he still poked his head out and shouted, "I'm just passing by. Don't hit me. We're all the same. I mean absolutely no offense. There's a human here, go eat him, as the saying goes, a dead wizard is better than a dead Peeves." There was nothing he could do. Who had let this damned foolish little wizard bring him here to fight these Dementors? He couldn't defeat these evil creatures. This little wizard had truly asked for trouble. A good ghost can't persuade a damned person. Let this little wizard become food for these Dementors. He had to go back quickly and tell Dumbledore about this. Listen to Peeves's rant. Dylan, who had initially assumed he was about to be attacked by a Dementor and was trying to escape, and who had a slight feeling for Peeves, narrowed his eyes, curled his lips, and let out a cold sneer. "Not bad," Dylan's voice echoed. Peeves, hearing his laughter, was stunned after waiting for a long time without seeing the Dementors make another move. He poked his head out, only to see the 7 Dementors standing behind Dylan like 7 lackeys. The ghost froze in place. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could this young human wizard have already subjugated the Dementors? Peeves recalled the moment the young human wizard had controlled him and stuffed him into a glass bottle. The ghost suddenly floated up from the ground and landed in front of Dylan. "My lord. Forgive my poor eyesight for not recognizing you. So you're a Dementor hiding in the human world." Peeves' eyes darted back and forth, unable to find the right words. "You can even disguise yourself as a human? I wonder if I stand a chance," Dylan sneered again, interrupting its rambling. "Of course I have a chance." Dylan waved his wand. Erebus Nexus, black mist erupted from the wand, instantly enveloping the entire beach. "It's over. How could this master suddenly transform again? Couldn't he have given us a heads up before? Run." Terrified, the 7 Dementors fled high into the sky. Now, within the black mist, hundreds of crimson eyes opened one after another. Those eyes had no whites, their pupils devouring light like the abyss. Each blink was accompanied by the piercing sound of nails scratching iron. The moment the spell uttered, Peeves, upon catching a clear view of Dylan, felt as if his very soul were being pierced by countless steel needles. The black mist seemed to coalesce into a giant hand, gripping its neck. In a trance, it seemed to see a wriggling mass of flesh deep in the black fog. Countless tentacles were densely covered with human faces, each of which was wailing in agony. Those tentacles suddenly pierced its body, which was 100 times more painful than being scolded by Dumbledore. "I was wrong, my lord. For the sake of us not being human." Peeves' voice was so sharp that it could shatter shells, and his transparent body began to twist and meld uncontrollably. "Please. Don't use that spell again. I surrender." Chapter 195, Am I going to have eternal life now? Dylan glanced down at Peeves, sprawled on the ground. His limbs were spread wide, his translucent body emitting a constant stream of black smoke, a trace of grievance. His eyes stared blankly at the dark sky, as if he had just been ravaged. Dylan snorted coldly. His gaze shifted to the system panel. Achievement, controlling non-existence. Description, congratulations on successfully controlling the 3 most powerful chaos workers in the wizarding world. Requirement, make the 3 non-existences submit to you. Achievement reward, trait, Dementor power, trait, Peeves power, trait, Boggart power. Seeing the system's prompt, Dylan raised his eyebrows. 3 powers of non-existence, and they were all traits. Dylan couldn't help but be intrigued. Could the system also allow him to switch between Dementor, Boggart, and Peeves? With this in mind, Dylan immediately withdrew the achievement's reward. In a trance, Dylan felt as if he had undergone some changes. Especially the ability he had already mastered, the Dementor's Kiss. Now, it was even more integrated with this change. Soon, when Dylan opened his eyes, he had adapted to the abilities of those 3 abilities. Dylan curled his lips in disdain. I thought it would completely transform me into a Dementor or a Boggart, but it turns out I simply possess one of these 3 non-existent abilities. The so-called Dementor's power originally only allowed Dylan to absorb the positive emotions of others, just like a Dementor. However, he already possessed the Dementor's Kiss. So, After combining it with this ability, the Dementor's power and the Dementor's kiss became even more powerful. With the Dementor's kiss, Dylan could directly absorb the positive emotions of his target and transform them into his own magic. Furthermore, he could also absorb negative emotions like despair. Just as positive emotions could be transformed into magic, so too could despair be transformed into Dylan's life force. This vitality, acting upon Dylan, not only invigorates his vitality but also speeds up the healing of wounds. Furthermore, this vitality represents all the body's essential qualities, significantly enhancing speed, endurance, and strength. Maybe later, I won't even need to use the unforgivable curses. A single punch will instantly kill someone. Dylan smacked his lips. The Dementor's power isn't limited to this. Not only has Dylan's control over the Dementor's kiss greatly improved, almost rivaling that of a real Dementor, but he can now even absorb actual souls. As souls are digested, their strength increases. More crucially, his lifespan is also extended. This discovery surprised Dylan, yet it made sense. So, I don't even need to research the immortality curse myself. I'm effectively immortal now. Dylan tilted his head. Part of his previous research into magic was to create an alchemical artifact that would grant him immortality, safer, more efficient, and without the harsh side effects of the Philosopher's Stone. But the achievement system had simply spurned this drive. What was there to research? Forget immortality. Eternal life? As long as there was a human soul he could absorb, he wouldn't die. Doesn't that mean he could live forever as long as humanity survived and survived extinction? But how long humanity could exist was uncertain. Who knew the universe would explode someday? No one could predict that. But the probability of a cosmic explosion was still relatively low. At least not as high as the probability of humanity destroying itself. But Dylan had discovered something else. The lifespan extended by his soul draining wasn't limited to humans. In other words, if he wanted to extract and consume human souls, he could do so. He could also extract and consume the souls of other creatures. Combined with my pet space suitcase, why do I feel like I've achieved immortality? Dylan felt he had no real feelings about this feeling. It was as if immortality didn't hold much appeal for him. And indeed, that was true. For Dylan, the allure was always the fascinating world of magic, and the process of studying it, whether it was gaining new knowledge or creating knowledge in magic. It was truly fascinating. And for Dylan, the ability to directly attain immortality meant the opportunity to study magic forever. Smacking his lips, Dylan didn't dwell on this idea, but instead thought of something else. Even if a Dementor absorbs another soul, there's no guarantee it's digested or whether it's retained within itself, maintaining its existence in the world through the souls of others. Yet, he could now directly absorb souls, strengthening his own and extending his lifespan. Furthermore, he could absorb not only positive emotions but also negative ones. This actually went beyond Dylan's understanding of Dementor's abilities. To him, Dementors simply absorbed happy memories and joyful emotions until they devoured a person's soul. But he could not only do this, but also surpass what Dementors could do. Dylan rubbed his chin. That's not right. If a Dementor absorbs a person's soul, and they become a walking corpse without a soul, wouldn't they also lose all their negative emotions, not to mention their positive ones? Dylan thought that while Dementors absorb someone's positive emotions, they also cause them to feel and recall past pain. But once their soul is devoured, will these negative emotions completely overwhelm them, or will they be carried away by the Dementors as well? Dylan felt it was the latter. So it's not that my abilities have evolved, but that I've completely mastered the power of the Dementors. Dylan thought back to Urgling Cthulhu, then the Dementor's kiss. Now, he possessed the full power of the Dementors. I really feel like I'm running down a crooked path. Wasn't he now a living Dementor? Taking a deep breath, Dylan began to sense the power of Bogart and Peeves again. These two non-beings were inherently inferior to Dementors. So Dylan hadn't held high expectations when he experienced it, but the final result still surprised him. Fear transformation. Dylan's eyes widened slightly. Just like a real Bogart. Leveraging the Bogart's power, he could sense the target's fear and transform into the form they feared. I was saying before that a Bogart's transformation was even more dramatic than an Animagus's, and now I've mastered this ability. Dylan smacked his lips again. After carefully experiencing it, Dylan felt disappointed again. Unfortunately, although I can perform fear transformation, like a Bogart, I can't use my transformed form to cause real-world damage. This was a fundamental difference from the Animagus. The animagus transformed him into a true Norwegian ridgeback dragon, mastering the ability to breathe fire. This could actually inflict damage on the enemy. Furthermore, with his dragon wings, he could fly at high speeds and over long distances. However, a Hogwarts transformation was limited to the target. If Dylan were to exceed a certain distance and range, he would revert to his original form. Furthermore, he couldn't inflict any damage with his transformed form, much less possess its special powers. For example, if he transformed into a basilisk, he couldn't glare at people like a real one. He could only act as a showman, to frighten people. But even the ability to transform at will is powerful enough. However, Dylan felt regretful again. The 3 non-existent powers he had gained were merely traits, not spells. This meant he could only possess these abilities. Perhaps he could conduct research based on them, attempting to decipher the principles and key points of these abilities. However, it wasn't like his full-level spells, which would directly grant him access to all aspects of magic. If a Hogwarts transformation were a spell, I think my transfiguration spell would reach maximum level immediately. Dylan sighed slightly. Yes, that's right. His transfiguration spell was still at level 9. 1 level away from the maximum level. But he had been stuck at that level for a long time. Perhaps I should set aside some time to continue studying transfiguration. Now that I've mastered the Hogwarts power of transformation, even if it's only fear transfiguration, it should at least provide me with some new guidance and assistance. Dylan shook his head. There was no way around it. The scope of transfiguration was simply too vast. Therefore, even though the transfiguration spell he mastered was a simple one, reaching its full level was incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, 7 figures draped in tattered gray robes slowly descended from the sky. The hems of their robes swept across the reef, carrying a biting chill that jarred Peeves, who lay flat on the ground, despairing of life. However, the Dementors had no intention of attacking Peeves. As the foul mist spread, the 7 Dementors, hunched over, slowly gathered around the shivering Peeves. Although the Dementors had no intention of attacking Peeves, seeing these terrifying creatures surrounding him, Peeves's translucent body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, the Dementors paused a few steps away from Peeves, not moving any further. Peeves was stunned. Why did it feel as if it saw pity in these Dementors' eyes? Blinking, Peeves even felt the chill in the air around him fade, replaced by a bitter, shared sympathy. Could it be? Thinking back to when this young human wizard suddenly transformed into a monster even more terrifying than the Dementors seemed frightened and fled. So, this young human wizard even subdued these Dementors? Gulp, swallowing a mouthful of saliva that didn't exist. Peeves relaxed slightly and then looked at Dylan. The 7 Dementors also looked at their master, who had transformed into a multi-eyed monster at the slightest disagreement. Seeing that the master was unsure of what to think, shaking his head, little A, one of the 7 Dementors, waved at Peeves, signaling him to move back. Immediately, the 7 Dementors, along with Peeves, retreated further away from Dylan. But not too far. They remained within Dylan's sight, allowing him to summon them back at any moment. By this point, Dylan was already feeling Peeves's abilities. Sure enough, he's the most useless of the 3 non-beings. Dylan curled his lips. Peeves's abilities, to him, were utterly useless. Object manipulation, or the ability to move and manipulate small objects. Peeves often used this ability to stage pranks, throwing things everywhere or levitating them to scare people. To Dylan, this ability was like taking off your pants to fart. It was unnecessary and useless. His proficiency in the levitation charm had reached maximum level. The only thing worth praising about him was that Dylan could control other objects without a wand or even magic. This ability was like a part of his body, at his fingertips. The same was true of the other 2 non-beings. Tisk, maybe one day, when I'm completely destitute and have no magic left, I might find it useful. Dylan shook his head. By this point, Dylan had already experienced each of the 3 non-existent powers. The most useful, of course, was the Dementor's power. Not only was it useful, but it was extremely useful, quite useful. With just the power of a Dementor, he not only upgraded his Dementor's kiss, originally only at level 1, to the maximum level, but also mastered a Dementor's full power to absorb positive and negative emotions, even souls. Furthermore, he could use these absorbed emotions and souls to increase his own magic power, vitality, or soul strength and longevity. A more common power was the Hogwarts power of fear transformation. Besides allowing Dylan to transform into any form, it also allowed him to sense the target's fear. Dylan believed the latter was far more useful than the former. Being able to directly know the target's fear allowed him to directly control their vital points. As for whether or not to transform into that form, in fact, as long as he knew what the other person feared, even if he couldn't transform, Dylan could still use magic to create an illusory picture. Or he could directly use transfiguration to transform other things, which was also possible. Peeves' ability was the weakest. Chapter 196 Soul Buffet? Alchemical Creation. After feeling the power of the three non-beings, Dylan glanced at the 8 arc figures not far away. All 8 non-beings took another step back. Dylan rolled his eyes. Stay here, little A. Remember to teach this guy a lesson so he doesn't try to escape. I'll take him away later. It was getting late. Dylan debated whether to go to bed or head to the Forbidden Forest to see Cirquil and see if the unicorns were still there. He needed to restock. Whether it was unicorn blood or fur, or even unicorn horn powder, Dylan's supplies were running low. The 7 Dementors nodded repeatedly. Dylan left the suitcase space again. Seeing them leave, Peeves was about to step forward and ask Dylan to take them with him. However, facing the 7 Dementors' shared hatred just moments ago, he was now surrounded by them. Finally, he stopped in frustration. Dylan donned the Ring of Shadows. Using the coal's power, he vanished into the Forbidden Forest. By the way, when did Hagrid and I agree to come? Smacking his lips, Dylan wandered around the forest, but didn't see Hagrid. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, Dylan rubbed his chin. He didn't dwell on the question any further. Instead, he decided to ask Hagrid directly tomorrow. He trod through the woods, treading on decaying leaves. Darkness dyed the treetops a thick, inky black. He shrouded himself in his black robes, not using the Ring of Shadows invisibility. Dylan had previously agreed with Sergei to visit him at night, and the location was fixed. Hagrid himself had also assigned Sergei and the others to a specific area, preventing them from wandering off while still allowing him to find them during classes. So, naturally, Dylan knew where Sergei was. In fact, this was because he had planted the dark mark on Cirquil, a mark that was imperceptible to others. No matter where Cirquil ran, he could find him. He passed through the gap between 2 ancient trees. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound beneath his feet. Bang! 2 giant acromantuli burst from the ground. Their bowl-sized compound eyes glowed a dark green and menacing, and their chelicerae, densely covered with hair, were still crackling. As soon as they made contact, thick spider silk, wrapped in a sour odor, rushed towards Dylan. Dylan raised a brow. Did that old man in your family tell you not to get into trouble when you're away from home? Dylan raised his wand. Invisible magic surged out. The spider silk that rushed towards him quickly disintegrated like hot morning mist. Then it turned into fine silver dust, drifting down. The 2 giant acromantuli suddenly let out a hissing sound and stared at Dylan fiercely. Dylan glanced at them. He noticed that the 2 creatures didn't seem that old. Oh? Still in their youth? No wonder they're so violent, Dylan chuckled. Want to kill me and avenge your people? Not bad, not bad, very brave. It had been a while since he'd encountered an 8-eyed giant spider that dared to confront him head-on. Roar! The 2 acromantulas' mouth parts opened and closed. Dylan's wand gently twirled in the air. Fiend fire floated. But then, Dylan suddenly paused. He twirled his wand again. The fiend fire dissipated, and a black vortex emerged, enveloping the 2 acromantula. This was the Dementor's kiss. Dylan wanted to test the effects of the Dementor's power. The next moment, the Dementor's howls abruptly ceased. A gray-black mist, carrying a chilling substance, rapidly spread from Dylan's body. Faintly, Dylan could make out distorted faces within it. The moment the 2 acromantula were enveloped by the mist, their struggle ceased. Their once ferocious green compound eyes now seemed veiled in a grayish-white haze. They frantically flapped their limbs, but it was all in vain. They were powerless to resist the encroaching black mist. Their fear, memories of past hunts, even their very souls were being drained by it. After all, they were 2 spiders, beasts. While they possessed intelligence, it was not high. Therefore, unlike Dementors, which absorb human memories and souls, their absorption lasted for a period of time. In an instant, Dylan extracted the souls of the 2 spiders. The next moment, they were reduced to 2 walking corpses. Of course, even without their souls, Dylan would not let them go. Whether flesh or venom, they were all useful to Dylan, so he naturally could not let them go. Dylan first dropped the two eight-eyed giant beads into the briefcase space and had Lockhart squeeze out the venom. Then, he began to study the Acromantula's soul. It's an amazing feeling, absorbing the soul within his body. This feeling was truly wonderful. The feeling was different from extracting another soul through the Dementor's kiss. The Dementor's kiss could control a person, even manipulate the souls of living beings, but it couldn't absorb a soul into its own body. However, the Dementor's power allowed Dylan to absorb the souls of other beings, drawn through the Dementor's kiss, and merge them into his own body. The moment the soul entered his body, Dylan felt his temples throbbing. But then a coolness coursed through his body, like a feather gently brushing through his veins. The moment the soul merged into his body, it shattered into fragments of soul fire, not a single, solid mass. The shattered soul fire transformed into tiny specks of luminous blue starlight, flowing unimpeded along the magical veins into the deepest parts of his body. Finally, it formed a gentle mist of light deep within his consciousness. The starlight within his body intensified his vitality. The mist of light within his mind further heightened his mental strength. He felt a faint sense of something different about himself, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Dylan wasn't sure if that was the cause of his increased lifespan. But as the Acromantula's soul was completely digested, Dylan felt his heartbeat become lighter and stronger. His entire spirit felt as if it were soaking in warm water, a profound comfort. What's that? Dylan suddenly felt as if he could see within himself. He saw his body, his blood vessels, the depths of his mind, a vast expanse of space, shrouded in an eternal silence. Threads of life shimmered faintly within his soul. These threads, it was like his life scale. The visual effect was fleeting. Dylan was surprised. He tried again, but couldn't see within again. Does this only happen when I absorb souls, those threads? Dylan had only sensed them. It seemed as if they were connected to his life scale. He hadn't counted them carefully. Next time I see my spiritual realm again, I'll definitely count them. Dylan smacked his lips. He paused again, recalling the memory of the two Acromantula. I've been sitting in the Acromantula's lair, listening to my parents nagging me about a ferocious beast outside slaughtering my people. And now, provoked by a few other Acromantulas, they've come out to ambush me, and the thing is, the forbidden forest is so vast. And yet, these two Acromantulas actually ran into him. I don't know if this is their luck or misfortune. Dylan licked his lips. He pursed his lips gently. Why do I feel so good eating their souls? Dylan looked around. He saw no other Acromantulas. However, there were a few small snakes hanging upside down from a tree trunk, secretly watching him. Coincidentally, one of them made eye contact with Dylan. Dylan smiled. Please do me a favor, hiss. The small black snake tilted its head. The next moment, the tip of Dylan's wand suddenly belched out streams of gray-black mist, enveloping the bewildered black snake. Immediately afterwards, a soul was extracted, then drifted towards Dylan through the black mist. Compared to the Acromantula, the black snake's soul was even weaker. It barely absorbed the black snake's emotions before its soul was completely ripped from its body. Dylan swallowed the snake's soul whole, swallowing it whole. Tisk, souls have a taste. Dylan didn't trigger his inner vision again. But he could clearly sense the vast difference between the Acromantula's soul and the black snake's. In terms of richness, aroma, and flavor, they were worlds apart. However, the comparison confirmed something for Dylan. So, memories can be considered aroma, emotions are richness, and soul strength is flavor. Unlike the two Acromantula souls, the black snake's soul wasn't shattered into fragments and then absorbed into his body. Instead, it was instantly refined after being consumed. Dylan didn't feel much of an increase in his vitality. This included his soul strength, which he didn't feel at all. As for his lifespan, that was out of the question. However, feelings can be strong or weak. It wasn't that the black snake's soul was useless to him. On the contrary, after consuming it, he noticed a slight increase in his magical power. He could now more accurately sense the strength of magical power. Therefore, Dylan believed that even ordinary creatures, devoured by him, would benefit him somewhat, whether in terms of memories, emotions, or even souls. Given this, it was simply a matter of accumulating small amounts. He could even head directly to some Muggle slaughterhouse and devour the souls of ordinary creatures. This single burst would grant him a significant increase in magical power and even extend his lifespan. Why do I feel like I've become a vampire? Dylan blinked. Although, as a vampire, he didn't suck blood, but souls. But this also confirms once again that, with the power of the Dementors, combined with my special world, I seem to have truly achieved immortality, even without relying on slaughterhouses in the real world, or other places or creatures. Dylan simply raises his own, whether it's chickens, ducks, fish, or even the life forms of the special world itself. All of these can become the source of Dylan's ever-increasing lifespan. If this isn't immortality, what is it? Suddenly, I feel like I don't want to work hard. Bullshit, what's the point of absorbing souls to achieve immortality? Dylan's goal is to develop a magic or alchemical artifact that can allow others to achieve immortality without incurring an unbearable price. And while absorbing souls can extend lifespans, whether it truly achieves immortality is unknown to the system. While Dylan understands this, it doesn't mean he can truly achieve immortality by absorbing souls. And to prove this, Dylan has solid evidence. He's not dead. Why hasn't the system given him an achievement of being undead? Dylan glanced at the system panel. Suddenly, he saw the achievement icon flickering. Apparently, he'd unlocked another achievement. Huh? Dylan was stunned. His eyelashes fluttered. No way, I just finished saying it, and this achievement already appears. Dylan stood in the shadow of a large tree. The black snake, whose soul he had extracted, had been dangling upside down from the branch, but now, unable to hold on, it collapsed to the ground with a snap. Dylan ignored the snake's body. Instead, he focused his attention on his system dashboard. He clicked on the achievement. A message popped up. Achievement, Soul Buffet, Beginner Diner. Description: while most wizards were still skeptical of the Dementor's kiss, you had already mastered the essence of this soul-cooking cuisine. In the gloomy Forbidden Forest, you captured the volatile souls of 2 Ackerman shoeless-like dessert, and along the way, you also collected the ordinary spirit of an unlucky black snake. You incorporated them all into your soul diet, the whole process as elegant as enjoying afternoon tea. Requirements to light up: use the Dementor's kiss to absorb the souls of 2 or more magical creatures at once. Achievement reward: alchemical creation, soul knife. Glancing at this achievement, he discovered that it was not the so-called undead. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. In fact, it doesn't seem to be a problem for him to achieve immortality first. However, soul knife? Dylan directly extracted the reward. The next moment, a silver dinner knife appeared in his palm. Dylan looked at the dinner knife. There were densely packed little piranhas engraved on the knife and fork, so dense that they didn't look like piranhas, but rather some spells. Staring for 2 seconds, Dylan was surprised to find that he seemed to see a strange afterimage swimming on the blade. However, when he blinked, the afterimage disappeared. The shadow just now looked like a piranha. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Encountering a Blonde Girl in the Forbidden Forest? It's been a long time since I felt choked. Item, soul knife. Description: you thought these were engraved with piranhas? Looking closer, don't they look more like miniature Dementors? Effect 1, you can use this knife to cut souls. With each cut, the blade absorbs some of the lost soul energy, becoming increasingly powerful. Effect 2, after gathering enough soul energy, you can unleash a blade wind, creating a storm that cuts and affects souls. Effect 3, you can use this knife to harm any spirit or non-spiritual being. Flesh and blood creatures not only suffer injury when struck by this knife, but also suffer damage to their souls. Effect 4, when you cut ordinary food with this knife, it imbues it with a unique soul flavor. 4 effects. Dylan glanced at them one by one. The knife's abilities weren't particularly useful to him. As for the so-called soul flavor, Dylan suspected that perhaps as he cut his food, little spirits would appear, helping him cut. Or perhaps, more directly, they would emerge from his knife and feed Dylan directly. What is this? A little soul dessert? Or just scraps left on the table? He curled his lips. Dylan sheathed his knife and quickly approached Cirquil. The scent of rotting leaves and earth, mixed with a damp mist, drifted through the woods on this inky night. Beneath the intertwined branches of an ancient oak tree, Dylan glimpsed Cirquil's outstretched black wings. "How are you?" Cirquil neighed softly at the side of Dylan. Dylan smiled and expertly pulled some fresh venison and other raw meats from his bag. "Here, eat." Dylan tossed the strips and chunks of meat in front of Sir Quill. He didn't just toss them on the ground, but rather, controlled them through Peeve's power. Without expending any magical energy, only a tiny amount of mental energy, he controlled the strips of meat and launched them into mid-air. "How?" Sir Quill's eyes lit up. He immediately used the tip of his hooked beak to deftly pick up the strips one by one and swallow them whole. After devouring them all, Sir Quill couldn't help but let out a low, satisfied moan. At that moment, in the surrounding shadows, the eyes of the other hippogriffs shone like balls of green phosphorescence in the darkness. They were now some distance away from Dylan and Sir Quill, warily observing his every move. Dylan looked towards them. He could sense their wariness of him. After a moment's thought, Dylan waved his arm gently. Several strips of meat flew through the air, slowly approaching the figures huddled in the shadows, controlled by his mind. However, as the strips passed, several hippogriffs flapped their wings in the air, emitting bursts of whistling sounds, then reared up their front hooves and quickly retreated. Dylan looked. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the dense treetops, illuminating the tautly muscled hippogriffs. He watched their bristling manes and the scattered leaves scattering beneath their raised hooves. Dylan raised an eyebrow. "So I fed you for nothing last time?" The hippogriff's low growls and neighs shook the vines surrounding the forest. Dylan narrowed his eyes. "You're really not going to take the toast, but you're going to drink for it." A sneer curled his lips. Black mist swirled from his fingertips, swirling and gathering. It finally coalesced behind him into a massive shadow that seemed to obscure the sky. Suddenly, a chill, tinged with despair, swept in all directions, centered around Dylan. The shadow resembled a Dementor, but even larger. It was even more oppressive and intimidating than a typical Dementor. The hippogriffs were startled, their manes bursting from their necks as they let out sharp, whistling cries. However, Dylan had already placed silencing charms around the area. Any movement from this place could not be heard. The hippogriffs' legs trembled under the invisible pressure of the massive Dementor's shadow. Their wings, once majestic, now drooped helplessly. Plop! The first hippogriff collapsed to the ground, unable to support itself. The neighing of the others instantly turned to whimpers of fear. Dylan snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, the strips of meat that had been flying around the hippogriffs took flight again and landed in front of them with a clatter. Dylan withdrew his shadow. He had just used the power of the Dementors, but he hadn't absorbed the souls and emotions of other creatures. However, the power of the Dementors alone was still enough to create such a powerful sound. This was a new discovery for Dylan, a new application of Dementor power. This power is similar to the power created by the Wand of Authority, except it won't make me look like the leader of the Dementors. Dylan smacked his lips, watching the trembling beasts. Their eagle beaks pecked tentatively at the strips of meat before them, unsure whether to eat or not. He waved his hand again. Each strip of meat was forcibly stuffed into the hippogriffs' mouths. Watching them swallow the whole strip, Dylan finally smiled gently with satisfaction. It would have been better if this had happened earlier. You had to force me to do it, and it's making everyone unhappy. Meanwhile, Sir Quill, beside Dylan, slumped to the ground. It was the closest to him when Dylan unleashed the power of the Dementors. Naturally, it was the one bearing the most pressure. He swallowed. Sir Quill tried to stand. But as soon as he stood up, his legs gave way and he fell back down. Just as it stood up, its legs gave way, and it collapsed again. Finally, it simply lay flat on the ground. Dylan came over to the other hippogriffs. Looking at them, he couldn't help but ponder. In fact, Dylan now had the initial mastery of modifying other people's memories. If he wanted to take all the hippogriffs away, Hagrid's memory would have to be altered. However, this spell wasn't perfect for Dylan yet. Dylan was also afraid that using it directly on Hagrid would turn the already dim-witted giant into a fool like Lockhart. Let's use Lockhart for more research. There's no rush. There was no better test subject for modifying and manipulating memories than Lockhart, who had lost his own memory. He had recently conducted various studies on Lockhart and discovered that Lockhart's spells on memory brought him far greater benefits than other spells and experiments. He wondered if this guy was the so-called memory saint. His skills in other areas were poor, but the Obliviate charm was a masterful one. The results were even more bizarre. Even Dylan's research had failed to work on other spells. Instead, experiments related to memory were incredibly effective on Lockhart. It worked incredibly well. No matter what he was trying to achieve, he'd experiment a few more times. Like a succubus on drugs, Lockhart always gave him new and surprising results. He shook his head. clearing his mind. Dylan glanced at the hippogriffs before him, watching them tremble in fear. Their previous arrogance and vigilance towards him had now transformed into flattery and fear. "Whatever I feed you, you'll eat it. Do you understand?" Swish. The hippogriffs nodded in agreement. "Not bad, you finally understand what obedience is. But there's no reward." Dylan narrowed his eyes and smiled at them. "I'll come again next time. Just don't try to tell anyone I was there," he said softly. Yet, to the ears of the hippogriffs, it sounded like a demon crawling from the abyss. It was now crouching beside their ears, hissing loudly. Startled, they nodded again, and then struck them. Dylan then looked at Circle and walked over. To his surprise, the creature also took a step back. His once sharp eyes fluttered slightly. It looked like fear, but it seemed something more than simple terror. While Dylan and Norbita weren't always together, they saw and spent time together. And having spent so much time with a dragon, he was familiar with the expressions of these proud creatures. "Are you considering me a rival?" Dylan raised an eyebrow. Circle purred, and though still lying on the ground, he lifted his head. Interesting. Dylan suddenly felt the urge to throw the hippogriff into his own space. When it saw the group of Dementors, including basilisks and dragons, all under his command. Will this creature still be as arrogant as it is now? Just as he was thinking, Dylan glanced at its limp limbs. Nah. Circle saw Dylan looking at its legs. Even though the hippogriff's face was covered in fur, Dylan still felt that he saw a hint of embarrassment on the hippogriff's cheek. "Well, I have other things to do. Go join your people." Retracting his thoughts, Dylan waved his hand. He glanced back. There was no sign of Buckbeak. But he couldn't tell the difference between so many hippogriffs. Perhaps Buckbeak was here too. Circle is easier to spot, dressed in black. Dylan waved at Circle and, with Peeve's help, lifted him up from the ground. Then he turned and left. He was still thinking about whether he could find the unicorn. He wanted some blood and hair, and some horn powder. Unfortunately, after circling several times, he saw no sign of the enemy. Instead, he encountered several more Acromantulas. Dylan conveniently extracted the souls of those that hadn't had time to flee or were attempting to confront him, and then tossed them into his own world. To him, the soulless Acromantulas were no different from mobile venom stores. He only needed to feed them a little each day, just enough to keep them from starving. This provided him with a constant supply of Acromantula venom, including the ingredients from their bodies. While sentient Acromantulas could achieve this, sentient Acromantulas would inevitably come into conflict with other creatures. Just look at the abundance of giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. These creatures have few natural enemies in the forest. Less powerful creatures are no match for the Acromantulas. Even powerful creatures alone are no match for the swarming tactics of a large group. And powerful creatures usually don't travel together. Dylan didn't want his world to become dominated by spiders. At least if he wanted to introduce a large number of Acromantulas as native residents, he would have to wait until he upgraded the entire world again and expanded it to a certain size. If his space truly became a world, even clearing out an entire forest as a home for these spiders would be more than enough. And wouldn't affect anything. Forget it, let's go back if we can't find it, Dylan sighed. It was late at night. Although this wasn't deep in the Forbidden Forest, the mist still shrouded the ferns like a crumpled gray veil. Dylan kicked away a mushroom and turned, only to suddenly spot a slender figure standing in the shadows behind him. The figure was a little frail, wearing a Ravenclaw blue robe that looked slightly worn, and the corners were stained with dirt. Dylan was startled. Instinctively, he wanted to raise his wand, but he quickly realized that this girl was also a student. So, meeting here so late at night, it seemed there was no need for anyone to blame or be on guard. After all, everyone had violated the rules. But Dylan was even more curious than that. When had this girl appeared here? Or had they just happened to run into each other? But he hadn't even sensed her presence just now. He stared at her light blonde hair, now casually draped over her shoulders, shimmering softly in the moonlight. The girl's face was a little thin, her skin fair, and her pale silver eyes were striking. She stared back at him calmly, seemingly unsurprised. "Hello, huh?" Dylan was taken aback again. The girl's voice was beautiful, like a gentle breeze through the forest, drifting softly. Like a ghost. "Hello," Dylan stared at her. "Are you looking for something too?" the girl asked. Huh? Dylan sensed her presence. This girl must be human. Not something else, like a ghost. "I just went to see Hagrid's hippogriffs," the girl was surprised. "Oh? You'd sneak out in the middle of the night just to see them? A bunch of beasts you can see in the daytime. Dylan's face darkened. He rarely felt choked like this. I have classes all day, and I'm going to the Forbidden Forest during the day? Without Hagrid leading the way? Are you crazy or am I? His words made the blonde pause, but did not cause any negative emotions. Instead, she nodded. You have a point, Dylan. So? Sister, what do you want to do? Chapter 198 Luna, I have a feeling that we will be very familiar with each other in the future. The Forbidden Forest. The night was deep. Moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the figures of Dylan and the girl. The girl's platinum hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her gray-silver eyes, hazy and ethereal, met Dylan's gaze. Dylan's fingers unconsciously rubbed his trouser leg. The girl tilted her head, the small ornament on her hairpin trembling with her movements. For a long time, no one broke the silence. Only the occasional cry of a night owl in the distance created subtle ripples in the stillness. Dylan opened his mouth several times, unsure of what to say. It was the girl who broke the silence. Did you get a flobberworm in your mouth? The mucus they secrete will make your hair grow thicker. Thank you for telling me. I know, and I didn't eat any caterpillars, and there weren't any bugs in my mouth. Dylan's mouth twitched. Suddenly, Dylan noticed a butterbeer bottle cork on the girl's snow-white neck. This person was wearing a beer cork as a necklace? Wait, could she be I'm Dylan Hawkwood, and you are, Luna Lovegood, as expected. Dylan didn't expect to be here, and to run into Luna in the middle of the night. That crazy girl. Regarding this name, Dylan can only say, it's simply the standard answer. This is the first time they met. He has been choked by this crazy girl 3 or 4 times. You know, even Professor Snape didn't get this treatment. Lovegood? Is your father the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler magazine? Dylan's words finally caused a ripple in Luna's expression. You know my father, Dylan smiled. Of course. I've been following this magazine since it hit bookstores last year. Luna's lips curled slightly. My father created this magazine to celebrate my matriculation. He always says I'm contradicting him, and I do. Dylan raised an eyebrow. You're quite unique then, Luna smiled. Ever since my mother passed away, my father's always been depressed. Without me, he might have been devastated. I can't bear to see him sink like that. Dylan was taken aback and pursed his lips. He didn't remember much about Luna. In fact, he didn't even know the names of many of the book's key characters. If it weren't for his divination skills, which allowed him to predict many future events, he'd be completely clueless. So, let alone Luna's parents, he had no memory of them at all. Even Luna, he'd only seen her in prophecies, but it didn't seem like she had a significant role. Don't take offense. I won't be upset by mentioning my mother's passing. She's simply gone to another world, I'm sure of that. Seeing Dylan remain silent for a moment, Luna assumed he was embarrassed and offered some comfort. However, Dylan, somewhat taken aback, looked up. Huh? Offense? What offense? Luna paused, her smile faltering slightly, but she quickly recovered. No, it's nothing. Dylan finally came to his senses. While he didn't see anything wrong with mentioning someone else's deceased elder, and he hadn't mentioned it, had he? But since he'd been told so, he still had to offer some reassurance. It was a gentleman's way. You're right. Death is just another great adventure. The spiritual world will guide your mother. Dylan smiled. So I believe your mother will, as you said, have gone to another world and is living well. Luna stared at Dylan, stunned. The latter blinked. What's wrong? He touched his nose. Is there something on my face? Luna came back to her senses and shook her head. No, nothing. It's just that what you said just now is very good. I like it. What just now? You mean? Yes, death is just another great adventure. Luna nodded. Do you also like to study philosophy? Dylan tilted his head back slightly. I just love reading, and I also read some philosophy books. Luna's eyes lit up. I love reading too. So, have you read The Magic Spectrum of Good and Evil? Dylan nodded. It's a little-known book, but I happened to read it a while ago. Luna looked at him. Good and evil are difficult to distinguish, and the boundaries are not always clear. I heard that a lot has happened at Hogwarts in the past 2 years. I find that some seemingly neutral creatures can also influence the direction of good and evil at critical moments. Dylan nodded again. That makes sense, but isn't this the time to talk about this, late at night? Boys and girls. In the dark woods. Let's discuss it together. Good and evil? Philosophy? Is there something wrong with that? Luna nodded slightly. That makes sense. I'll go see if I can find a scimitar horn snorkeler. Scimitar horn snorkeler, Dylan raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking for that creature? The magazine my father founded needs a lot of bizarre information. It's hard for him to maintain the quality of the magazine on his own, so I'm looking for it in the school woods while also enriching my own knowledge. Good idea. He's also very proactive. Hogwarts Forbidden Forest. If you want to, just go ahead. Sure. So, you're a second year now. Yes, then, are you going to continue looking for that scimitar horn snorkeler? Dylan had seen the concept of a scimitar horn snorkeler in Luna's father's magazine. But outside of that, he'd never heard of it. Nor had he ever seen one. Luna's tone was vague, like her whole person. Now, we've exchanged names and have been chatting here for so long. Are we friends? Luna looked at Dylan, her silver gray eyes calm. Dylan couldn't sense whether the other party was expecting something, or expressing any other emotions. He wasn't even close to being able to use legilimency to read a little girl's mind. However, his legilimency didn't allow him to sense the thoughts emanating from Luna. It seemed as if she was simply asking him questions. That was all. After thinking about it, Dylan nodded. Of course, the Forbidden Forest is so big, and we've met each other. We also share the same secret, so I guess we're friends. Luna heard this, and a hint of happiness suddenly appeared on her face. I'm glad to be your friend. I have a feeling we'll be very familiar in the future. After being choked by a little girl for the umpteenth time, Dylan decided to take the initiative. It's getting late, and I have a feeling if we don't go back, we might be in danger. You're right. I saw a Dementor in the distance on our way here. It was huge, much bigger than any Dementor I've seen on the train. Dylan choked again, gave a dry laugh, and nodded. Then let's go. He turned and headed towards the castle. Luna followed silently. Dylan had returned to Hogwarts from the Forbidden Forest on foot for the first time. Carefully avoiding Filch, they each returned to the common room. In fact, they had separated in the hallway. Dylan transformed into a formless shadow and returned to his dormitory. He cleaned himself with a simple spell and lay down on the bed for a while. Dylan thought of the silver-haired girl. He had thought he could fall asleep just by closing his eyes, but he didn't. Luna and Hermione were completely different people. In fact, they could even be called twin stars. But the spectrum of light they reflected was completely different. Hermione disbelieved in any ethereal spirituality, instead using reason as the yardstick for measuring the world. But Luna was different. She was a gifted individual, able to intuitively perceive everything. Luna was adept at weaving her intuition into a living vessel, allowing the stream of spirituality to overflow the banks of reality. Thinking of Luna's premonition, Dylan attempted to predict his and Luna's future. Would it be familiar? How familiar could it be? But to Dylan's disappointment, he didn't see any images related to Luna. Or rather, he simply saw a vast expanse of space. Dylan considered this a sign of failed predictions. Looks like I need to refine my divination skills a bit more. He still didn't even have a suitable divination artifact or any decent magical properties. That's something I'll have to put on the agenda. When I have time, I'll see if I can trigger achievements related to prophecy. Dylan had actually tried before and had earned a few achievements. But the rewards were unremarkable, merely stats that improved his divination talent. Luna must have had a considerable talent for divination, but it seems she later became a researcher of magical creatures. Dylan reflected on the plot of the original novel. He also foresaw fragments of the future through divination. While he couldn't see his and Luna's future, he could see fragments of what was supposed to happen in the timeline. Everyone called Luna the crazy girl. Her keen sense of spirituality made her somewhat detached from reality. Furthermore, her speech was often casual and unrestrained, like a cloud of fluff. She also held firm beliefs in what others considered absurd. This earned her the nickname Crazy Girl. Most people found Luna unsociable and were reluctant to become her close friends. There was simply nothing they could talk about. However, Dylan believed that Luna's gift could grant her benefits unknown to ordinary people. For example, she had the ability to penetrate superficial appearances and grasp the essence of things amidst chaos. Or perhaps she could find a way around a difficult situation with seemingly illogical solutions. After all, she was a member of Ravenclaw, a symbol of wisdom. If I can cultivate both Cedric and Luna into my trusted confidants, it would make many things much easier for me after I leave school. As he thought, sleepiness gradually set in. Dylan finally fell into deep sleep, until the night gradually faded. The faint morning light streamed softly through the window, caressing Dylan's brow and cheeks with a hint of warmth. He slowly opened his eyes and checked the time on the pocket watch on his desk. Another sleepless night. Dylan wanted to sleep a little longer, but time wouldn't allow it. Helplessly, Dylan cast a lucid spell on himself, followed by a restless spell. After 2 spells, Dylan felt instantly refreshed. He quickly got up, packed up quickly, and headed straight for the owlery. It wasn't early, but it wasn't too late either. It was just after 6, almost 7. He still had plenty of time to plan his morning tasks before class. Arriving at the owl shed, Dylan had just stepped inside when he saw a silver blonde girl standing at a perch, adding grain to a brown wood owl's food bowl. Morning light slanted in through the wooden door and windows, falling on Luna, making the girl's platinum silver hair shine even brighter. At first glance, it was like seeing an angel. Dylan was stunned. He hadn't expected to meet her just last night. And now they were meeting again. He had a spell to restore his energy. "Where's this silver-haired girl? Aren't you sleepy? Why are you up so early? You came to feed the owls too?" Luna turned around, her hair swaying in the wind. Good morning, Dylan nodded, shook the food bag in his hand, and walked over. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "You're waking up so early, won't you fall asleep in class?" Dylan remembered a time when Ron suddenly got fired up and decided to study hard, even trying to follow Dylan's lead and get up to study. The result was that he did get up, but, drowsy as hell during class, a bowl under his chin would have worked like a garlic crusher. Finally, Dylan gave him a slap, and the sleepiness vanished. Even that didn't completely dispel his drowsiness, but it was enough to keep him going through the whole day. Luna shook her head. "I don't need that much sleep." Okay, Dylan smacked his lips and shrugged. He came over to Luna. Dylan watched her feeding her owl, occasionally tossing a few grains of cat food to the fawning white owl next to her. Dylan glanced. "Hey, isn't that his owl?" Seeing its owner approach, Luna hooted a few times. Luna was a little surprised. "It knows you, so you're its owner?" Dylan nodded with a sullen face. "Yes," Luna tilted her head. "In that case, I have something to tell you." Dylan looked over. "What is it?" Luna looked at the snowy owl Dylan was raising. "Do you always feed it meat strips?" Dylan blinked. "Yes, what's wrong?" Luna pointed at the snowy owl's feces. "Look, it's a little dry, isn't it? Don't forget to feed it some pet food. It has a lot of the elements it needs, is that so?" "Thank you, I see." He was usually too busy. Although he would take time to feed the snowy owl some of the high-quality meat strips he specially prepared, he had no time to pay attention to these things. "What's its name?" Luna asked. Dylan was stunned again. He touched his nose. Its name is Luna." Chapter 199. Dylan, are you dating Luna? Luna blinked, her brows raised. What a coincidence, her eyes crescented unconsciously. "You share the same name as me." Luna's brown wood owl seemed to understand, tilting its head to look at the snowy owl beside it. Dylan smiled sheepishly. He swore that when he named his owl, he hadn't considered that there was actually someone named Luna. But his owl was called Luna, so at least the pronunciation was a little different. Glancing at his owl's bulging eyes, Dylan cleared his throat. "Actually, looking back, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. The moment I first saw Luna, I thought she was a very intelligent owl, and compared to that, don't you think her eyes look a bit like yours? A bit empty, yet full of thoughts, so when I was naming her, that name was the first thing that came to mind." "Maybe it's fate," Luna laughed, pulling a nut from her pocket and handing it to Luna. Dylan's snowy owl tilted its head and sniffed, then gently pecked Luna's finger with its beak, signaling her to let go. "It seems it doesn't mind having the same name, huh?" Dylan was stunned. "Shouldn't it be you who should mind?" Luna's eyes were smiling. "Or maybe you're right, there's a magic in names that we can't see." Dylan watched his snowy owl devour the nut and then stand side by side on the perch with Luna's owl. The two owls were one white, the other brown. One preened its feathers, the other pecked at the nut. They looked like they had known each other for a long time. In fact, Dylan also looked familiar with the brown owl. He had seen it before when he came to feed Luna. He even threw it a few scraps of meat that Luna didn't want to eat. "So what's its name, Mist?" Luna pulled a handful of shelled sunflower seeds from her pocket. Dylan glanced at her pocket. "There's so much clutter. They're almost done eating." "Have you eaten yet?" Dylan asked. "Not yet," Luna shook her head. "Then let's go to the cafeteria together. After dinner, I'll read a little, and then it's time to go to class," Dylan suggested. Okay, I happen to be reading after dinner too. Do you know of any books that mention Snorlax? Luna nodded slightly, then turned to Dylan. No. Dylan paused, then shook his head slowly. So, what about harassment flies? Or nasty hooks? Luna pressed. Dylan's eyelids twitched slightly. Sorry, no, I don't have any either. Okay, I'll look for them myself later. Don't be embarrassed, Luna said. Dylan, what? What do you mean I don't have to be embarrassed? What should I be embarrassed about? That was just a polite remark, okay? Take a deep breath. Dylan forced a smile. I believe you'll likely find these creatures later. For now, let's just hurry and eat. He didn't know if these creatures existed. At least, he'd never heard of them, nor had he heard that Luna had finally found them. However, Luna possessed an incredible talent for the spiritual dimension and a remarkable aptitude for magic. So if creatures like the scimitar horn snorkeler existed on a level invisible to others, like guardians from another spiritual world, then it was possible Luna might one day encounter them. But Dylan wasn't particularly concerned. After all, those creatures wouldn't necessarily be suitable experimental material. Besides, right now, eating was the most important thing. Luna nodded and followed Dylan. The two of them headed towards the dining room. By the time they reached the entrance, the cafeteria was already quite crowded. Harry, Ron, and the others were seated. Seeing Dylan enter, Neville waved to him. Then, he saw two figures, one tall and one short, entering the dining room one after the other. Especially since Dylan, after greeting him, merely nodded. He didn't immediately head for the Gryffindor table. Instead, he turned and chatted with a beautiful, silver-haired girl beside him. The two then separated. Once Dylan sat down beside him, Neville glanced at Harry and the others. Then, he glanced in the direction the silver-haired girl had left. It seemed she'd gone to the Ravenclaw table. Neville paused. Dylan, do you know that girl? Dylan nodded. I met her this morning while feeding the owls. She has the same name as my owl. It was a coincidence, so we chatted. He was telling the truth, though the order of his story was slightly out of place, making Neville assume they met at the owlery and chatted all the way here. Is that so? Hermione also noticed the silver-haired girl who had been with Dylan. She felt something inexplicable. Something was off, but she couldn't quite place it. Did you say her name was Luna? I've heard of her. Many people say she's a bit of a jerk. You and her get along well? Hermione asked. Dylan raised his eyebrows. It's just that we have a lot in common when it comes to magical creatures. As for being jerk, Ron ate cautiously, glancing at Hermione from the corner of his eye, mumbling. Don't call others jerk-offs. People always say you're jerk-offs, too. Hermione glared at him. What did you say? Ron shook his head quickly. No, I didn't say anything. Hermione stabbed a barbecued pork bun with her knife and fork. Juices immediately spurted out. Ron broke out in a cold sweat. I got to know Luna briefly on the way, and I noticed she's quite gifted in spiritual matters. If she learns divination, you might want to listen to her predictions. Hermione pouted. What's so great about divination? Ron scratched his head. Actually, divination is quite useful. Wasn't it that prophecy that helped Harry defeat the Dark Lord? Hermione snorted and continued eating, not saying anything more. When the meal was over, everyone headed to the classroom. Time flew by, and soon it was early October. During this time, Dylan was still incredibly busy, preparing various birthday and holiday gifts. He was also busy reading, mastering new knowledge, and learning spells with Dumbledore. But Dumbledore wasn't like other professors, who would give him some private lessons from time to time. He'd agree on a time, and that was it. The old man would even ask for leave for him, whether he had something to do or not. It was unknown what he was up to. But Dylan had other plans for his free time. During this time, Dylan would periodically remind the professors not to forget to create his portrait. Professor McGonagall was the fastest, already in the incubation stage. To Dylan's surprise, besides Professor McGonagall, the fastest-paced professor wasn't Professor Flitwick, but Professor Snape. The old man had already created a basic portrait of him, and now he was constantly finding time to incubate it. Professor Flitwick was a busy professor. Charms covered a wide range of subjects, so his curriculum was always much more extensive than transfiguration or potions. Therefore, Professor Flitwick's portrait was a bit slower, but still close. The most procrastinating, of course, was old Dumbledore. Not only was he unenthusiastic in teaching Dylan, but he was also procrastinating on the portrait. The last time Dylan went to see Dumbledore for a lesson, he noticed he still hadn't hung his portrait on the wall. He inquired, only to learn that the old man hadn't even finished the portrait. Fortunately, Dylan's demands for the portrait weren't high. He simply wanted to collect portraits of professors in his own world. If he had any questions, he could ask these portraits for their opinions. Actually, Dylan sometimes encountered something he didn't understand, especially when it came to the dark arts. He couldn't ask Professor McGonagall or Snape, so he'd ask Tom instead. Tom usually wasn't very cooperative, and wouldn't budge until he was struck by a killing curse. But Dylan never fully believed what he said. He always took Tom's answers as a guide. Who knew if Tom might be setting traps in his descriptions, waiting for him to fall into them? The workings of magic were dangerous, especially considering Dylan had been constantly trying to create spells. The questions Dylan asked Tom about were mostly related to the creation of dark arts. But it didn't matter. He asked boldly, but he was careful to verify. Dylan didn't blindly pursue progress. Practicing spells well, and more importantly, practicing them safely, was his standard. Meanwhile, during this period, he sometimes went to the Forbidden Forest to meet Hagrid. Afterward, he'd occasionally run into Luna. Unfortunately, he'd been trying to find the unicorn lately, but couldn't find it. This made Dylan determined that if he ever encountered a unicorn again, he'd definitely put the dark mark on it. Where did he go when he was always away from home? Just like that old man Dumbledore. It was another busy day. After morning classes, Dylan went to the dining hall with Neville and the others for lunch. Luna's meal was short. Dylan had just walked into the dining hall when he happened to meet Luna leaving. She emerged from the dining hall. Her platinum hair was unusually styled in a loose, low ponytail. She didn't hold her wand. Instead, she tucked it behind her ear, running it through her hair to secure the style. She also wore carrot-shaped earrings, their orange-red hue adding a touch of life to her pale cheeks. I don't know where she'd gone. A piece of dew-soaked dandelion fluff was tucked behind her ear, looking like casually scattered stardust. Dylan waved at her. "Good afternoon. Nice, very chic look. Did you secretly take hairdressing classes with your wand?" He couldn't help but tease, gazing at Luna's silver hair. "Your hair is even more exquisite than Professor Flitwick's wig." These recent encounters in the Forbidden Forest had allowed Dylan and Luna to become more familiar with each other, even though they didn't normally have many opportunities to meet and chat during the day. Luna looked up at Dylan, her platinum blonde hair trembling slightly in the light from the doorway. This woman, despite her looseness, exuded a natural aura. Her perpetually misty gray eyes, in particular, gave her an elf-like air. The corners of her mouth curved upwards. She tilted her head and brushed the hair that fell by her ear. "It said it prefers being a hairpin to casting spells. I think that's fine too. I can hear the wind through the core as I walk." Dylan knew, needless to say, that Luna was referring to her wand. Dylan smiled. "Very good. I'll go eat first, then." Luna nodded, briefly chatting with Dylan, and continued walking forward. Leaving the dining hall, Neville followed Dylan, blinking non-stop until they joined Ron and the others at their tables. Ron, sitting on Dylan's other side, couldn't help but nudge him with his elbow. "Hey, Dylan, seriously, that girl could eat the rock biscuits Hagrid gave you." Ron winked at Dylan, then lowered his voice. "Are you two dating?" Harry looked over. Hermione wasn't there. She had more classes than anyone else. She must have just finished class and was heading to the cafeteria. Harry also looked at Dylan curiously. Dating? In fact, many students at Hogwarts were doing this. He'd even seen two people secretly kissing in the bathroom. He'd been so shocked he'd run away. But it also made him curious about the idea of dating. He remembered his aunt rarely kissing his uncle. Sometimes, when his uncle pressed her, she'd even let on a hint of impatience. It was well hidden, but Harry, observing her expression for so long, caught on to that subtle shift. Could it be that now that they were married, they weren't as comfortable kissing? If Dylan was dating that silver-haired girl, had they ever kissed? Dylan sat down and casually moved a golden honey-roasted chicken and a silver plate of cream of mushroom soup toward him. The sauce on the chicken leg was still bubbling. The sweet aroma of honey, mixed with the fragrance of herbs, filled the air. The mushroom soup was covered in a layer of smooth milk foam, sprinkled with chopped parsley, as green as it fresh from a greenhouse. Next to Dylan, a baking tray held sizzling sausages. They were now sliced, their cuts oozing with juicy pink juices. Paired with the buttered roast potatoes, they were truly appetizing. Dating, Dylan looked at Ron. Why would you even think that? Chapter 200. The big man's tears fell. Ron blinked. I see you seem to be getting pretty close to that girl lately. Ginny told me last time she even saw you two always running to the owlery together early in the morning to feed the owls. Dylan gave him a quizzical look. I like to give my owls special treatment, and so does Luna, so it's normal for us to run into each other in the mornings. Ron paused, his mouth opening and closing, unsure how to continue. Yeah, that's just how it feels. Dylan averted his gaze, scooped up a spoonful of mushroom soup, and took a sip. Luna's a Ravenclaw student, a grade younger than us, I know. Ginny told me last time that there's a crazy girl in Ravenclaw. It's her. Hermione said last time that everyone thinks she's crazy. Didn't you say last time that everyone thinks Hermione's crazy? So do you think Hermione is crazy? Dylan glanced behind Ron. Ron, completely unaware of the presence behind him, rubbed his chin, his face deep in thought. Finally, he smacked his lips. Sometimes it's a little off, like when she says I've got my wand tucked behind my ear again, or when she thinks I'm not well read. Suddenly, a voice suddenly spoke from behind Ron. Oh, really? The sudden voice startled Ron. He turned sharply and saw Hermione staring at him expressionlessly. Hermione. When did you come? Ron's eyes widened. Hermione said coldly, when you said I was abnormal. Ron smiled sheepishly. Before he could form an explanation, Hermione interrupted. Why don't I remember saying how unread you were? Ron opened his mouth. Hermione spoke again. If you're truly well read, then greet me with a famous quote. Ron's lips trembled slightly, opening and closing again. After a long pause, he managed to utter, as Shakespeare said. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Hello, Hermione? Harry, standing beside him, tried to break the awkward situation. Well, come sit down and eat. Weren't you walking with us just now? But once we entered the restaurant, I couldn't see you anymore. Hermione glanced at Harry and stopped trying to embarrass Ron. Instead, she sat down next to Harry unhappily. Are you talking about that Luna again? Ron said quickly. Yeah, I think Dylan's been getting close to that silver-haired girl lately. I thought they were dating. Hermione paused, holding the plate. What makes you think that, huh? Hearing something familiar, Ron froze in his tracks. Ginny told me that she saw Dylan and Luna go to the owlery together not just this morning, but several times during the day as well. Dylan put down his spoon. We just happened to meet on the street and chatted for a few minutes. Ron scratched his head. Okay, maybe I mean Ginny misunderstood. Hermione snorted. Ron didn't dare say anything else. He just buried his head in his food for a while. He couldn't help himself. He looked up at Dylan and said, I don't think that girl is as strange as everyone says. Dylan smiled softly. Of course, what others call strange is just a matter of not understanding a person's behavior sometimes. Luna herself isn't strange. As I told you last time, as someone with a high level of spiritual talent, the world unfolds before her in a way that many people can't see. It's like when we grow mandrakes. You might see them as just an ugly grass, but Luna might be able to see the ripples of energy created when they cry. Ron's spoon hovered over his cream of mushroom soup. His eyes half focused as he stared at the soup base. He paused, blinked, and touched his chin. After thinking for a moment, he mumbled something incoherent. Seeing the ripples of a mandrake crying? That seems even stranger to me. Dylan rolled his eyes. How do you define weird? If you really want to talk about it, you and Harry are the weirdest of the weird, right? Think about it, from the time you enrolled until now, how many school rules have you broken? Probably thousands. And you've only been here for 3 years, not to mention this year has only just begun. What normal person would try to break the school rules, and be as unscrupulous as you are? Dylan glanced at Ron. So it's you who are actually the abnormal ones, right? Ron was clearly being scolded, but inexplicably, it affected Harry. Harry cleared his throat. Well, although we broke a lot of school rules, we didn't do anything harmful to the school. Ron, reminded by Harry, quickly added, right. Have you forgotten, Dylan? The headmaster gave Gryffindor a lot of points for what we did. At this point, Ron paused, then glanced cautiously at Dylan, muttering, and speaking of breaking school rules, I have a feeling you've done a lot, Dylan. Dylan's eyes curled slightly upward, narrowing into slits as he glanced at Ron. Ron suddenly shuddered and quickly shut up. He scooped up a large piece of roast potato with a spoon and began to eat it with the gravy. That little episode ended. After the afternoon classes and dinner, Harry and Ron once again accompanied Dylan to the library, a rare occasion. They had homework for various classes. Not just Transfiguration and Charms, but also electives. Fortunately, they didn't take many, but combined with the required homework, it was still quite a lot. Dylan read for a while in the library. He also checked some homework for Ron and Harry, and after giving them some pointers on the questions they were struggling with, he returned to his dorm. Dylan still had a lot on his plate. Back in the dorm, he went straight into his pet space suitcase and began practicing the gunplay fire that old Dumbledore had given him. After his proficiency improved slightly, Dylan stopped practicing. He had many other things to do. Regarding gunplay fire, this miraculous flame, capable of self-ignition even without any magical power from a wizard, and capable of burning eternally, was actually not an easy task to truly master. Even though Dylan had activated the full-level Grim Fire Charm, his ability to manipulate fire, especially unusual flames, was not to say effortless, but rather proficient. This only gave him a head start in learning gunplay fire. Reaching a higher level of cultivation would require considerable time. Dylan couldn't directly create a truly blazing gunplay fire, but he could create a few scattered flames. However, Dylan discovered that the gunplay fire flames he created couldn't be accumulated to produce a qualitative change. Scattered flames were still scattered. Even when brought together, they were still separate flames. Dylan intended to freeze his progress in mastering the gunplay fire before the Christmas holiday. If, by then, he could summon flames that were less sporadic and more vigorous, that would be enough. Truly mastering the gunplay fire, allowing him to use and summon it at will, depended on luck. If he was lucky, he might in the next moment achieve an achievement that would help him master the gunplay fire. If he wasn't, he could just practice bit by bit. As for when he could truly master it, that would be a matter of time. I don't necessarily need to train a gunplay fire to its full level. Levels 7, 8, or 9 are basically enough for me. After feeding his pets, Dylan began his long overdue experiment, perfecting the obsidian restoration potion, researching new potions, researching the soul stripping of Horcruxes. Besides that, he still had a lot of knowledge about spells to verify. But Dylan wasn't in a rush. Even though there was so much to do, he could just tackle it bit by bit. 3 or 5 hours passed. It was already evening. Dylan paused. Before him lay a notebook that looked almost dying. Black holes pierced the torn pages, now healing at an incredibly slow pace. "You're so vicious," a faint, intermittent voice could be heard from the notebook. Dylan smiled softly, unconcerned. "Vicious? I'm just a kid obsessed with studying the magical world. That's not a nice way to describe me." The diary remained silent. After a while of work, Dylan left the suitcase. Then, after a period of classes, one day, he had just finished dinner. "Dylan, Wood wants to meet you on the 7th floor, Ron said. "Huh? Wood?" Dylan was stunned. As captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Wood wasn't busy preparing for matches. What was he looking for? He wasn't the only one busy lately. Harry and Ron were busy too. Harry, in particular, not only had homework and schoolwork to complete, but also Quidditch preparations. Dylan often ran into Wood outside their dormitory on his way out in the mornings. "I see." Watching Ron quickly shoveling a few mouthfuls of food before heading to the pitch to join Harry, Dylan nodded. He had no idea what this guy was so busy about. Harry trained every day because he was going to compete. Ron wasn't even on the Quidditch team, yet he went to practice with Harry every day. Dylan figured the kid didn't want to be alone, and training with Harry was a good opportunity to avoid studying and doing his homework. Of course, Dylan had asked Ron about this before, but the answer he got was, "I was just there to cheer Harry up. I wasn't trying to avoid doing homework." Dylan could only shrug and let him go. It's normal for kids to dislike doing homework. Ron and Harry always find time to catch up on their homework at some point. After signaling his understanding, Dylan arrived at the 7th floor of Hogwarts. It wasn't empty at the time, as everyone was still eating. And afterward, students tended to wander around, so not many returned to their dormitories to rest. Dylan saw Wood at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. "Hey, Dylan, you're here." Seeing Dylan, Wood hurried over. "I heard Ron say you wanted to see me. Is there something?" "Yes, something. Let's talk over there." Wood led Dylan into a secluded corner. Dylan stared at his expression. It looked quite tragic. Someone unsure would have thought he was heading off to battle a Dementor. "What's going on, Dylan?" Wood turned, tears streaming down his face. Dylan leaned back. What was he up to? Was he trying to blackmail him? God knew how strange it was to watch someone several years older than him crying at him, and they were both boys. 7 years, 7 whole years. Wood burst into tears. Gryffindor's Quidditch trophy case is practically covered in cobwebs. Wood's nose flushed red. Harry's injured. The match is cancelled. Do you know how tormented I am every day when I walk past a trophy room? Dylan pursed his lips and shook his head. I don't know. Wood's expression froze, his snot dangling from his nose, unsure whether to continue. Well, I can relate. Go on, Dylan coughed. Wood choked, gathered his emotions, and spoke again. It feels like those golden cups, each one in their glass case, are winking at me, mocking us, either coming in last or second. Dylan raised an eyebrow at Wood's frantic handwriting. Suddenly, it felt like the prefect looked like Mrs. Norris, who had been stepped on. Ever since that kid Harry joined the team, I've dreamed of myself holding the Quidditch cup and kissing it nonstop every night. Wood's voice choked again, his Adam's apple rolling. But I'm graduating next year. This is my last chance to wear the Gryffindor uniform, and my last chance to shout that we are the champions. He pulled out a wrinkled handkerchief from his sleeve and blew his nose hard, but it's not rubbed onto the back of his hand. Dylan's eyelids jumped. He silently took out a few tissues from his bag and stuffed them into Wood's arms. Okay, the tragedy can end now. Dylan was about to hold the other's trembling shoulders, but looking at some suspicious crystal objects, he silently withdrew his hand. I'll cast a series of silencing charms around the four-poster bed, and set Harry's alarm clock to storm mode to ensure he's woken up by thunder at 5 in the morning. Dylan waved his hand. If I don't have to get up early, you can come to him directly. I have no objection, as long as Ron and the others agree. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.